Cheers to 2022 and resolutions you can actually keep. How about having clean and shiny balls all year round? Our sponsors at Manscaped are here to save your balls this year and make the ball drop into 2022 the cleanest and sexiest ever. Set your first New Year's resolution with good intentions and join the 4 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped with our exclusive offer. Go to manscaped.com and use code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST, for 20% off and free shipping. Mic check. All right, there we go. Sorry, guys. Had to do it in a whole different thing. So my bad. Boy, that sucks. Well, for whatever reason, technical difficulties. We got a new studio set up here. This is the way it goes in these new places here. So sorry about that, folks. Yikes. My bad. I hate these new setups, man. You always got to change something, and something always goes just a little bit wrong. Well, welcome, guys, to the Hawks Nest. Didn't know we were muted there for probably a good 6 minutes here to start this out, so that's great. Hope you guys are doing it all right out there. We're going to be watching some games today, just checking out the action on the screen, talking Hawks. We've got an open defensive coordinator search going on right now with our Seahawks. A lot to talk about with that, of course. Potential free agents coming up and diving into the draft a little bit more, so we can unpack that a little bit as well. We got the ending of the game going on here between the Chiefs and the Bengals right now, with the Chiefs driving down with a minute and 30 left in the fourth quarter, and the Bengals up by 3 points. So a little bit of fun end-game action to watch here, and then we'll be going over to the Rams game and watching that. So if you guys want to jump in here and check out, again, sorry about the audio, but again, I'm moving to a new studio setup just this week, and things are always a little bit little wonky as you have to re-put everything back together that you had fine-tuned and just right in the old studio setup. It's one of the fun things in life. It's good. Fat Boy Kyle, how you doing? Good to see you. Kyle Mulkey, Jason Burrow might do it all. Half, it seemed like the refs were on the Chiefs' side. Definitely the Chiefs were getting some benefits of calls in the first half there. It's maybe not been as bad in the second half. They're letting the players play, which is what you do tend to do in the playoffs, especially the deeper into the playoffs you go. But the Bengals have been very impressive in this game. Burrow's been very impressive in this game. The whole team. To come into Arrowhead, though, in these conditions against this kind of juggernaut of the Chiefs, and not to be phased in seemingly the least. And it looks like they've burned all three of their timeouts here. You got second and goal for the Chiefs here. So I would imagine the Chiefs are going to try to drain as much clock as possible here while still going for the touchdown. Go Hawks 05. What's up, D-Nugget? What's up? Go Hawks. Can't hear him. Yeah, sorry, guys, about the hearing thing. James Tomlinson, thanks for letting me know, guys. Sorry about that on the volume. All right, Mahomes is strangling around. Ooh, boy, he just got ripped down on that one. Yikes. James Tomlinson says it's all good. How about that Humphrey today? Looks good. Creed Humphreys look good in every game I've watched of him, James. I mean, every one I've watched of him from the preseason to the regular season today. It's this year. To me, he has stood out in every game. He's been solid. I've never seen him at any point just randomly getting beat. Strange. Not strange, awesome. Kind of foreseeable, but usually you don't see a rookie even this dominant as he's been. I thought he was going to be good, but I didn't know he was going to get to this good this quickly. Still would have been better than Posick and Fuller this year, though. So we got the Chiefs calling a timeout here with third and goal, 39 seconds to go on the clock. Bengals up by 3. The Chiefs have done a nice job here of draining a good amount of this clock so that if they do go and get a touchdown here, and that forces the Bengals to go get a touchdown to win it, that's a lot of field to get up there and get that done. As we saw with the Chiefs last week, 13 seconds, 17 seconds, you can get up a field and clock it and get a field goal attempt up. But it's a whole nother show when we're talking about having to get down there into the end zone. James says his down blocks looks awesome, first sister. Yeah, that would the thing that we thought maybe would be the reason that was interesting you to say that, James, because that's what we thought with Humphrey. That was the thing that would kind of holding back the Hawks from drafting him, because he wasn't going to fit the new model of lineman, which needs to be a little fleeter of foot and able to hit those reach blocks, down blocks, second level stuff. But he's always looked good to me in that. It's like he's not athletically going to stand out to you in that respect, but he's proficient in his movements. And he gets to where he needs to be and lays his block. Here he's just taking on, he's doing a little double team there. All right, Mahomes is just holding it now. He's holding it. Oh, my goodness. Oh, he's fumbled it. Oh, my goodness. Mahomes fumbled it. Hendrickson is balling out. That was a great signing by them from the Saints. But, boy, Mahomes has done some, I'm going to hold this ball until the last possible second situation here. I mean, I know what he's doing, too. He's thinking, I'm going to roll this clock down And then when I do eventually throw it away, there's just not going to be any time for them to move up the field. Megan says, go you Rams. Go Rams. Aaron Zhang, are you still in Spokane? I am, Aaron. Yep, I am still here in Spokane. MJP says, how about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys? We're going to come back next year. All right. I got my Steven. I got my Jerry Jr. All right. Don't you sell that show. We're on a ride right now as a little Cowboy team. We're just getting back up on our horse. Okay. Horse a little lame this year. We had to put that one down. We got a new horse next year. Okay. We're going to do that. And then we're going to get Sean Payton the year after that when that goes wrong. MJP, if it ain't broke, you can fix it, Brando. Yeah, I can find a way. I just always hate doing my live troubleshooting on the on the air as you guys are watching me going, okay. James says awesome first quarter. Oh, yeah. I missed some of the first quarter, James. I was kind of prepping for the stream a little bit and trying to make sure my technical difficulties weren't going to be bad. That didn't work. So it looks like the Chiefs got not a lot of room to spare with that field goal kicker there. He barely got that thing through with his leg on that one. But he did get it through, so we've got an overtime game here. I think we'll hold off flipping over to the Rams game until we get the end of this one maybe, because this I think could be funner just to see the end of it go. But right, split it down the uprights, but I think he had about, maybe he had a 5 yard. He had maybe 5 or 6 yards. It looked a little shorter when it was coming down. It dropped quick. He knew he had it. I love when the kickers know they have it. They got that look they do. Got it. Goaxo5 says it's going to be decided with the coin flip. Probably could be. Could be. Though I'll tell you what, the Bengals defense has been pretty solid in this game. I mean, they're keeping the points where they are. I mean, it's no certainty, as opposed to last week, for instance, where at the end of the game, that Buffalo Bill defense looked a little gassed. And they seemed like they were kind of ready to start to wilt there against Mahomes and crew. This feels a little different today with where the Bengals defense is at. Megan says, any idea where Payton is likely to end up? B. I would tend to think, Megan, that he's truly going to take a year off. And the reason being is that any team that goes and tries to go get him is going to have to give up a king's ransom to pull him in. I believe that the baseline for this would be John Gruden going from the Raiders to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers in 1998, I believe, something like that, 99. And they gave up I think 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and $8 million. And that was 1998 prices. So does that mean that this is 3 first-round picks? I mean, does it get into that stratosphere spot of teams just being like, we like Payton, but now I will say the Cowboys want to bring him in. The Cowboys want to upgrade their situation right now with McCarthy, and that's the spot that just stands out among any other. That if he does come back this season, it would be for the Cowboys because Jerry has shown a willingness in the past to swing far beyond what other people are willing to swing. See, for instance, the Joey Galloway trade that he made with the Seahawks back in the day, where he gave us 2 first-round picks for Joey Galloway and then had to pay him. So he's the one guy who might be just dodgy enough to go out there and do it, Megan, in my opinion. But other than that, I think he does truly take a year off and then comes back next year with sort of his pick of the litter. You know, what's the best possible landing spot for what is out there? And it's less about an exact destination and more about what's the best place that he can come in and he doesn't have to maybe, do it all. I will say this too, Megan. He's going to want a lot of control. He's going to want to be the cook and the server in this respect. So, how much does the general manager want to cede certain amount of that control back over to him / be just have a general manager that's kind of a figurehead? It kind of makes it harder to predict his spot. But that's also why I've been a little reticent to understand how it works with the Cowboys, because he'd essentially have to tell Jones and company that they have to stay out of, a lot of his decision-making up there, I would think. The humble Howl African says, how do you think Seattle would hold up in the playoffs if they were playing, and how they were playing the last couple of weeks of the season? Humble African, I don't know that I take as much away in the last couple of weeks of the season as others do. I certainly think that they're playing better football, maybe at their best football near the end of the year. And maybe that Rashad Penny was in such a freakish run state that you could have also taken that into the playoffs and done some things once you were into the playoffs. But I would tend to believe that, even if you have Bobby back in there, he's got the ailing knee going on. Cody Barton and Jordan Brooks, your combo. I think eventually you get deep enough in the playoffs, even if you got past the first round, for instance, you were still going to, at that point, be probably bounced out by the second round. Your team just wasn't in a good enough state to compete with those teams up at that level. I know that the 49ers, a team we beat twice, is now in the conference championship. They're on the edge of maybe going to the Super Bowl. But I think we've got to, again, understand that football is a game of matchups. And we're not a great stylistic matchup for the 49ers. Just like today, the Rams are not a great stylistic matchup for the 49ers on the other side of it. It's by the way that the offenses play. It's by the way the defenses play. It's by what you go up against and what you're dealing with the Rams versus what you're dealing with in the Seahawks. And I think that's more of a factor for me. I don't think that we would have as good of a run through there necessarily as the Niners had. I will say this: when you've got Russell Wilson, if you have Penny running in a dominant fashion in the running game, anything is possible at that point. Anything is possible. I'm just going to lean back on the last 5 or 6 years, though, of when you do just sort of sneak into the back door of the playoffs, you tend to get bounced out of it pretty quickly. And we've had, one playoff win in 5 years. All right, so the Chiefs have won the snap. They are going to come out now here on 2nd and 10. I got into talking here and wasn't watching. Mahomes is in shotgun. They're just going to let him throw. Oh, he almost threw a pick six there. Whew. Eli Apple almost took a pick six there to the house. Was that right in his arms? Oh, my goodness, that was right there. Well, that's why he plays cornerback. And that's why he plays cornerback. Eli Apple almost housed that one. But humble, it's possible. I mean, it's possible. They definitely had some elements where they could have done some stuff. And it's sometimes in this time of year, it's about being hot at the right time. But I also think there's a little bit of a mirage effect created by those last couple of games. Boy, Hendrickson is just giving it his all. Oh, picked. Ooh, horse collar tackle. Interception. I told you guys this defense by the Bengals is playing with an edge. They're playing some good football right now. And they just came out in this first possession of overtime and they just showed it to you. I mean, there's still pressure there. Not a lot of pressure on that. Going up to Tyreek into double coverage. Can't throw into double coverage, It's very hard to complete those balls in double coverage. And I think that Jesse Bates just made, I don't know if that's Jesse. That is Jesse Bates. Jesse Bates made a phenomenal play on Tyreek Hill. He went up and got just that one hand in there to knock it, and then it was picked the other way. What a play. That's a super, hey, that's like tip play, right? That's like Sherman tip play, city play, So the Bengals take over now here at the 45-yard line as the Cincinnati Bengals going to go to the Super Bowl. Joe Burrow drops back to throw, whips it in on a nice little slant route into T. Higgins, who's grinding and fighting and scratching and crawling his way for 9 yards. Oh my goodness. Are the Bengals going to the Super Bowl for the first time since 1990 when Joe Montana slayed their hearts? The Cincinnati Bengals may be going to the Super Bowl. Oh my goodness. Let's see if Joe Burrow lives up to his new nickname. Let's see if Joe Cool can get it done. Megan says, I was leaning towards the Cowboys, but wouldn't surprise me if he did take the year off. The Cowboys are going to try, I think, but the Saints have a lot of leverage there. And maybe they would just do right by Sean and let him go, but I would tend to think that if Sean takes a year off, a little of that leverage is lost, a little of the assets you can ask for is lost, and then that helps precipitate more of that trade into next year if he wants to come back. All right, 24-24. The Bengals got a first down here. A nice little run by Joe Mixon. We got Burrow here up under center. Chase goes in motion. The give is to Joe Mixon. He cuts back up into the edge, gets himself a couple more yards. They're showing the red line field goal line, which would be the feasible spot that the kicker would need to be to hit a field goal. And of course, now because the Chiefs have had a possession in this overtime period, this game ends on a field goal now. We are in sudden death. So they've got about 5 yards to get up there. You'd like to ideally get another first down and get a few more up there to make it a little more easy. They just had a field goal kick not 10 minutes ago with the Chiefs kicker on this side, and it looked like it was kind of hard to get a lot of oomph on that kick. Burrow drops back in shotgun now on second down, throws it up high. T. Higgins catches it up away from his body, showing that great hands catching, which made him one of the best possession receivers in the draft a couple of years ago. Another just basic slant play with Burrow using precise ball placement, keeping it out away from the defender, and Higgins just using his big body between the defender and him to make the catch. 1st and 10, they are now in field goal range. My goodness, are the Cincinnati Bengals going to the Super Bowl? Are the Bengals going to the Super Bowl? All right, 1st and 10 from about the 33-yard line. Bengals come out with a heavy formation. Burrow under center at the give to Mixon, who comes back against the grain and gets himself 6 yards. 2nd down. 7 yards. Oh, boy, that was a nice cut by Mixon. He looked like he had the dirty 3 looked like it was right there if he just took the first route, the lane that was programmed for him to go, but he cut it back instead and got 7. That's what makes him a little bit of a better back in the league with some of that ability. I know, I hear you, Kitty. All right, 2nd and 3 now. Burrow again under center. Again, another heavy formation, 1 wide receiver. Give us again to Mixon. Oh, he's got some space, got some distance. He's still out in the open field down to the 12-yard line. Well, what a nice run by Mixon again, back-to-back when you need it. When you need it. Bill Belichick at one time called this man the best running back in football. First and 10. 1st and 10 are the Cincinnati Bengals going to the Super Bowl. Big Joe Mixon. And now we will have a timeout by the Kansas City Chiefs. Andy Reid just trying to stop this unstoppable rebel force that is in his background, laying siege to the landscape. MJP says, where does Gardner Minshew land? How does Philly turn down a 3rd from Carolina as widely reported? Highest IQ in his draft class, accurate and quick. What is his downside? I'm kind of become a Minshew believer, MJ, in this respect. So I'm sliding to that range of things. I personally don't know why Philly would do that. It doesn't make any sense to me. That would have helped them considerably to do so, and I don't know what you gain a lot by being there. It does seem to indicate that I see why the Chiefs called the timeout there. Boy, the Bengals had them. Oh, that's how they got that run. Boy, the Bengals just overloaded one side of the line of scrimmage, and the Chiefs didn't rotate their defensive line to that side of the line, and they just had a numbers game over there with a lot of big bodies. Sorry about the cat, guys. She's in a new place, so she's both excited by that and worried. Yeah. All right, so we got 24-24, 1st and 10, 10:52 on the clock here. The Bengals kicker looks like he's about 12 years old, but he also looks unflappable. Completely unflappable. Burrow back under center, again a heavy formation, 1 wide receiver set. Hold this ball with 2 hands, Joe. Takes the carry down for a couple of yards. I'm at the 10 here. I almost just think about making this kick right here, huh? I mean, maybe you keep going, but this is where you start to get a little nervous. But MG, I'd say Cardinals. I think somebody's going to maybe make a play for Gardner this offseason. MJ, it's unlike last offseason where there was a deep class of top end quarterbacks. You don't have that this year. A team may look at the situation of, oh, we're going to go draft this raw quarterback in the second round that we don't feel all that good about, or in the late first that we don't feel all that good about, as opposed to, that was a weird play by the Bengals. Burrow just took the ball and ran back like 3 yards for some weird reason. I guess they're trying to get it to the kicker's hash. What's odd about that is that usually the kickers favor the other hash. They like it to be from they like to kind of have, when they kick, it sort of goes like this, as opposed to when you're kicking from the right hash, you got to curl it back left a little bit. But Evan McPherson's been money here. He's 3 of 3 today. Kicker for the Bengals. All right, here we go, folks. Chiefs are up there looking like they're going to try to block this. Here's the kick for the Super Bowl. The Cincinnati Bengals are going to the Super Bowl. The Cincinnati Bengals are going to the Super Bowl. I never would have thought I ever seen it. Joe Burrow in his second year rips the heart out of the unbeatable one, of the one only Brady can slay, Mr. Mahomes. What a game. What a game from our guy, Joe Cool. The nickname has thoroughly been earned. Drives his team right up the field. Obviously, Joe Mixon did a lot of that work up that drive, but he had to make a couple throws there to kind of back them off a bit and be prepared for those slant routes. And Joe didn't play an amazing game statistically, but he played an amazing game to the eye test. This is where when we talk about statistics or Pro Football Focus, rankings or any of those type of things, we always got to, as I say, you got to take also the eye test into account, because that's going to inform you as well. And anybody who watched the eye test of this football game saw a kid that was, to me, just absolutely, again, not fazed by this game. He wasn't freaked out by this game. He just came out there and balled out all day. And again, under a lot of pressure by that Chiefs line throughout the day. Not as bad as last week, but definitely there was some pressure there to be had. But wow, the Cincinnati Bengals are going to the Super Bowl. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That is that is a prediction I would not have made at the start of the year in any kind of, well, if it doesn't go this way, then it'll go that way. And if it doesn't go that way, then it'll go this other way. And if it doesn't go that other way, then it'll absolutely go. I would have been 30 deep before I would have landed at, and this is how the Bengals get to the Super Bowl. But that's cool. Hey, the Bengals got in. Good for them. Good for them. Are the Bengals going to potentially? I don't know if the Bengals win the Super Bowl. Oh my goodness! I'm going to wonder if the world stopped. MJ, I'm still considering your Gardner question. I just don't have a good answer for it. Let's go Bengals. That's right. Let's go Bengals. Jeffrey O'Kelly, are you going to stay till the end of the 49ers game? Yeah. Yeah, we'll do the whole game today, Jeffrey. I'm just chilling. I'm drinking coffee, petting my cat, watching the games, talking with y'all. It's going to be a low-key stream today, you know what I mean? We're in a chill stream mode right now. Flag Sabbath? He says, dude, this is exciting. That was exciting. I mean, good for them, Good for them on that. They played they played a great game. And the whole team, too. That defense, as impressive as Burrow was, that defense was every bit, if not more, impressive in this game. Watching them get done what they were getting done in this, the pressure, staying clean on the back end, not letting Tyreek Hill just slaughter them. You got to kind of nod to give them the nod as well. The secondary to the front four, everybody did their job today. It's an impressive Bengals crew. They got some players. And Burrow is the wild card, man. He looks like a guy that's been doing this for 15 years. He looks like a guy that I've done this for us, whatever. I win national titles, I win Super Bowls, just what I do. Man, that's how I do. Where's my cigar? Okay. Did we raise the trophy already? No, next week? Okay, we'll get on the next week. BMGP says, can Hawks give Bobby Wagner a future coaching contract to entice him while reducing his base salary? No, that would be subversion. So they wouldn't let you do that. The NFL, as well. I'm not so sure too. As MJ, as some people mentioned about Cam Chancellor and him bringing him in to be a coach, or Adrian Peterson to be our running backs coach. these guys that have made a lot of the money in this NFL, and they do love the sport, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they are going to want to come back and be a coach that's not paid a whole lot of money. You know, you made millions of dollars, your body's beat up, maybe you just kind of want to chill, you know, and I think that I would say Bobby would strike me more as that guy is when he's done, that's what he would really want to look to do. But yeah, they wouldn't let you get away with that. Adam Barney says, second pick on your radar soon at TheSeahawksNest. Second pick? Second pick. What do you mean second pick, Adam? Oh, second pick on your radar soon. Megan says, how by Sean taking the year off does it mean his leverage is lost? Most teams would kill to have him in the organization, wouldn't they? Well, and Megan, admittedly, maybe I'm wrong on this one. It could be that the value just sort of holds put. But as I understand it with this, if you're trying to go pluck him actively from a team where he's coaching and that's going on, that you're giving up the maximum price. If it's a year from now, then the Saints start to lose out on the possibility of Sean maybe ever coming back to coaching. You know, or like some of that starts to raise into this just a little bit, and so with that I'm doing the logical thing with this, Megan. I'm not saying I can base this on any kind of past. Then I would think that maybe this is the Saints, whereas this year they might say give us 3 first rounders and a second, would come back maybe next year and say okay, just give us 2 firsts, and we'll let you have him. You know, that's how I would logically see it play out. Zachary says, let's go Joe Mixon. Let's go Joe Mixon. Send them to Los Angeles. Let's go Bengals. Well, the last time the Bengals went to... Are we going to see a Super Bowl rematch in 1990? 49ers and Bengals? Remember the time, says, damn, the Chiefs really did choke an 18-point lead. Facts, dude. They did. Reminiscent of them a couple of years ago, isn't it? Remember the time when you had the Houston Texans come in? I think the Texans had a 24-point lead on the Chiefs in Arrowhead, I believe, at that time. Looked like they were completely in control, and there was like a 4th down play where Bill O'Brien, I think, got a little conservative, and you could just feel the whole momentum of the Texans team kind of lose it in that moment. It's kind of similar here. There wasn't some one play that everything was around on this, but you could feel the momentum just start to swing back into the direction of the Bengals, like they were figuring some things out. They early on couldn't kind of solve how to find a way to get the ball to Jamar Chase. Then they sort of figured that part out as the game went on. Well done on their part. Well done. Integral says, bye, my homie. Bye, my homie. Yep. We're not going to at least one. I'm always good for the new. We don't need to see the same every year. And Mahomes has had a good couple year run now being in it. He can take a year off the Super Bowl. Let somebody else in there. Megan says, Joe cool by name and nature. Very true. It's very true, man. That the kid was just, the word moxie is the word that comes to my mind when I watch him in the pocket. Just completely should be more fearful than he is, almost too young to not know what he knows, but hey, he's coming off the ACL. You think that would have been a big teaching tool moment right there, but nope, not phased. He's rolling. Flags happen says the Cincinnati defense woke up in the second half. Boy, they did, Flag. I was thinking on one commercial break, and I was wondering if it, because you always wonder this as defensive coordinators and they get into their game planning, if they get to this level of the chess game where they come out and they go, okay, we're going to come out like this. We'll run the soft zone stuff in the first and second quarter, and then we'll get to we'll get into the third quarter and we'll start out in that same soft stuff. We'll get that offense kind of used to us just doing body blows, and then we're going to come with the big hooks. One hook after another. Here come the blitzes. Here come the pressure packages. And that you set things up like how you would kind of put it together game plan wise. I think they do that. They probably do that. But boy, it's harder probably to do that in a playoff game where it's like, what happens in the first half though when you're watching Mahomes and company go up the field and score on you in those soft looks to get to the stage where you can actually now bring the pressure, bring the heat. It takes some cojones. Take some cojones, especially for a guy as a defensive coordinator of the Bengals. It's not exactly like you're, super well established in that respect. But boy, they did wake up Yeah, and so, by the way, Trey Flowers in coverage. I love how the Bengals are utilizing Flowers, which is that they're using him as the big corner. Rather than putting him on the outside to get exposed against small receivers like a Tyreek Hill, the Bengals bring him out to take on guys like Travis Kelce in this game. I thought that was pretty interesting on their part. And he held up in coverage, at least on one play I saw. He was right there with his length and his size, and Kelce couldn't get around it. Kind of interesting, huh? Using a player like a puzzle piece rather than just trying to fit him into every spot you want him to go. Utilize him in the spots that he's best. Put him in a position to succeed. Isn't that unique? Remember the times as Trey Flowers is going to the Super Bowl. Hey, he's earned it. He's been on that team all year. Not all year, but most of the year. He's earned the right to, he's carved out a role for him, and he's played well within it. Mario says, what's my score prediction for the Rams and the 49ers? I think the Rams finally solved the Niners in this game. I think the Niners run just a little bit out of gas, but we'll say that it stays within a 7-point game. So I'll go with we'll go 24-17 Rams. Something like that feels about right. And as Megan said, please do hit that like button if you like what you're listening to. I do appreciate it. Ethan Tech World says the Super Bowl hangover was threatened, but not defeated. Bye, my homie. Bye, Chiefs. Can't wait to see the media tomorrow. That's right. Super Bowl loser tends to have a little bit of a struggle. Well, they don't tend to get back to the Super Bowl the next year. It's hard. Unlike, it just is. Super Bowl winners can get back. Super Bowl losers, it's just something about getting up that close and then falling off the mountaintop a foot away from the peak, I think just leads them into that kind of lane of things. So, but yes, I'm glad we're not going to watch the Chiefs again or have to hear about them for the next 2 weeks, about the greatness of this dynasty, as I sit here and do my eye roll. Devin Martzall says, hey, Brandon, how's it going, buddy? Drinking some coffee with you. Go Hawks. Well, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah, go Hawks. Got my little 12 Maui mug here with the islands. Got that rolling. So, yeah, let's do it up, man. It's a cold, wintry afternoon here out in the eastern Washington. Gotta stay warm. Get the coffee rolling. Go Hawks 05 says Joe Burrow's cold. He was cold today. He made some throws today. Made the one throw on the interception, though even on that throw, the player got away with a hold. He reached back and grabbed onto Jamar Chase's jersey, and you see the jersey literally getting yanked to not allow for Jamar to get any kind of separation. Didn't go called. But his decision-making was really good today. And his movement in the pocket, his escapability in the pocket, he doesn't do it with the glitziness of a Lamar or a Kyler, where they just have that twitchy explosiveness, but just the subtle movements, as I think it was Romo said on the telecast, the using of the defender's leverage against them. They're coming this way, then you go back that way and lean your body a certain way and twist and he does it. It's pretty awesome how he pulls that off. But he was getting through with it all through that second half. Jeffrey O'Kelly, how you doing? Oh, Jeffrey says, would you be mad if we traded Wagner? If not, what would be the haul you want for him? Jeffrey, I'm not, no, I wouldn't be mad if we moved on from Wagner at this point. I understand that it's going to annoy some people, but I think you've got to start to team build and roster build a little more correctly here moving forward. So I would take pretty much almost anything at that point if you can move him in that way. I don't think that, though, he's really a candidate to be traded because nobody's going to want to pay his base salary. So anybody that were to theoretically trade for him would want to renegotiate his contract, and then he's got kind of the leverage to Seattle be like, look, I'm just sitting on my contract and force you to release me. You're not going to pay me $20 million this year. We both know that. So he could dictate that going to another team anyway. So the more I kind of think about this now, you're just not going to see you're not going to see a trade with Bobby. You'd see a release, but I don't think a trade is in the cards for him for that reason. There's just it isn't. He might remain, but yeah, probably not a trade. But I wouldn't be mad. I think you can't pay $20 million to a middle linebacker. You certainly could if you were getting a dominant defensive play, I guess, but You don't have that, and you have his replacement waiting in the wings for the last couple of years, primed and ready to roll. You've got third string guy in Barton who would be a good backup to Jordan Brooks. So you're sitting on this roster right now basically with 3 middle linebackers as it is. To dial back from one is not the worst thing in the world at this point. Brian Barajas says the Bengals won with a new younger coach. Just seeing these young coaches in the playoffs gives me no hope. It's a great point, Brian. It's a very good point. People want to call that type of argument ageist. I call it just paying attention to what you're looking at through your peepers, looking out through your eyes at what you're seeing on the field and what you're seeing with what coaches are coming along. And there's certainly some older coaches in this game, I think, who are still very good coaches. But there is also a little bit more shift to a certain degree across the league to more of the younger guys, and the younger guys getting more and more success coming into tow. And it's certainly becoming more, I think we legitimately call it at this point, Brian, now a trend, not just a here and there offshoot thing happening, but actually something that's consistently playing out again and again. And something to think about moving forward when we do eventually look towards our new coach. Because regardless of how long Carroll is here or isn't here, that's he's not going to probably be here for 5 years. So eventually we're going to have to start thinking about these kind of conversations and how that's going to play out. Excuse me. Randall McDaniel, what's up, Randall? Randall says, you know who's been on the Bengals train? Randall McDaniel, that's who. You have been, Randall. You called it. You called it, man. You're maybe out ahead of this one earlier than anybody on that one. They played well today. So exciting to see them go, too. I like seeing these organizations that have had a hard run for a while, getting some things breaking in their favor. I think that's cool. Eric99, what's up? Good to see you. Kygo, when is this game? Game is starting out like right now, I think, right? Isn't it? So we're just waiting for it to begin here. We're just waiting for it to begin at any moment. They got to get their commercials in. They got to get all their commercials in. All right. Let's get my setup here correct. Just getting my setup correct. This thing will load. So it should be on here anytime. It's loading. Jacob Kessinger says, new place, Brando. Yes, I'm in the new place. So we moved on into a new spot here. So I'm still getting this quote unquote studio set up correct. We're getting the backdrop all set up and ready to roll and all that. So kind of still fine tuning some things here, but we got a new setup now. A little more space. Megan says, but surely B, and sorry to labor the point, having a year off, he would be in a better mental state and therefore is a better coach. Not necessarily. The NFL doesn't really view it in that way, or at least I haven't seen the NFL view it in that way historically. They more look at it like you would look at a player taking a year off. Being a year away makes you a little bit less out of touch with what's right now going on in the moment throughout the sport. I don't think that would necessarily maybe affect Payton as much because his reputation is so well liked around the league and so well regarded. But again, too, I'm making a guess on all my logic with this, Megan. And I would think you have an asset. You have an asset people want. That asset's going to be at its hottest when that asset's active and coaching and everything else. That asset takes a year off. To me, it's going to lose some value to some degree. It'll still have value. And for instance, 2 first-round picks is nothing to shake a stick at. But I don't know if it'll get as much as if, for instance, the Cowboys were to force the trade to happen right now. I think the Cowboys get more now, Megan, have to give up more now, right now, to get Payton today this year than they would if they was to wait a year. But we'll see. You know me, Megan. I like my bold predictions. Brian says Trey Flowers is in the Super Bowl. Damn, I know. Jared Johnson, did you hear the Richard Sherman podcast by chance? Richard and Averill both said the Seahawks would be making a huge mistake if they let Bobby go. Basically argued Bobby can't easily be replaced. Welcome on in, Jared. If you'll notice, Jared, there's actually a comment below that video. If you check it out on YouTube, I posted a comment below that video. And to be quite honest with you, I've not really been. I was pretty well perturbed watching that whole segment between Averill and Sherman. I was. They parroted a lot of the same BS arguments that are posted out there by folks that are in the Seahawks fandom who say anybody who's making any criticism of Carroll or wants to see any change is just essentially being a spoiled brat. And I think it's an argument that's been childish since it's been thrown out there now for months and months on end. It remains childish. You know, we can have an argument and a discussion about what's going on with this team without having to resort to name calling. But that's indeed what both of them basically were doing, going back and forth talking about the Seahawks fandom in regards to wanting to see change. And again, guys who kind of showed, especially in Sherman's case, no sense of history of the Seahawks organization and what happened before it. Sherman literally said that we in 2000, we weren't even nothing before they came along, basically. We had gone to a Super Bowl in 2005, but we were just happy to be there. Quite frankly, and I'm a guy who's had a lot of respect for Sherman. I'm a guy who's had Sherman's back throughout the process of the stuff that he had going on this season, and even calling to bring him back to the ball club this year, halfway through the year. When he said that comment, and along in addition to what else he said in that video, he lost a lot more of my respect, because he showed a little bit of a window into how he viewed the fandom in general. And I walked away from it going, wow, you don't seem to have very much of a high respect or high regard for the fans of Seattle, in my opinion, if I'm to take away a little bit of what I'm hearing here. And again, I'm done with talking to people that all you got to do is name call, and you don't want to have a discussion about let's have a discussion about the facts and play. Let's talk about the things that have been problematic with Carroll recently. Let's talk about what's gone wrong with this team. Let's stop throwing out that this is a one-season problem. That's another part here. Can we have people stop talking about the ones? This is a one bad year with Coach Carroll and y'all want to move on. One bad year with Coach Carroll and you just want to bail. One bad. No, it's not been one bad year. You know, Richard Sherman in the podcast talks about one bad year, and then the next breath says, "Oh yeah, but it's been 5 years, and they've had one playoff win." And let me give you guys a little window into the disingenuous nature of that conversation that they just had in that podcast. Because let me ask you guys this question. If Richard Sherman and Cliff Averill had both been here the last 5 years, and both of them had only had one playoff win, giving up their blood, guts, will on the football field, and there had been only one playoff win in the last 5 years, do you think that they'd both be standing here at this point right now on a podcast talking about standing pat? About the crazy nature of doing something different? Do we really believe that for a millisecond? Richard Sherman himself, Jared, as he was walking out the door, as he was leaving this football team, said, "Man, I think Coach Carroll has lost his way." So what happened is then, Richard? Here's what would be my question, Richard Sherman. Did you mean what you said there? Then he lost his way? And then at what point from 2017 to now 2022 has Coach Carroll regained his way? Did it happen 2019-ish? Or is it in the same state as when you're left and now everybody's doing the buddy-buddy thing and nobody wants to talk trash about everything because everybody wants to repair bridges? That's where it bothers me, and the repairing of the bridges gets to happen on the back of talking crap about the Seahawks fandom. That's what annoys me most about that whole situation, Jared. I hated the whole conversation. Richard Sherman's basically best friends with Bobby. What do we expect him? If Bobby was in a state, Jared, of you need to move on from him, you can't carry a $20 million cap hit for a middle linebacker, knowing Richard Sherman is his best friend. Even if Richard Sherman believed it was the smart decision for the Seattle Seahawks to move on from Bobby Wagner in that circumstance, do any of us believe he would go out on a podcast and say that? No, he's going to have his best friends back, and Cliff Averill the same. So I'll give him room as far as having Bobby's back, and I'm not going to get up in arms about that. I get that. But it's a whole nother thing when you start calling all of us crazy for seeing the same failures that you yourself spoke to in 2017. That's all I'm saying about it. Tom Cox, wow, I never thought the Bengals would win, let alone make the Super Bowl. Seattle can learn from this. You're damn right they can learn from it, Tom. And as I've said in the past to people that talk about us getting into some miserly point if we were to move on or change or look for new, to tell you that the NFL is the quickest of any sport in turnaround time. It's just about smart decision-making. And if you stack up enough smart decisions upon each other and then get a couple things breaking in your favor, you can turn things around and get yourself up back to the Super Bowl, get back into contention status, get back into being an elite team very, very quickly. Mike Thon, I'm so mad the Chiefs handed to Super Bowl to 49ers or Rams. Bengals have no chance to beat either team. It's going to be hard for him. That's true. I'll give him a chance, Mike. I'm not selling Joe Cool down. Joe Cool ain't cooling down. So I'm going to let, they got a chance to me. They got a chance. They're just young enough, dumb enough to not know what they don't know to get it done here. And we've got the Rams and the 49ers here game starting with the Rams starting with the ball, a little bubble screen out to Odell Beckham to begin things here for about a 4-yard gain. ADL Williams, Mahomes' wife, is throwing champagne bottles at fans right now. Oh, jeez. Randall, I hate Niners, but I respect them and their fans. I hate the Rams, and I don't respect them or their fans. My rationalization is to root for the San Francisco 49ers. Yeah, it's kind of where I would probably land on this too, Randall. It's hard to root for either for me. I'm just going to watch this almost as an observer. You know, I'm the observer. I'm merely watching. I'm merely here to watch. That's how I'm kind of going to look at this a little bit. It's hard for me with the hate in my heart for both of these teams too. But I have more respect for Niner fans. I think they're more dedicated. I think that they're more, I feel like they've been there longer for their team. So, Stafford throwing back across. Chuck Seeger says, how about them Bengals? Woo! Andrew Haney, weren't the Seahawks like this youngest team when they won the Super Bowl and had a quarterback win the Super Bowl their second year, similar to the Bengals? Very similar, Andrew. Yeah, very, very similar stage where their team was to where we were at that point. This is, I think, even more of a surprise, them getting here this year, because we had that previous year, Andrew, where we really had already established ourselves coming along. But with that being said, yeah, I could see it. Similar, very similar. And the 49ers forcing a punt right out the gate, 3 and out. Long driving kick puts Benjamin back at his 11 and gets back on the field to the 20-yard line. Mark Habercorn, do you think Pete made a deal for 2 more years and whoever they hire as defensive coordinator will be the Hawks' next head coach? Hit the like and sub button, folks. Oh, thank you, Mark, for mentioning that. Do please hit that like button and sub if you're not already subbed. I appreciate it. We're trying to get up into, we're almost there. We're just almost right there at the edge right now, pushing through over into, 6,000 here. So, I don't think that they're going to do a coaching waiting in the wings thing, Mark. This organization has had a recent trial of that with Holmgren and Jim Mora, and it didn't really work very well. And it was just an awkward situation. You end up with a locker room where players will gravitate to one coach here, and then other players will gravitate to this coach over there. And it can just be a little bit dodgy in that respect to try to make it work. And it's not had a lot of success throughout the league in past times trying to make it go either. So I don't think the coach made any other secondary deal on the heels of that. I don't. I'm not sure he's in a position with the season he just had to kind of even foster that kind of situation, you know. All right, the Rams went right in there. The 49ers are just going to put Debo in the backfield to start things off here. They're not messing around. They're not messing around. 2 tight ends, I formation, Debo in the backfield. That's, I love it, man. I love it. That's what I talk about, stylistic. All right, Debo on the edge. There ain't a lot of working room, but he finds a way. He makes it happen. Tom Cox says, if Carroll did use the players based off their strengths, Seattle would be a better off team. They would indeed. Jared Johnson says, nice mug. I just moved to Maui a month ago. Oh, nice, Jared. Well, you're going to love it there, man. It's an awesome place to live. I always got to get back to my home. I can only be away from home for so long, but my mom still lives out in Maui, so I still will be going out there from time to time, no doubt about it. It's a magical place. Christopher Kelly, go 12. Sorry, I'm watching Grossi for this game. Have a good show, though. Oh, no worries, Christopher. I understand, man. I'm good with Grossi. Grossi rated me about a month ago, so it's all good on that. It's all good on that. Oof. Jimmy just overthrew Kittle down the field. Jimmy overthrew somebody? ADL Williams, Perna's funny, Grossi is annoying. I'm glad Brando is streaming. Ah, hell yeah, ADL. Perna's all right. I like them both. They're all good with me. I can watch them both. Randall says, if I was betting, I'd take San Francisco plus 3.5 and the under of 45.5. I could probably be talked into it, Randall. Did my 24-17? Yeah, my 24-17's got him under, just barely under the 45. I'd take the under all day on this game. All day. Berg shows us I would trade Russ for Hurts and 3 number ones. Would you? I probably want a little bit more, Bergs. I probably want just a little bit more. I think that those picks in the first round for the Bengals this year are later picks like into the teens. And so what happens then at that point is that you're now out of tier 1 prospects and you're into tier 2 prospects, even though you're getting multiple first round picks in this draft. Obviously, you could package those picks to move up, but there's not a quarterback to move up to go get at that point. I might want a little bit more, but you're close to talking to me into it with that, that being probably around the top end of what you could expect for Wilson. I think you can get a little more, but that's probably right around the top end. You could talk me into it maybe, Bergs. Costa Rica, go Bengals, baby. Go Bengals, baby. I don't know. Is it who day? Is it who dat? Who dem? Who dis? I don't know which one it is. Costa Rica sports fan says whoever wins is getting pissed on in LA. Cool Breeze says, as a Hawks fan, this matchup sucks for obvious reasons, but I personally have more respect for San Francisco. The Rams moving to LA don't like McVay. The league pushing them, etc., makes me want to see them fail. That's where I land with this as well, Cool Breeze, firmly on this one. Hard to watch both of these two teams be this far along in the playoffs. Hard to know, again, too, confirming that the division is just so hard. This division is by far the best division in football, and if we're talking about it on a percentage scale, what is it? Is it 20% overall better than any of the other divisions in football? Meaning we're not just by a nose better, but we're significantly better than the rest of the divisions in football. And it sucks that knowing already how hard it is to get into the playoffs, how hard it is to get to the conference champion, how hard it is to get to the Super Bowl, and then as well, before we get to that spot, we got to go through the murderer's row. But is what it is, and it isn't changing. And it's also one of the reasons, Cool Breeze, that if we want to hope to contend in this day and age, right now, where we're at, where the team's at, where the teams around us are at, you've got to put all those chips and stack them to the center of the table, or else you will come up short. Randall says stadium's going to be 70% red. I bet. I was hearing that they were struggling to even fill the stadium this past week. The Rams were. They just don't have the fan base they think they do there. It's just, that's the facts of it. They can be pissed about that as they want. And they can moan about that all they want. But people come to LA from other places. People have other, a lot of LA are Raider fans. Some are 49er fans. Hell, maybe even fewer Chargers. I don't know, but I just don't have enough of a fan base there. They're going to try to make it happen, though. I mean, hell, you might get a Rams Super Bowl in LA. Coincidence? I think not. All right, so the Rams coming out a little bit of a run here with Cam Akers on a 2nd and 7 now. 11:47 on the clock. And boy, the Niners just getting some nice, quick, easy pressure there. Knocking down Stafford. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you, brother. He says, Brando, Chinese Zodiac, 2022 is the year of the tiger. Meow. Super Bowl. Oh, I like it when the years are a lot better. I hate when it's the year of the rat. Ugh. That means something's not great going to happen, doesn't it? But at least the year of the tiger or the year of the horse, you're like, yeah. It's going to be a good year. And 3rd down, the Rams go to Cooper Kupp. Shocker for a 1st down. Man, Just by their spread formations, they can dictate a matchup of Cooper Kupp on Fred Warner in the middle of the field without any second help, without any bracket help. It's just got to be tough on defensive coordinators, I guess. It's like that. You can't risk going up on that. Thank you, though, Paul. You're awesome. Ghost says, Paul, Trey Flowers is going to the Super Bowl. Yeah. I think it's going to take us all stream to come to grips with that, Ghost. Mike Don, Carlos Dunlap has egg on his face, leaves the Bengals, and they go to the Super Bowl. It's got to hurt for Carlos. It's got to sting. Stings the nostrils. Haran, hey, Brando, I think this will be a close game, and if so, some forces will bail out the Rams. I hope they win the Super Bowl then, but only to see them not helped out and falling off the salary cliff. It'll be interesting to see if there's a myriad of calls that go in their favor. Won't it, Haran? I mean, that is something to watch for in this game. We've seen even a couple of years ago, this Rams team go on the road in the Saints, and on a final basic play for the Saints, there's an obvious pass interference where the guy gets leveled before the ball gets there. But it's uncalled, and it vaults the Rams into the Super Bowl. Be interesting to see if there's a call like that in this game that happens. And the Rams do have a little bit of a drive going now here. They're into 49er territory at the 33-yard line. Play action pass here. Right back out to Odell Beckham on a nice little in-cutting route. First down. Odell's looking good. Good to see you, though, Haran. ADL says, I'm sick of the comic book theme football is doing with all the pictures this year. We get it. You're trying to ride the coattails of superhero movies. It's lame. Yeah, I didn't like it. I thought it's kind of silly too. ADL. You guys can do something else more than that. Get more creative than that. Do something else more. It's pretty uninspired. 1st and 10 now, 9:13 on the clock. Rams coming out here in 3 wide. Give into Akers up the middle. Nice little run by Akers. Boy, he gets low to the ground when he's going. When he's going forward, he is really low to the ground. Randall, is there a team with a better combo of wide receiver and running back than Cincy? Chase, Higgins, Boyd, 3 big, tall wide receivers. Mixon gets forgotten. No. That's about as good a combo, I think, as you'd find in the sport. I know there's a lot with 2, but I can't think of one with necessarily the 3. I mean, the Cowboys maybe have a little bit of an argument on that, but I mean, shoot, Amari Cooper's been down a bit, and I mean, CD's good, but Gallup's, he's okay. And Zeke, I don't know, Who do we take at this point, Zeke or Mixon? I might take Mixon over Zeke. I might go that. So I might lean in that direction, Randall. I'll think if there's another one that jumps out to me, but that'd be the only one that even competes with it, I'd say. Jacob says, I've been calling the Bengals to win all week despite all my coworkers telling me I was crazy. Who's crazy now, mother effers? Tom, I've been saying it. Rebuild now might be a great idea, but it's fear that Seattle won't be back if they start a rebuild, which I understand. I less understand it myself. I mean, and it's a little bit of the point that was being made on the Sherman Cliff podcast that they were saying is that if you move on from Carroll, there's no way you'll ever win again if you go on from Carroll. I don't understand that. And the part that doesn't make most sense to me on that is that 10 years prior to Coach Garrow getting here, we had 5, 6 division titles, a lot of playoff wins, went to a Super Bowl, should have won the Super Bowl if the referees didn't steal it from us. So how were we in the dark ages prior to Carroll's arrival? You had like a bad year with Mora, and the final year of Holmgren wasn't great in 6 and 07. But I don't quite wrap my head around this, and they didn't play football in Seattle before Carroll arrived. They thought the pigskins were actually edible. I almost feel like there's a little bit of that. I know you don't think that, but I feel like some of that's being perpetuated there in the background of this stuff. And it's like, no, we had years of tradition of good football here. We had some years of bad tradition too in the 90s, but in the 80s you did pretty good throughout, even though you weren't sensational. And then the 2000s were great, so and the Niners just picked the ball off there on a tip ball. Stafford pointed at himself like, somebody, officials, help me out. He's already looking at the officials like, weren't you guys supposed to help me out today? You guys have one job. That's to call a flag when I throw an interception. That is your job. Damn it. But I also think, Tom, when you're in a fear-based state, you don't make great decisions. And you should never make decisions from a fear-based mode. Worrying about all the ways things can go wrong, let's concentrate on the way things could go right. And it's no guarantee that moving on from Carroll will mean, or if you were to move on, Carroll, that would mean success. Very well, it could mean more failure. It could mean more sustained failure. But there's no guaranteed one way or another on that. It's no guarantee you fail. It's no guarantee there's greater success. It means something different. It means a change. And I think that's more of where I lean towards in the why of it, not in the guarantees of what it brings. Paul Third, does Deebo Samuel must be looking at a big payday? Possible he goes to his second Super Bowl. You think he'll get more money than DK? Ooh, what a great question. First off, I agree with you on the big payday. So we're both of like mind there. I think that he is going to be getting at least as much as DK first. So let's say that. And yeah, I think that he has an argument to be made that he can ask for more money than DK because he's used for extra things. You know, there's more punishment to his body. That's, you know, he's going to wear down more over the course of his career with the touches and carries that the Niners are piling up on his young body here. So yeah, I would say that he's got an argument to be made. I should make another couple million more than DK, who's just a wide receiver. ADL, I said if Trey Flowers gets a ring, I'd punch my TV, but if he beats the NFC West team, I'll spare my TV the pain. Oh, the TV, your TV's over there just sweating, man. I just over there with the little sad eye emojis, just, please no, sir. Tiago says, who day? Mohammed Al-Sharafari. Deebo is establishing himself against the Rams defense, including AD. I love DK, but I feel Ramsey is really getting in his head, and he can't seem to win anything against him. He had a good, second game that he did pretty good this year, Muhammad. He was a little better, I think, this year. Had a couple catches on him in that game. I think it's maybe a little bit of that, I think, as well, Muhammad. You got to remember with DK this year, he's getting double-teamed a lot, and that includes when Ramsey's on him with the Rams. He garners a lot of that attention. And Fred Warner just threw down Stafford. Stafford's like, did you see what he did? Did you see what he did? He threw me down. Head on a swivel, Maddie. Head on a swivel. And Deebo's got an easier way, of course, too, on this a little bit, Mohammed, of establishing himself because you can put him in the backfield. I mean, he can become a running back so that even if he's not getting open on the outside against a Ramsey, you run him fly sweeps and have him just be your tailback from time to time, and you can manufacture some touches with him. You know, DK, because of how big he is, and he's just not that kind of player, you kind of can't do that same thing with him. You know, they're kind of just two different players in what they do. Well, I think DK can have as big an impact on the game as Deebo, if not more of a bigger impact on the game than Deebo. But there's some things that got to be done to make that happen. At the first and foremost, Mohammed, I would say you've got to find a way to draw away the double coverage from DK a little more consistently. He got doubled as much as any wide receiver in this sport this past year. And so the way to get away from those double teams is attack teams that utilize the double teams. That should be going to other players who should be wide open in space. They weren't able to do that as much this year, though, when he got doubled. So that's more to me about getting more out of DK is pulling away those double teams. A guy getting doubled that much, you should have other openings. There should be wide open spaces on the football field at that point. It's the defenses are really not set up to allow to be able to have that kind of not just bracket coverage, but straight double coverage going. Not consistently. You can get away with it here or there, but not to constantly get away with it at almost 27%, 28% clip this year with DK. Tom says, I didn't see this podcast. I didn't come up on the mentions. Oh, I'm sorry, man. Ethan, oh yeah, I saw the comment of yours on Sherman's podcast. What the hell were they talking about? I also left a comment there. I would ask them, what has the Seahawks done in the last 7 years? I'm not a guy I'm not a guy that gets triggered. That stuff triggered me though when I was reading that stuff. Not reading that, but just watching them talk about it and the wanton way that they discuss the fan base and that stuff. To me, again, it's like we can have a debate on stuff without getting to a childish state of things. Let's talk about what the problems are. Let's exactly talk about them. Let's not be vague. Let's not speak in grand fashion, but speak to the actual individual parts and pieces that have gone wrong in this team in the past, go wrong on this team this year, and will probably go wrong in the future. Not because I'm not optimistic or hopeful, but because we've seen no indication of the coaching staff or front office that they're going to correct these prior mistakes. Correct these things that have plagued them over and over again. If they did, I'd have a lot more optimism. I'd be like, they got this fixed. They got it solved. They understood what was going on. They went, oh man, this hit us in 17, this hit us in 18, this hit us in 19, this hit us in 20, this hit us in 21. We're not going to let it hit us in 2022. But, we kind of need them to at least tell us or maybe show us in their actions to arrive at that state. And until they do one of those two things, I'm going to still operate moving forward like they're going to stay in this lane, cruise control button pressed, foot off the gas, and let the car go where it may. And if it's that, then I'm going to call them on it. And I have a right to call them on it. I'm not crazy for doing so. And speaks nothing to being spoiled as a fan. It speaks to wanting to see something broken fixed. And even once it's fixed, doesn't guarantee we're getting to Super Bowls, but it means that you're fixing and controlling the things that are within your grasp to fix. Ooh, nice play by the punter there on the punt. 49ers just kicked it down, and the gunner got the ball, caught it in the air, was falling into the end zone, and falling in the end zone, just threw it back. This is where the Niners just had that kind of feel to them a little bit like a team going to the Super Bowl, even though I think the Rams are going to win this game. They got that just kind of general sort of, I don't know, it's swag. I don't know what I'd call it. Something indescribable. James Tomlinson says Cliff and Rich are emotionally invested in Pete and his legacy. So yeah, I'll give them a pass even if I disagree. I give them a pass too. I don't hate them. I wish they could make their point without having to come on the back of the fans. And where they could say, we just disagree with them on that, but I mean, it is what it is. I like that they have their coaches back, I guess, which is cool. I'm not going to hate them for it, but again, like you said, I'm going to disagree fervently with their approach on the discussion. Chuck Seeger says Sherman took too many blows to the head. Rada. This has been like 5. This has been downhill since 2017. Agreed, Rada. That was my point too. With it, it's just this is not just a 1-year thing, and that with the spoiled. Those have been the two items that most get thrown out by the people in disagreement with the people that land in the camp of wanting change. And both of those 2 points have gotten so old, and they're backed by nothing but just. Again, the one bad year I don't get. Have you been watching this team? Really? This team's been just good. It's been good. Just every bit as good as those 2012, 13, 14 seasons. It's been just that same kind of level of competitiveness. We've been that elite team. I think Cliff said in the podcast something about, you got a top 5 team for 10 years. We haven't been a top 5 team for the last 6 years. I don't think we've been a top 10 team for the last 6 years. Maybe on 1 year you were fringe top 10, maybe. But that's not an elite team at that point. And again, it's the debate. It is the debate of the fandom going on right now, no doubt. Remember the time I've been noticing that they are quick to talk about Russ and his shortcomings, but as soon as Pete gets called out, they're jumping to his defense, even if the criticism is justified. It's the same thing I'm noticing as well. I again understand disagreement. We talk about this in the chat all the time. I welcome disagreement in this chat. I think it helps us all fundamentally strengthen our arguments. I don't think you strengthen your argument by name calling when you're in a debate. But as well, it's a little bit, as I said, a bit of the disingenuousness of some of the arguments being made on this other side of it. Averill and Sherman are here for 6 years. If they're sitting here for this last 6-year period, playing their hearts out, giving it their all, laying their body on the line. And those players arrived after that 6-year period having understood that they had one playoff win. They're going to just be sitting there going, well, Pete's, if you move on from Pete, it's crazy. That's just insane. To want change, that's just no way. No possible way you could ever want that. No possible way? We're insane? Spoiled for wanting so? Come on now. No way. Ethan Sherman and Cliff also said if Bobby leaves, that means you're rebuilding. What the F is he talking about? You tell me, Ethan. It didn't make any sense to me either. And boy, Higbee out for the Rams. That's a big blow to them. The tight end for them is out in this game. They're already down Robert Woods here. Now I know they got Odell, but Ronda says Bobby got to go regardless. Not many linebackers making that much money. Agreed, Rada. Just can't pay that amount of money, especially when you've had the defensive returns we've had over the past couple of years with him, making the most money on that defense. It's like it ain't bringing about the results of a dominant defense. You probably got to look to something else. ADL Williams, and if he wants to take a restructure deal, I'm open to that. He has to go significantly lower than the cap hit is currently right now for this. Boy, Stafford look at that late flag. Look at that late-ass flag. A horribly thrown ball by Stafford. All right, his hands are on him. It's past 5 yards. Hands are still on him. I mean, I'll give him that. Boy, that flag was thrown from Sarasota. I don't know. Baby C's Trainers, thank you for subscribing. You're awesome. Nolan R. Vance with a $5 donation says, OTC says Rams $15 million over the cap in 2022, hoping their wheels finally fall off. The Rams are in trouble, Nolan, and I've looked at their situation for how they can get out from under some salary, and they can get a little bit here and a little bit there. Maybe they could restructure a couple of deals, but then they still got to get like up over $6-7 million just to cover whatever they need for practice squad and any draft pick signings. So they got to do a lot of work just to get back over the top, say nothing of trying to add more to their team. I think they might be losing Whitworth as well, Nolan, this offseason. So that's also a possibility that we could be looking at here too. We'll see. I think that it, like me and Brendan were talking about in the last show, the folks that think that the salary cap doesn't exist or that it's not a real thing, it is. And I think Brendan made a great example of this, of like the Matrix, of, you go into that movie, you go into the Matrix, and you can walk on walls and you can do certain things to bend physics, but you can't break them. And you can bend the cap maybe, but you ain't going to be able to break the cap. That part's just not possible. Rada says 2019 was a little light in the darkness, but these last two seasons have been a free fall. 2019 was okay. It was okay. I think there was, even at that time, some things showing up that were starting to be, again, even at that time. And 18 wasn't the greatest. 17 wasn't the greatest. 19, you obviously got, I think, into the playoffs and got a little bit of noise made. But boy, that season was a little bit of a struggle as well to find yourself, and you needed to make some last minute trades just to kind of get yourself into that direction of things. There was still a lot of that sort of scrambling nature to the way that they were looking at team building. Which has been, again, one of those things I point to as just a common element that keeps repeating. Goax05 says, Sherman's pod was nails on a chalkboard for me. Yeah, it was the same thing for me, man. I went 80% in and shut it off because it was just pissing me off on what I was listening to. I can't disagree more with almost just about everything that they said. And again, I understand, as somebody else said, that they're going to have their coaches back, they're going to have their buddies back. I'm not going to hold feet to the fire on that type of stuff. But at the same point in time, part of the problem and issue here and why we're not seeing change this offseason has to do with narratives and people keeping narratives established that aren't the truth. And it's part of why we have to wait to see eventual change that might bring about something that does better, I think. I'm hopeful I'm wrong on all this, by the way. I hope Carroll's got that second gear in his tank and he proves all of us wrong, and I'll sit here and I'll go grab a live crow and I'll eat it on stream for y'all. But, we'll see on that one. And y'all, Williams, y'all see how many red jerseys are in the stands? I saw clips of the tailgate in the parking lot in pregame. It was 99% San Francisco jerseys. I can't say I'm surprised, ADL. I can't say I'm surprised. Not at all. That's just the way it rolls there. And Natasha Leclerc, thank you for subscribing, Natasha. Appreciate you. Keldon says, no matter who the Bengals play, it will be a home game for the Rams or the 49ers. Laughing out loud. It will be. Yeah. Probably more for the 49ers and the Rams. I mean, they can't even get their fans in the stadium here, so, So we'll see on the other end of it. Let me get some more coffee here, folks. Be right back. Big Country, how you doing? Baby C's trainer says if they do, I'm a Rams fan. If the Rams win, oh, you'd go Rams more than Bengals, Baby C's. I mean, how can we not root for the plucky Bengals at that point? That'd be a tough one not to. Mike Thon says, as much as I hate McVay, you have to respect what he's done with the Rams. If he was Seahawks coach, Seahawks fans would love him. Agreed. I mean, he's gotten work done there. They were down like 10 coaches, especially considering this last offseason. I think they lost like 10 coaches between the ones we took from them team, the Chargers took from their team. They had kind of a little bit of an exodus of the staff leaving, and it didn't cause them to drop off in the least this season. They've done a fantastic job. I think he's had certain things that have been helpful to make his job easier there, like an Aaron Donald. And the fact that their front office has been maybe the most aggressive front office in football. But nonetheless, in addition to that, he's done a very good job. I got to give him credit for that. Rams coming out with a lot of runs here in this game against this 49er defense, which is kind of interesting to see. That was a quick first quarter. Resk 11, Wilson is leaving the Seahawks for sure. Well, it's been my long prediction, Resk, of that happening if the season played out like this season played out. So we'll see if there is some kind of change in the way that stream's rolling, but that does seem to be where this is going to probably go. We'll see which way it rolls, and we're not hearing any indication in the background. It has been completely quiet, but we'll know soon. We'll start understanding really quickly. I will say this, I'm still hopeful he does remain. I'm hopeful that does say. I know my prediction's been that I think that they will move, but I do hope that maybe there's been some come to Jesus moment between Carroll and Wilson where they've given him some assurances and said, we're going to build you an offensive line, and I've seen the light of my ways, and I'm never going to drink no more, baby. I ain't never going to touch that bottle no more. I swear, baby, I'm never going to touch that bottle. You swear you're going to touch it? I'm never going to touch that bottle again. I swear. Just stay with me, Wilson. Stay with me. Eric 99, let's all not forget. No one thought Seattle would beat the Denver juggernaut, and we annihilated them. I can see the Bengals doing the same thing this year. It's possible. It's a harder matchup to predict with the Bengals doing it, with us doing it, because so much what the Broncos did, and I think drawing so much support from people was that offense was a record-breaking offense, right? 55 touchdowns by Manning and threw for a god-awful amount of yards. And I think a little bit of that was kind of driven from one to the other there, just a tiny bit. But, oh my gosh, Stafford's got some weird throws today. Oh, they're going to let him play? Yeah, that was a throw in the dirt. But I think the Bengals got a shot, man. Eric, to your point on that, I think the Bengals got a shot. And Devin, I don't know if I said, thank you for being a patron, by the way. You're one of my long patrons out there. Seahawks Network says Trey Flowers is going to the Super Bowl. That's awesome. Hey, props to him. I give him props, man. So it would have been easy for him to go into the tank this year after he left Seattle and failed and had an opportunity to claim that job and go make himself some money. And instead, he kept fighting, man. You got to appreciate that mentality. And the Bengals are using him right. Remember the time. I also think that Sherman was out of the pocket for that 2005 team. Remember the time says I also think that Sherman was out of pocket for that 2005 team. Mike Holmgren and those teams get their credit for building the foundation. The fans love those teams too. Well said. That's where I landed with it too. It annoyed me. I don't know. It's where somebody becomes married to a point and then they just start playing with the details a little bit of it to make their point land right. And it's like, what? Any of you that were around in 2005, what part of the city struck you as just being happy to be in that Super Bowl? That there wasn't a single Seahawks fan I ran across, and I ran across many at that time because the whole city was alive. It was electric. And nobody was just happy to be there. We wanted to win that sucker. So, yeah, again, that out of pocket's a good way to put it. And the 49er defense continues to play. They play really well here. Stafford's being gutsy. Man, these defenses are making it hard, though. Randall, you're 45 and a half under, man. This game, we might not get 20 points in this game. Eric 99, hey Brandon, how would you feel about using DK like San Francisco uses Debo? DK has the size and speed to throw a wrinkle in the offense. Yeah, he does. I don't think I would be in much favor of it. I think he would end up getting beat up really quickly doing that type of thing. Debo's a real unique player. And I think that you can't, just because he's doing it, I don't think means that other guys could do it as well. Debo is he's just unique. You've got more of a guy in Eskridge who fits more of that mold of being able to do the stuff Debo does. Albeit he's a little bit smaller than Debo, he still should be able to run some of that stuff with even potentially maybe running some stuff out of the backfield. I don't know if he can or not, but why not try it? He'd be the guy more, Eric, I'd lean toward giving that shot to. I think DK needs to remain on the outside, in my opinion. Matthew Bowles, remember too, Eric, with DK, the lateral stuff, the short cone stuff, right? Like running backs got to do more into that short cone kind of movements in that space, and that might not be as easy for him to pull off. Wow, Nick Bosa just blew that play up in the backfield, 1st and 10. Damn, these defenses are playing lights out right now. Matthew Bowles, what's up? I was here for Seattle versus Bears. What's up, Matthew? Welcome on back into the fray, my brother. Oh, Bosa just killed that play. He took out 2 guys. I don't know why they had Odell trying to block him. Well, that's where Odell's playing the Robert Woods role, and he can't play that Robert Woods role like Woods can. Stafford, a little screen out here to Cooper Kupp, gets up the field, keeps his feet for a nice 6-7 yard gain. ADL Williams, Jimmy G is not that guy. No, he's not. We were screaming last week for them to bring Trey Lance into the game. I still think it would be interesting. Randall says, a part of me wonders if you don't play Lance a few snaps in this game. What do you got to lose, right, Randall? Like, there's a ceiling here to how many points Jimmy G is going to get you in this football game. Especially, again, how many quarters did we watch last week of the game in the Packers that they didn't score, weren't getting anything? You went through a first half with nothing. Like, how can Lance be worse, I wonder, Randall, Especially if you just ask him to use his legs, create some easy short throws, lean on the running game, shorten this game down. I can't. I mean, just like you said, even just a few snaps. Costa Rica sports fan, I do that trade, but not with Coach Carroll as coach. The Eagles trade. Fortunately, that might be where we're at with it. If I'm an Eagles, this is always what happens. People call and text when I'm streaming. If I'm the Eagles, I roll with Hurts, use those 3 picks to build a Super Bowl offense around him. I wish I could get more excited by Hurts. I feel like he can't push the ball up the football field. He's got mobility, but I just don't think he can do anything to attack down the field, which is what Coach Carroll's going to want. He's an interesting cat, but he just doesn't get me excited. Not that guy we get's going to get us excited. No, everybody's going to be unexciting after us. In the tech world, I hate the 49ers more than the Rams, but I also hate the Rams. I can't stand the Niners, so either way. Rams fans aren't bad as 49er fans, but I have a friend who likes them. Well, they're not as bad just because they're not as developed as the Niner fans. You know, they're like little fledgling babies. They're just little babies in their cribs. They don't know how to be angry or trollish. Pretty straightforward on the spam today. Yeah, fairly to the point. Megan says, I hate the Winers fans with a passion, so I am all over the Rams for this game. Fair enough. Randall says, think how lucky Cam Akers got last week. That fumble could have been a career-defining. Could have. I think he gets a lot of props for coming back from that injury as quickly as he did this season. Sort of like he gets a free pass in that respect for what he's accomplished. Could have been. Brendan says, I hate these teams so much, but the Niners are a really deep hatred. It's going to be all over the board on this one, I know. GoOxo5 says, D'Amico Ryans is a great defensive coordinator. He'll be a great coach one day. He's on the path. Eric 99, they struggle to fill the stadium because the tickets are insane expensive. I live in LA, I know. A studio apartment out here is $1,000 a month minimum. Who has an extra $2,000 for his nosebleed seats? That's a good point. Nice throw by Stafford out to Cooper Kupp there. Great little timing route to the outside. Got him a first down. Rams are driving again here. Yeah, it's a good point. Somebody can make the argument you also make more in LA, so there should be more people making the kind of money to swing those kind of prices. But agreed. I mean, if it's going for $2,000 for nosebleed seats, that's ridiculous. That's not even Super Bowl prices. I mean, shoot, I could have gotten the New York Seahawks Super Bowl in 2014 for like $1,000. 2,000 is just, it's really that much? Jesus. Stafford shotgun now here. They're driving inside the 20 in the red zone. Stafford rolling around. Nick Bosa coming in for the sack. Bosa on fire right now. Big country, NFL loves the Rams. Oh, they love big Rams. They look at that LA market and they just start frothing at the mouth. Kelvin, no one hates you here. You're loved. You're beloved. Matthew Bowles says the Seahawks won their last game, so can't complain. No, we're undefeated in 2022, Matthew. All right, Stafford and shotgun here. They'll give up the middle. Looks like Cam Akers is out of the game here for the Rams. That's going to hurt their running game if he's not able to come back. Sony Michel is a drop-off from Cam Akers. This clock just continues to wind fast in this first half. We got 3rd and 13 for the Rams, 9:13 to go. Fat Boy Cost says AFC North can debate who got the toughest division. To me, we got them beat, but they've got a great. They're definitely the runner-up. But I think we got them beat. Oh, what a great Jesus. How does Cooper Kupp get open all the time like he does for a touchdown there? 3rd and 13. He's the one guy you're going to want to take away. This is where I hope the telecast shows the overhead shot of how the Niners played this. You got him lined up, and then the guy takes the flat route. Oh, the corner blew the coverage. It's like they're so scared to cover him at times that they go to let. I mean, The linebacker's got that flat route, and then the corner takes it as well. God, that's a brutal time. That's a brutal time to blow the coverage there on a 3rd and 13. Like, don't take the flat route, brother. No. Good job. Golly. Brendan says, the more Richard Sherman talks, the more he knows me, crapping on Russ, defending Jimmy G, etc. Bingo. Yes. I'm in the same place, Brendan. I'm like, dude, I want to go to bat for you, but you're making it hard. Hey, Williams, see what happens when you cover Cup properly? Hell yeah. As they just got a touchdown to him ADL. I know, man. They had him for a while, but geez, that was just one where it's like, do not leave him alone out of your zone. Randall McDaniel says, I have a buddy who's a diehard Niners fan. He was elated when I told him I wanted them over the Rams by default. They need all the juice they can get. Tom says, on that Sherman podcast, I do get his point that Seattle fans are spoiled, and if Seattle fires Carroll and trade Russ and 90s would return, it could, but I think Seattle can be spoiled. Again, and this is Tom, I disagree vehemently, man. I really disagree, like, so ardently on the spoiled aspect of things. Walk through just on an own logic, reason-based sort of thing to this on being spoiled or whatever. How many losing seasons is it we should sustain? Is it 2 then that we're not spoiled if we start complaining? Is it 3 that we're not spoiled? How many, if we win a decade with only 1 playoff win, do we have to wait the full 5 years, the full 10 years of only 1 playoff win, where then we get to speak up? Because we've got to, before we speak up, always remember that there's teams like Detroit out there or the Houston Texans that are out there, and we could become them. That's a little bit of the silliness to me of the argument of being spoiled. Richard Sherman didn't come into the NFL, Tom, to be an average football player. He didn't come out here to just be happy to be here. I'm just happy to be here. I'm going to try my best. He came here to dominate. He came here to be the best cornerback in the sport. So why, as we fans, why should we be different? Why should we have a different expectation level? Why should we not be pushing for that same level of attainment? Why is it any different? But the spoiled thing I don't get. We've not been good for 6 years. The only thing people can say, Tom, is we've won more games than we lost basically every season for 6 years. But we've had no playoff success. We've not been an elite team. So are we trying to just get into the playoffs, or are we trying to push to be an elite team, a team that can go win Super Bowls? There's no guarantee you'll ever go win the Super Bowls, but that you're being a team that's aspiring to that. And that's what I'm speaking to. So I don't get the spoiled comment. And again, I don't it. We can talk about whether or not it's right or wrong to move on from Wilson or Carroll or Snyder or to go get a new coach. We can have that full discussion without having to get into some silly name-calling stage of things, which doesn't address the problems at hand, doesn't address the actual meat and potatoes of the debate. Mohammed Alsfari says, I agree with you on DK's take, but I feel DK's emotional affecting the team negatively sometimes. Last year after DK threw his tantrum against the Rams in the playoffs. Definitely wasn't a good look in the Rams playoff game. I'll give you that, Mohammed. I felt like he took some steps forward this year in his maturity. He is a guy that came to this league really, really young, and we want these guys to be grown up kind of instantaneously, and I think that's sometimes easier said than done. But I thought he was solid this year. I didn't think he had a lot of emotional outbursts this past year. I think there's times where, again, the team doesn't target him at times, Mohammed, and then loses football games. And if I'm, as a receiver, I'm not getting targeted a lot in a football game, and then we're losing a football game, I want my receivers to be unhappy with that. I don't want them to be like, well, I did my job. No. I want them to be like, what are we doing here? Why aren't we pushing for more? What a great catch out there to Brandon Ayuk down the sideline. Jimmy Garoppolo threw a deep ball. Let me clear my eyes. Did I see that right? Brandon Ayuk could have almost kept going here if he just stayed in bounds too. It seemed like he thought the out-of-bounds marker was closer than where it was. Goodness. He's shaking his head. He's like, I could have gotten up that sideline there. Nice answer by the 49ers here, though. Nice. 7:30 on the clock here at the 42-yard line. Jimmy under center. Elijah Mitchell in the backfield. Delay a game. Tom says also, us fans need to agree how many franchises would take how successful Seattle has been the past years, but they didn't really say what it takes to get back to that LOB team in 2013. Yeah, I know, Tom, other fans would take the success that we've had. But again, you've got to pair it up to what we've seen over the last 5 or 6 years. Because if you just go what we've had in the last 10 years, you go, well, in the last 10 years, you've been to 2 Super Bowls and you had a legendary defense. Yeah, but legendary defense was almost 10 years ago at this point. We're almost going back to that 10-year standpoint. Again, my question to you on that is, at what point are we allowed to complain then when we're not spoiled? Is it 2025 I got to wait to say anything? And if I say anything before that point, I'm just being a complete spoiled fan. Because and when you come to the answer to that question, I think you can kind of land at the reason why I draw a little bit of, I don't understand the point on that. I don't get the spoiled point. Because there is a spot where all the people who even call us spoiled say, there is a spot where it's too much, where you go, yeah, we got to move on from Carroll then. Okay, so we agree. There is a line. There is a line where you go, us as a fan have a right to call for change. It's just that we happen to disagree on where that line stands. That doesn't mean one side's spoiled or the other. It just means we disagree on that. I don't get where it comes down to the spoiled aspect of things. I just don't. Deebo Samuel balling out right now up the field. You can't bring him down. Oh my God, Deebo Samuel just manimaled it. Absolutely just manimaled it down the football on the squad. Whew. What a run by Deebo. Just a little bubble screen, and he that was all him. Little bit of blocking and a lot of him. Brendan Eichrick, what's my dream offseason looking like? Nice bubble screen. I mean, they didn't block anything on that, and he still got through all that. Oh my gosh. Dream offseason would look like Teron Armstead at left tackle, Jason Kelsey at center, Daniel Fa'alele drafted in the second round to be the right tackle. I would sign Sidney Jones and DJ Reed to a small end deal. I'd sign Jadeveon Clowney to a 2-year, $20 million deal, something in that realm of things. Re-sign DK Metcalf to a contract extension. Restructure or cut Bobby. That'd probably be it. Look, see if I could find another 3 tech after that. And maybe address, if I could find like a guy in free agency at the tight end position, I'd bring back Disley and then, maybe bring back Everett, look at O.J. Howard, look at David Njoku, look at a free agent roster as far as tight ends go. But something along that line, Brendan, would be what I would be a dream off season for me on that. Nice job by the Niners to answer there, where they were, Rams really just went up the field on them a little bit. Kind of been moving the ball decently. The Niners benefited from that first drive where they got the interception at the goal line. But on this drive, just a nice job by Jimmy and company. Jimmy had to make a good throw down the football field, made it, and then the bubble screen call there. Great call there. Back in this game. Randall says, the more I think about Hawks issues, the more I lean towards drafting, number 1, drafting personnel decisions, number 2, and coaching, number 3, as the main issues. I'd go with that. I could go with that, Randall. A.D.L. Williams, the 0-0 tie will go into history. Oh, I missed a couple of super chats. I'm sorry, guys. Sector 7 with the $2 donation. Thank you, Spectre 7. Says, go Bengals. That is all. Have a good stream, man. Thank you for Sector 7 for the support. I appreciate you, man. And go Bengals, man. Go Bengals. Who dey? Food Gamer with a $2 donation says, if we re-sign Brown, I'm going to be pissed off. Well, thank you for the $2 donation, Food Gamer. It's a real possibility. Me and Brendan did some breakdowns on free agent left tackles coming up this offseason, and there's not a plethora of them. You have Teron Armstead, Jake Fisher. You get down real lean and mean and quick down to a guy like saying, well, why don't we just bring back Brown at $7 million or something? Like you, I don't want to see that happen, but it doesn't mean that that's going to keep the team from going in that direction of things. So we'll see what they decide to do with it. I'm unsure where they're going to go exactly with it. They got money to spend this offseason, but they could easily say, let's just bring Brown back into the fold and call it a day. Muhammad says Russell Wilson had to force a throw to DK, which led to a pick six. Then the game was just unwinnable after that. It was, and there was a lot of problems on that particular play that went on, including Freddie Swain not putting his block down correctly. But again, I lean towards a little bit, Muhammad, of that being a second year in the league for the kid. He's 22 years old. He's going to grow with time. Let him mature. Let him maturate a little bit. And we saw some of that maturation, I felt like, this year. The growth was there. I think we got a lot of, I guess what I like to lean on this too, Mom, is I feel like there's a lot of problems with this team that need to be fixed, corrected. I just don't feel like DK is one of those main issues. Randall, something I thought about, if Pete were the coach of the Cowboys this year, I think it would have gotten to the Super Bowl. They would have gotten to the Super Bowl. Maybe. They would have run the ball a lot more. I'll tell you that, Randall, which maybe they would have been better at if they would stuck to running it. But, he also would have hamstrung that offense and some of the effectiveness of that offense and what they do to get some of that running going. It's an interesting question. Or a possibility, I should say. Go Hawks Survive doing some predictions for offseason right here first. Bobby signs new deal to save us $12 million. O-line additions of Ben Jones and Teron Armstead and Morgan Moses. All right, we'll see if that holds up, man. I like you addressing the offensive line. I've wondered about Morgan as well. The only question I have with him is he's just a little bit of more of your Frankenstein right tackle type, more of the traditional right tackle type. Would that fit into the Waldron mobility need at the tackle positions? That'd be my one wonder. But Ben Jones is pretty solid, if unspectacular, but solid. Wouldn't maybe be bad there either. D-Nugget says, all of a sudden, Russ is the old quarterback in the crowd. Clock is ticking. That's right. But Tom Brady retired this offseason. We'll see if what happens with Aaron Rodgers. That still remains up in the air a little bit. You never know. He may Ben Roethlisberger going out this year. Breeze, Rivers gone. Is Russ going to be the old man on the block here this offseason? Coax 05 says D-line additions of Clowney and Nakeem Hicks and eventually re-signing DJ Reed and potentially re-signing Diggs with the remaining cap space. I'm good with all your plan. You know me, I'm hesitant on the Diggs deal, but I'm good with pretty much everything else you said there. I like that you're addressing your offensive line first and foremost. D-Nugget says Brady plays till 50. Well, he's trying to retire. I don't know. Big Country Wilson has carried since 15, except the last season and a half. Agreed, Big Country. I think there was a period of time there where the issues and problems when Wilson was in his prime, at the same time he's coming into his prime, a lot of some of the issues that were plaguing Carroll as Randall McDaniel just pointing to, the roster building, the drafting, the coaching players, the developing of players, was starting to fall back, but it was getting covered up a little bit by Russell Wilson's heroics and his end game heroics and whatnot. It doesn't mean that it wasn't still there. Maybe else is Tobias, let's go. Knew I could count on you being live, Brando. Keep up the great work. Thank you, Tobias. Appreciate you, my guy. One of my OGs on the channel. Good to see you on in the chat. Hope you're doing well. And we got the Rams driving now at the 50-yard line here. 3 wide receivers, Stafford and shotgun. He's looking around. Finds Cooper Kupp wide open in the middle of the football field again. Kupp must just do some Doctor Strange voodoo magic on the defensive backs prior to the snap, because he just always gets just wide open. It's amazing. Brendan, shout out Cam, complete opposite of Sherman. The more he talks, the more I like him. Remember the Jody Allen tweet? I do remember that. And I do like what I don't find myself disagreeing with Cam as much as I find myself disagreeing with Sherman at times. D-Nugget, hey, Patriots had a 10-year drought, but did go to the Super Bowl in that period. Patriots had a 10-year drought, but did go to the Super Bowl in that period, however. They did, yeah. Again, Cup wide open for it looks like a first down. Very close. Now they're going to cut him short. Golly. He's good. He's really good. 3rd and 1. Seahawks Network, we were lucky to get to 7 wins this year. The fact that Freddie Swain, Ryan Neal, and Kyle Fuller were contributing to this football team the majority of the year is absolutely pathetic. We can do better. We can do better, Seahawks Network. And that's not even trying to say we got to get superstars for the position to be replacements for them. But especially in the case of Freddie Swain and Kyle Fuller, they were league worst at their position. I think you can do better than league worst. You know, I think we can do better than the 111th receiver out of 120 rated receivers in the league. You know. Obi-Wan, Nakeem Hicks is the only 3-tech replacement. It's pretty much all that's out there. I've wondered if you could maybe get away with using a little bit Obi-Wan of Calais Campbell as a rotational 3-tech if he wants to keep going. He's really old, and you definitely have to reduce his snaps down. Oh, Stroh and neck and go and neck and whack and necker. Drop the ball. Stafford put that thing right on it. That's one of those things that hits you in the hands. You need to catch it. I don't care if it's a hard catch. He just blew right up the gut there, and get your hands up, sucker. Oh, bro, come on. Oh, you're a receiver. That's what you're supposed to do. Stafford's hitting his hands like, dude, that's what you do, man. You've got to catch that. It's like the ball surprised him at how fast it got there down the field. Like Stafford did one of his lightning strikes. 4th and 1. Or no, they got the first. How'd they get the first? Daniel Williams, Ramsey hurt. Higbee limps off the field. Tide is turning. Megan says, I've had to leave many of the Hawks fan groups on Facebook due to being called a bandwagoner or doing to speak out about the Russell will he or won't go drama. Yeah, I've sensed it in here too, Megan. I know I've in my past probably lost subscribers because we have these discussions and talk about it. I think it's something you got to discuss. I think it's worth talking about. I think there's going to be a lot of fans too that get sort of sideswiped this offseason when something major potentially happens that they weren't preparing themselves for a possibility of going down. But, you know, people get sensitive about this stuff. That's for sure, Megan. It's the 2 most sensitive topics that I've covered throughout this time of doing this channel in a couple of years, by far. By far. Eric99, Brando, I see, I agree with your points. Allow me to counter for sake of argument. Please do. We had the LOB and we did get spoiled. Remember the 85 Bears? Their fan base got spoiled as well. Pete is our Ditka. I just don't, again, Eric, I guess what I'm trying to drive towards and understanding spoiled, when we speak to like doing that, what do we mean by spoiled? Like, what does it mean? That we got to enjoy a good level of success. We enjoyed a Super Bowl win in 2013, and now we're spoiled in 2022 because of a Super Bowl win in 2013 or because of a Legion of Boom defense in 2013. I'm totally open to your counter argument on this. Just flesh this one out for me. What do you mean by spoiled? Does spoiled mean that we've had such good success that we aren't allowed to speak then about problems with the team that are going on right now and that will continue to go on in the future, meaning that we're going to continue to see football not played at a high level, meaning we have no chance at even getting to a divisional round, much less a conference championship? That's where I'm trying. If you could do me that favor on this, Eric, just in the counter, flesh out what's meant by spoiled. Get to exactly, I know it's hard with the 200 character count limit, to what is meant by spoiled. I don't know that the 85 Bear fans got spoiled. What happened on that team and the reference I've always made between the Legion of Boom and the 85 Bears team had nothing to do with the fans being spoiled. It had everything to do with the players and their egos getting out of control and everybody going out and clout chasing and everybody trying to drive and say, we're the reason that we're great. No, I'm the reason we're great. No, and then the infighting happens and it tears apart the fabric of the football team. That had nothing to do with the Chicago Bears fans. The players did that all on their own. And quite frankly, one of the reasons that the Legion of Boom had a short shelf life on top of the injury situation had a lot to do with egos clashing and cliques developing in locker rooms and everybody wanting to clout chase and drive towards who it was that was responsible for them being as great as they were. The same thing that tore apart that Bears team. But again, the fans had nothing to do with that. That was the players. That was the players and their egos, the coaches and their egos, Buddy Ryan and his ego, Mike Ditka and his ego. That's what drove that. At least that's the way I see it. Seahawks Network, we have star power, but star power doesn't win you Super Bowls. Depth does. We have stars, but when they go down, we've got nothing behind them. No surprise, we're so bad I think you mean postseason, Seahawks Network. Yeah, you've been a little top heavy. That goes to the draft, lack of drafting, lack of player development, lack of coaching guys up, getting the most out of them, putting them in the right positions to succeed. That's why you've landed where you've landed with some of this stuff, 100%. And it looks like we're going to have a field goal attempt here by the Rams, a 54-yarder here to try to get up. And, nowhere close. I don't even think he had the distance on that one. So the Niners are going to be able to take over here around midfield with 2 minutes to go here and a chance to get up in this football game. Boy, it's been a slugfest here back and forth as far as not points go. Just both teams just seems like the lines are really just kind of stalemating a little bit here. Tom, I wonder that us fans in Seattle are too greedy. But how many Hall of Famers only have one Super Bowl that Seattle had during their 2012, 14, 15 season? I wonder that us fans in Seattle are greedy. I don't think we're greedy. I think we want to watch good football on Sundays, right? I want to watch a good football product on the field. I'd love it if they could get to a Super Bowl. The last 5 or 6 years, the product has become increasingly bad. And while you've had certain years you've gotten away with it because you've had Russell Wilson magic or things have broken in your favor, that doesn't mean that those problems haven't been there and won't continue to be there. I mean, the big part of this isn't me just pointing all the spotlight on what's been going on these past couple of years. It's the point of this too is to understand, Tom, this is about the future. This is about going forward. This is about not just the football we've watched up until this point. This is about the football we're going to watch in 2022 and 3 and 14. Do you want to watch more of the same of what you saw this year? And if your answer to that is no, does that make you spoiled? Mike Thon says, what I love about the Rams is they don't care about draft picks. I like it about them too. They don't favor it as much. They're willing to go aggressive if they got to go aggressive. Tom Cox, hey Brandon, is this like what happened with the Seattle Supersonics and George Karl? With Carroll, no. Because I don't think that, no, because George Karl wasn't at the end of his coaching. He wasn't at the end of his coaching career as close as to Coach Carroll was. And the thing with Karl was that he was really able at getting great regular season teams in basketball, and they'd win a lot of games, but then they get in the playoffs and they just couldn't really perform in the playoffs. And that was a real common theme with Karl, because he had a defense that was built around kind of getting its hands in lanes and playing up tempo and fast, and in playoff basketball, everything gets slowed down. So it really went against what he liked to do as a coach. But that was a little bit differently. You had that go on with the same part where Sean Kemp forced his way out of town. You signed the Burkowski deal, which was stupid, which is what forced the Kemp deal done. Then you got hamstrung by that, and then Payton got older, and then you didn't have the players to really replace those guys. Tom Cox with the 99-cent super chat. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. Adele Williams, the whole country's already rooting for a Bengals Super Bowl win. You know it. They're going to have a lot of push behind them, that's for sure. A lot of push. Alex Callaway says that Broncos team was so overrated. They scored 5 touchdowns a game against a garbage AFC West and got shut down by a real defense. Yeah, they did. Boy, yeah, they did. Debo's down on the turf after that. That's not good. Did he get his bell rung? Did somebody go headhunting? Ooh. Ooh, Debo got lit up. That's a clean hit. That's a clean hit, though. Debo got lit up, but that's a clean hit. They're going to flag him just because. Whew. That was a lick. Jimmy G throwing his guys to get killed. Tevin Robertson says, would love for Seattle to pick up Wink Martindale as a defensive coordinator. I'm with you, Tevin. I like Wink a lot. He'd be fun. He'd bring an attacking style of defense to play with Seattle. But as ADL Williams speaks to just below your comment on that, Pete Carroll is really strictly a 4-3 guy. So he would never want to go to a 3-4 defense, much less go from being a 4-3 soft bend but don't break defense to a downhill 3-4 attacking defense. You don't get something that's diametrically different from what he runs as a defense to what Wink Martindale runs. But to your point on that, Wink's a great defensive coordinator, and I think he's going to get a job out there from somebody. Go Ox05, if, say, let's use D or Debo, not DK. Wow, that sentence has a lot of Ds. ADL Aaron, Brendan, if we're having the same conversation about how they blew the $50 million and got nobody this year, I can't imagine I'll be excited for week 1 at all. And I've never said that. It's going to drum down some of my excitement as well. I'll be with you. I mean, I will be excited, but it's going to be like, I just hope we're going to get lucky because we're going to have to rely on a lot more luck this year than anything else. So I'll be hopeful for it. But yeah, I could see them. That's part of those things I point to, Brendan, when I say that there's mistakes made in the past. You've had a ton of cap space to work with in the past, and you pissed it away. You had $50 million to spend in 2019, and you pissed it away. You didn't really upgrade the team to any kind of real good, tangible degree. And you did it on the back of doing a lot of 1- and 2-year deals because you didn't want to commit money and you didn't want to pay too much in free agency. And you went to the dollar store and the bottom shelf items and you plucked as many as you could take off the table. But none of them were really all that good. There's no telling that there's nothing to keep them from doing the same thing this offseason. You know, Zach Ertz. Hey, we had this great experiment we did in 2020 with Greg Olsen where we gave him a 1-year, $7 million deal. Here you go. Let's give you the same. But, new cap prices, so it'll be a 1-year, $8 million deal. And you go, okay, well, there goes, now we're down to $43 million, right? Do a couple of those 1- and 2-year deals, and suddenly you're eating up that cap considerably because you don't have the 4 years of bonus money to ride out through the back end of things. Looks like Debo's okay, and catch into Kittle there on a nice little post route. Nice throw by Jimmy G. Great job. Tom Cox with another $5 donation. Thank you, Tom. I appreciate you, brother. It says, I want to rebuild because seeing teams like the Rams and Niners in the NFC Championship bothers me. So what Sherman says, I think, is based off of ego. Agreed. I agree. Thank you for the $5 donation. And yeah, I think his ego, I think he's also what I call bridge building, right, Tom? Like when a player leaves and he starts talking a bunch of crap like Sherman did when he walked out the door about kumbaya meetings and Pete losing his way and throwing shade at Russell Wilson. There then becomes a little bit of I'd like to kind of maybe eventually patch this up with the organization and build those bridges back up that I burned down in order so that we've got a relationship going forward. You know, these players after they retire tend to have like Walter Jones has had or Lofa Tatupu's had or Steve Hutchinson's had with Seattle. They will have, some kind of connection back with the organization to some degree. And it's usually good to do so, and the players are going to keep that going. I know Averill does for sure because he trains some of the players on the team. These are going to be guys that are going to be hesitant because of that. Can't fault them for that, but again, it's that, Tom, it's always that when they throw the shade at the fans part, you can have your feeling on it of I'm building bridges and I don't want to talk bad about my coaches, and you can do it without having to make the fans the target of the blame rather than the blame being squared up on the right shoulders. But that's why, Tom, I pushed for a rebuild as well, as I thought we need this needed to be just kind of taking down the studs, and that it needs kind of a full through. But that's not where we're at. They're going to be we're not retool, we're not rebuild, we're reload. And some of us disagree with it. Some of them agree with it. Some people think we're close out there in Seahawks fandom. That's part of that great disagreement that I love that's out there. There's some that go, man, you guys are crazy. It is one bad season. It is just a dip in a year. And Russell hurt for the first time. And watch what happens when they spend this $50 million and how great we then become. And maybe they'll be right too. That's the fun part of football, is it's unpredictable and you never know what's going to happen. But thank you for the donations. I appreciate you, Tom. All right, 20 seconds here. Jimmy Garoppolo back in shotgun. One timeout left for the Niners. Oh, Jimmy's scrambling. Look out. And that's going to eat up the last of their timeouts. They got to kick this field goal now. They got to kick the field goal. GoHawks05 says Odell too pretty to block. Odell too pretty to block, laughing out loud. Yeah, that's not his game. That's not his game. That is for sure. So he's not Odell's not a blocker, but he's often to serve that Robert Woods role. And part of what makes Robert Woods so great for the Rams is not that he's just an upper level wide receiver, good hands, but he's a great blocker, and he can do all that reach block stuff that the Rams offense calls upon their receivers to do. When they lost Robert Woods, that was a big blow, and they were able to replace him with Odell, who could do all of the pass catching stuff, if not more so than Robert could. But Odell just can't do any of the hard hat, dirty work stuff. ADL Williams says, damn, this game is demolishing guys left and right. It's playoff football, baby. Playoff football. That's what this is about. You know what I mean? Clara, what's up, Clara? My girl from New York. New York. Clara says, so you see the 49ers? Carroll is a defensive coach. Why don't our defense look like the 49ers or better? It's a great question, Clara. My guess is this is a little bit of, in my opinion, the losing of the way of understanding what it is that makes your defense what it is. And that is you need the front four to get the work done to make this defense roll right. And if the front four is not getting pressure, you don't have the blitz packages built within your scheme to go out there and be able to overcome that. And I think that we've not gone hard enough on our defensive line with the pass rush and really giving it that kind of respect it deserves, Clara, like the Niners had. Like the Niners had. The Niners went out there and took Nick Bosa when they already had Armstead on their roster, when they had DeForest Buckner on the roster, when they had drafted Solomon Thomas on the roster. They understood with the defense that they were running, and at that time they were running our defense. Our literal defense is what they're running under Robert Saleh at that time, that we need to get guys that can get after the quarterback without having to generate pressure so we can drop more guys into coverage. That's where I always land with Carroll in this defense recently, Clara, where you go back the last couple of years. Let's go back to 2019. Okay? You trade Frank Clark, your main pass rusher, your really only main pass rusher next to Jaron Reed on that team. Then you go out and you sign Ziggy Ansah, who is done, shot, kaput as a player, and you draft L.J. Collier and go, okay, we're good enough on our defensive line. You went far short, which then drove you to have to then make the trade for Jadeveon Clowney at the start of the year. Same thing you did the very next year after that. They made the very same mistake the year after. Because you then go into that last offseason and you went, okay, well, we're going to lose now then Jadeveon Clowney, who was our previous best pass rusher than that last year. So we're going to lose him out the door. Going to lose Quentin Jefferson, who's not even a great pass rusher, but was something. And then we'll go out there and we'll go sign Benson Mayowa and Bruce Irvin. And if you take Benson, and they literally said this, by the way, if you take Benson and Bruce Irvin's sack numbers from that prior year and add them together, it's more than what Clowney had the prior year with us. So our pass rush will actually be improved. No, it wasn't. Which then caused them to have to make a desperate overpayment of a trade for Jamal Adams right before the start of the season to try to fix that mistake. This is the place where, Clara, they can control it this offseason. 2 straight off seasons, if not for the last 5 off seasons, we've not addressed our pass rush and our defensive line strong enough. We always just go just good enough. Let's get up to the bare minimum. Just let's cover the bare minimum and we'll call that good. They need to go past that point this year. And far past it, in my opinion, because that's what makes this defense work. Obi-Wan, it's weird to see all these mock Wilson trades saying he's only going for 2 firsts. The Bears just offered us 3 firsts, Mack and Hicks last offseason. Definitely going for more than just 2 firsts. Obi-Wan, I don't think Mack was included at any time in the negotiations that were happening with that. As I understand it, the best deal that was on the table was 3 firsts, Akeem Hicks and Kyle Fuller. But Mack was never included in that process, as I understand it. I could be wrong on that, Obi-Wan, but I don't think. I do agree with you, though. As I said for a long period of time, Russ is going to go for more than 3 first-round picks. This has been a hard prediction for me. I remain that it will still remain the prediction for me. Don't know which team is going to do that. Don't know if all those picks will be in the first 2 years or if it'd be over 3 years, but he will get 3 first-round picks, probably plus. Still hopeful he remains. Don't want to see him traded. But we got to acknowledge the possibility. Seahawks Network. You respond to Clara. Clara says, by the way, looking good, my Brandon. Thank you, Clara. Always making me blush. Says, yes, baby Clara from New York says so. I rely on your opinion for that. You got to keep. I know you're going to tell me true. You're going to tell me what's up. I hope you're doing well out there, Clara. Megan, let's go Rams. Let's go Rams. No, let's not go Rams. Let's go 49ers. I don't want to see Rams win this. Let's get the Niners. I don't no likey Rams. D-Mac! Look at D-Mac with the Bengals emojis. And remember, folks, D-Mac, one of the friends of the show here, one of our resident Bengal fan / Seahawk fan. He's got to feel good. Today, D-Mac, since he's a winner. Today, we can raise our head high to the sky. Keldon, Jimmy has to prove something. He's playing for his next job. He's making some throws, Keldon, that first half. It wasn't amazing, but he did make some throws. I was impressed on a couple of those tosses. And he's just got to do just good enough. This 49ers defense still has this Rams offense's number a little bit. There's no doubt about that. The Rams moved the ball a little bit in the first half, but they don't look comfortable. Stafford doesn't look comfortable at all. Tom, I want Seattle to be talked about like New England has been talked about, or the Niners of the 80s. Me too, Tom. Me too, man. Same. Obi-Wan, only way I'd consider trading DK is if we blow the team up. With trading Russ, then DK would be 4+ first rounders in value at least. Wouldn't do it, though. Need some players to build off in a rebuild. Very well said, man. And you're right. If you want to go maximum rebuild, maximum draft pick compensation, you could go in that direction of things. Right, guy, I would laugh my ass off if the Bengals won the Super Bowl. I would laugh my ass off at that too. That would be one of the more unlikely Super Bowl wins we would ever have seen. Because the Bengals every year don't truly fully go for it. They always leave money off their cap. They rarely spend very big in free agency. Now, I know they went out and got Trey Hendricksons from the Saints this past offseason, but they tend to just be so conservative as a football club, a lot like the Packers in certain respects. We're just going to rely on our ability to draft, and we'll just be better at drafting than everybody. But they may just pull this off. Mohammed says, why Aaron Donald disappears against the 49ers while he dominates the Seahawks O-line. He single-handedly ruined the Seahawks season when he injured Russell Wilson. It's a good point, Mohammed. I haven't been concentrating for sure on what the Niners are doing specifically on Donald. I would guess that they maybe are doubling him a little more than our willingness has been to do so in the past. I think most of Aaron Donald's damage against Russell Wilson throughout his career, and the damage has been significant, was accomplished off of being blocked one-on-one, single blocked. And I think you got to commit more to doubling down with Aaron Donald to neutralize him. But indeed, Niners are able to get over on him a little bit more. Coax Survive says the longest tenured coaches in the NFC are Pete Carroll at 12 years, Kyle Shanahan, and Sean McVay at 3 years. That's a lot of turnover, isn't it? Oh my goodness, that's a lot of turnover. Geldon says, I've started hearing rumblings of Brady to San Francisco again. I almost feel that we could choose between Trey and Tom next season. I'm worried about it, Keldon. I'm legit worried about it. I was texting Randall not that earlier today on the very thought process is that I think Tom has always had an eye of wanting to get to San Francisco. Keldon, you remember there was that moment that Tom had on a I think he was on that LeBron show, the barbershop or whatever they call that. And he was talking about when he was leaving the New England Patriots and talking to a team, and he was like, "You're going to stick with that MFer? You're running with that MFer?" And I think a lot of people in retrospect thought it was him talking about the Niners and Garoppolo at that time. So, I think, in my opinion, Shanahan would be silly not to pull the trigger on that. I know Brady's going to take a discount. I love Trey Lance, Keldon, but there's no reason that you have to rush to get Trey Lance on the football field when you have Tom Brady on your roster. And if Tom Brady goes down, which is a good likelihood, even though he's been very healthy on the field for recent, you've got Trey Lance sitting there waiting to get onto the field. I mean, you can go all in on those type of teams and feel confident doing so because you're not going to have your quarterback broken like we did this year and go, okay, well, the year's over with now. Nolan Arvan says Debo's good at football. He is good at football. Robert Jimenez, thank you for the $2 super chat. Says, like the new digs, go Bengals. Thank you. Glad you guys like the bigs. I'm gonna be filling out this background more and more. So we're gonna get some more stuff on here. Kind of get this a little bit filled out, get a little more colorful on the edges, not so much white. It's a lot of white right now. It's a lot of white. Too much white, man. Too much white, bro. Mark Capricorn, did you watch Brendan's fire sale? It could be interesting for the Hawks if they get smart for a change. I didn't have a chance to watch the video. I was kind of getting stuff prepped up on my end here, Mark, but I'll check it out for sure. And look, one of the benefits of the fact that the team's not giving out a lot of multi-year deals, and that they've been doing more of the 1 and 2 year deals in free agency as of recent means you have more flexibility here to create more cap space. And me and Brendan talked about this a couple of days ago that, Seattle could essentially, if they really wanted to go hard, even while still keeping Russell Wilson, you could create almost $75 million in cap space here. If you wanted to cut just a couple of guys that even some of them to be likely cuts, like a Benson Mayowa, like a Jason Myers, like an LJ Collier, Bobby Wagner. So you could create a lot of space. $75 million is a lot of money to go out there and spend, especially if you're trying to fit as many contracts under the books as possible. Randall McDaniel, are you going to be following Senior Bowl practices? The draft content starts heating up after the Super Bowl. Is there a combine this year? I have not heard whether or not they're going to have a combine this year, Randall. So that I'm unsure on that part. And yes, in fact, I'm already was at it last night. I was already grinding on tape on some of these running backs in this draft. So I was looking hard at your guy Brian Robinson. I was looking at a couple of the other secondary guys. I'll give you a little sneak peek at my list here, because for whatever reason I started on running backs this year. I started on quarterbacks, but I've gone to running backs now. So I've got as my surprise guy right now. I got my shocker for you on my draft board right now, Randall. This one's going to make some waves. It's going to make some waves. I've got right now, and my opinion could change, but he really stood out to me in watching him, was Breece Hall. Breece Hall might be my number one running back on the board. But I will be watching these Senior Bowl practices. You better believe it, Randall. I will be watching and checking out what's going on with it. There's a lot of good info in this stuff, and teams utilize this information to determine who they're going to draft. So it's not just empty time. Tom Cox says, I'd love to get Ryan Jensen or Kelsey at center and then get Armstead and Lucas from Washington State. I love your plan, Tom. That works for me. I think Kelsey might work a little bit better as the mobile center that you're looking for and that the team would probably like. But Ryan Jensen is a tough guy, a mauler, and he would fit as well. And he's a couple years younger. So maybe a more certain bet going with a guy like Ryan Jensen as far as the injury situations are concerned. Kelsey's just kind of a freak at the position, but he also is almost 35 years old. But I like all that, Tom. I'd go for all that. Combine's 3.1 to 3.7. Okay. Tom says, Brandon, about how many times has Seattle been aggressive in free agency? I was expecting it last season and it didn't happen. The last time Seattle was aggressive in free agency? I mean, technically in 2019, you were aggressive. You just didn't spend the money in the right spots. It's not like, I mean, Tom, they spent the $50 million. That's a lot of money to spend for a team in an offseason. It's just that you spent, it's 7 to Greg Olsen. It's 6 to Bruce Irvin. It's 5 to 3.5, 4 to Benson Mayoa. It's a lot of those type of deals you were putting through and stacking up, and they're all 1 year, so you're getting the full hit just comes through. That's as close as you're going to find in the Coach Carroll era. Maybe you could say 2012 and going out there and getting Michael Bennett and Cliff Averill, but both of those guys were somewhat second and third tier free agents. They weren't getting the money they were wanting on the open market. They didn't see it there, so they went to a team that was going to allow them to shine, to go back out on the market the year after that. That wasn't really you spending big in free agency. I can't think of another time as of recent that we've gone out. Maybe when Carroll first came in, you signed in free agency Robert Gallery and you signed Zach Miller in free agency. Those were some big deals. Sidney. I got Sidney Jones in my mind, so I'm trying to think of the other Sidney that we had here. The receiver we signed from the Vikings, whose name's failing me at this point. That was the last time, Tom. That was the last time you really truly spent, and you spent big, and you spent on top frontline players, not just the dollar store items like I was talking about. Seahawks Network says Eric Fisher is not better than Dwayne Brown. I don't know, man. I mean, this past year he was. I guess he wasn't. Dwayne was maybe a little better than him. They're pretty close. They're pretty close. He's not phenomenal. But again, I'm not a big Fisher guy, so just he is one of the top names. It's more of speaking to Seahawks Network that there's just not a lot of top tackle names out there on the board. Randall says Alex Mack's been a really good center for a long time. He has. I want to see something real quick. So I guess Seahawks Network, I want to double back on your point on this. I think right now, where they stand right now, I think Eric Fisher is better than Dwayne Brown. And Dwayne Brown had like a 3-point better rated year by Pro Football Focus. But I also think we got to think about the fact that Fisher was coming off of a major injury and coming back from it a little sooner than he probably should have been, and still playing at a relatively good level. I mean, he put up an 80 PFF score within recent years. I don't know. I think he, at this point in time, when you factor in Brown's age, I'm not saying he's better by a large margin, but I think he's better by a fraction, and he's a younger player. But again, it's close. It is close. And Brown did have. I'll give you I'll acknowledge the point of Brown did have a better year there. Jimmy G throwing it behind guys again. There we go. God, he had Debo open. Man. Obi-Wan, do you think Stone can be the one to push Curhan on the right? He's more of a left tackle type, but if we sign Armstead and Kelsey, this front office would go cheap at right tackle. He could go in there in a pinch. He's going to struggle to run block, which is going to bother the hell out of Carroll. I mean, he's not going to want to see that. He can hang in there as far as pass protection goes. But as you said, he really is more of a pure left tackle. I think you're going to have to do something, even if it's a cheap option out there in free agency, you're going to have to find something else at the right tackle. Maybe even bring back Brandon Shell as a competing guy with Curhan at that point. But I don't think that the team's going to want to move Stone to right. I just don't. He's really is a purified left tackle, and I think that what you need a right tackle to tend to do is not as much of in Stone's skill set. Go Hawks Survive. I love Carroll, but only, oh man, I'm missing more of my super chats here. Nolan R. Vance coming in with 2 $5 donations. Thank you, Nolan R. Vance. You are awesome. Appreciate you, brother. He says, did Tice all fat fingers? Did Tice? All fat fingers. Oh, fat fingers. Sydney Rice. I owe $5 for not proofreading. No worries. I got that. I might have picked it. Yeah, I got the Sidney Jones in my mind. So yeah, Sydney Rice. That's right. So it was an offseason where they went out and they put big money to Sydney Rice. They put big money to Zach Miller. They put big money to Robert Gallery. I think they all signed some pretty big monster contracts. That would be the last time Debo just running over his own guys, just for the hell of it. And the receiver he ran over, Debo ran over his own receiver, and the receiver gets up and curses. It's getting chippy. It's getting chippy out there. Go Hawks Survive. I love Carroll, but only one way we can win with him is if he backs off and just motivates the team and be the heart and soul of this team. Yeah, just takes more of the big overhead view or more of the figurehead view of coaching on it, rather than I'm going to be in on everything and I'm going to have every little say on every little thing. Trust his people to do their job. Trust them to get it done. Be aggressive in this offseason. Stick to what you need to stick to and let it roll that way. I think he'd be better in that respect. I don't know if he has it in him to do that, though. I think he's got a lot of reticence to believe that that's the right thing to do. Garoppolo dropping back. Oh, he's trying to roll around and thrown down. Seahawks Network says, you got to catch that Schroen necking. He does, doesn't he, Seahawks Network? I'll give sometimes receiver the benefit of the doubt, but you got 2 hands up, get that catch, track that ball. He mistracked it, and then it got up on him real fast. Tom Cox, like I said, I tried to get what these players are thinking, but one thing, Sherm was a player who was smart, and I see it as funny that it will all Legion of Boom era people making Ring of Honor was a player who's smart, and I see it as funny that it will all Legion of Boom era people make Ring of Honor. I kind of think I see what you're saying there, Tom, but I'm not sure exactly. I'm sorry, man. I know the character count limits you. Megan, I know I get sensitive regarding Coach, but I'm open-minded enough to know and understand that people have different opinions on him. While I may not agree with them, I will allow them to express it. I think that's the part why I try to hammer on people because I know I come hard with people that I disagree on this channel sometimes because I'm passionate. You guys are passionate. We're all passionate. So we do come from a place of really believing what we say and owning it. But that's also why I try to say, Megan, that one of the forefronts of this channel that I would like to be a driving force as we go into the future is the willingness and understanding of having a difference of opinion. I might disagree with you. Doesn't mean that I'm going to name call you. I'm not going to call you spoiled or entitled. I'm just going to say I disagree with you. But it's why I welcome disagreement so much, because we shouldn't be an echo chamber of everybody just parroting what one other person's saying. That's not interesting to the discussion. What's interesting to the discussion is the different allotment of ideas. And I just can't help but thinking that from the folks that simplify this argument down to something at a base level of fans being spoiled or not appreciating what they had, as it comes to people who want to come to that opinion, don't want to think about the situation too deeply. They want to say somewhat on the surface of it and not get to the depths, where it's the depths that we have to go to correct and fix the situation if we have any hopes of being an elite team into the future. I'm not talking about the last 10 years. I'm talking about into the future. I'm not talking about 2022. I'm also talking about 2024. I'm talking about the next 5 years and what we could accomplish or don't accomplish due to the fact that we don't acknowledge there's something that needs to be changed. There's something that needs to be fixed. There is something that is broken. Leland Kimball says, digging the new background. How are you enjoying the new place? Leland, I'm loving it, man. I'm just been chilling, and it kind of was a tough week this week because I was rolling through and getting everything done, and then got it all fixed, and then got a little under the weather, and so it's been a little bit of a mad scramble. But I like having digs. I like being back alone. I have your own place. It's nice. Silence is good. I'm digging it. Go Hawks survive. Mac Jones is in the Pro Bowl as an alternate. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, he had a good year. I guess there wasn't a lot of, and if you think about it, there's probably a lot of guys not going to the Pro Bowl, from the AFC. Mahomes isn't going to go, and Lamar Jackson's not going to go, and I bet you Josh Allen's probably not going. You start getting down deep into the roster of AFC quarterbacks at that point. And this respectfully disagreed. Does this make me a bandwagoner? Okay, I'll wear that. And I don't think you're a bandwagoner, Megan. You care. Bandwagoners don't care. They want to be on winning football clubs, and they only ride with their team when they are winning. You've been in this chat. You've been getting up at 3 a.m. at times when the games are 1. You've done that throughout the course of the season. And again, I always bristle a little bit when any other fan calls another fan a bandwagoner anyway. I think it's a little bit of, again, just the childish nature of sometimes people where they go to with their comments and stuff rather than, why don't you say what you're really trying to say rather than make it an insult? And you're not that, Megan. None of us in here are that. Our Seahawks were kicked out of the playoffs 3 weeks ago, and you guys were in here, we're talking shop. As you care about your team. You have a love for your team. That should be the one thing that goes unquestioned at this point in time from folks. ADL Williams' background is nice, but needs several cat trees to be complete. That is 100% correct. And I'm working on that, ADL Williams. I'm looking for the right tree. I want to get a big one. I also got to find if I can find maybe a dual tree. I need some dual tree action so that each cat can have one of their own. I got my 2 pillars on either side of me, my 2 cat pillars for a little balance too, But you're right. That's the next thing coming to the background is going to be the cat trees. Stafford limping off the field after that one. Oh, Stafford's limping. Porn bots are here. The porn bots are here. Porn bots. Seahawks Network says, I think Pete is still a great coach, but I think he has a greater hand in personnel decisions than we think, and that is a major problem. The personnel department has been horrid the last couple of years. To your point on this, Seahawks Network, we heard a lot of scuttlebutt about the potential of having some of Carroll's control within the personnel pull back a bit this offseason. And then I was hearing rumors that there was the scouting department with the Seahawks that were somewhat maybe saying a little bit of like, yeah, we're having kind of some issues with this. We feel like we're getting our work done, we're having our opinions, and then they're getting overridden by Carroll. The old story I go to on the Seahawks Network is the Al Davis story, where Al Davis comes in as that owner you would never want in these type of situations. And he's had a scouting department and personnel departments and general managers work through an offseason of scouting the players, and they would put their big board together, and the players would all be ranked on the big board by positional groupings. And now Al Davis would come in on the day of the draft. After all this work, months, sometimes a year in the making. And he'd come in on the day of the draft and he would just start moving the names up and down and around on the board willy-nilly wherever he saw fit. And I wonder if to some small degree if that's a little bit of what Carroll's doing as well. And not just in regards to the draft, but within a free agency and what you're putting more onus on, what you're adding more weight to. I think he's still a fine coach, but I agree. I don't know if you can cut away at this point Carroll the coach, away from Carroll the de facto general manager, away from Carroll the de facto vice president, from cutting it away from the Carroll de facto defensive coordinator. I don't know where one begins and one ends. Megan says, we're not greedy. We just expect a certain level from our well-played players who are not delivering. IMO. Well said, Megan. Well said. Coax 05, my perfect pass rush is to bring in Clowney and trade for Grady Jarrett, because then your NASCAR cheetah package is Taylor and Dunlap on the edge and Clowney and Jarrett on the inside. Ooh, you're getting me excited, Go Hawks. You're getting me excited. I'm excited, boy. I love it. I love it, man. That'd be great. That'd be a great combination. And yeah, you could definitely have a nasty NASCAR cheetah package if you brought all those guys out there. And I do think that the Falcons maybe potentially look at Now, look, from the Falcons standpoint, Brady just retires. Sean Payton retires. Carolina Panthers are kind of in a joke show state right now. Very much right now, Atlanta's kind of the de facto favorite to win that division going into next year where they're at right now with their roster and still having Matt Ryan there. They may not be yet in sell mode, but boy, Grady Jarrett is a fantastic player. He'd be a pure fit for us at the 3 tech. You'd probably be hard-pressed to find a guy as good from that position at that point. And one thing I've wondered as well, I feel like the Falcons did change defenses when they moved on from Quinn to their new coach. It seems like Grady's not necessarily as effective in that defense since they made that change, whereas him and Coach Carroll's defense would be just purified. He would be purified in this defense. Tom says, but I see what Sherman and Averill think is ego-driven. Us fans aren't allowed to think that Carroll is past their age. Yeah, I guess that's a good way of saying it. I wonder if it's that the belief is that the fans should not be allowed to say anything. I wonder if that's what they're inferring a little bit, that we should just sit back and enjoy our entertainment and shut up. I mean, that's kind of some of what I take away from it. ADL Williams, can't mods ban the S-bot? Why does she show up every stream? They show up every stream because they change their deal. I've tried to ban them, but they change the names of their deals, so it doesn't let me do it. Give it a shot here if I can maybe bring it up, and I'll give it a try. But I've banned them before and tried to. This is YouTube's BS thing, doesn't let you do this easily, and I don't know why YouTube lets you get away with it. I don't know why they come in here. They never get. I don't think they've gotten one click coming in through this thing. But let's give it a shot here. Let's see if I can. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. We got. Maybe I can. We got. Maybe I can. We got. Don't mind. 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 Maybe I can. Bring up my feed to be able to watch the thing. So it's a thing. It's a thing, ADL. Yeah, they come up from a different accounts. Yeah, ADL. Obi-Wan, worst a point from Pod is that we shouldn't have even tried to replace Legion of Boom. Sherm tore his Achilles. Thomas broke his foot. Cam retired after injury. If we traded away early, we would have been better off. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. It's like they would have just the ride it till the wheels fall off approach so that you appreciate what came before is, to me, not the way NFL franchises should operate. You operate in a league that does not deal with sentimental flavorings in the way that they build their rosters. In fact, it's the absolute complete opposite. And if you start getting too sentimental in the way that you build your rosters, you're not going to be very effective as a roster. You're just not. Yeah, the team had to move on from what as you said, Obi-Wan, you could make the argument they went even a little long at certain points. They gave Cam that third contract. They kept Thomas around when they could have moved him a year earlier to the Cowboys for a second-round pick. And Sherm, there was some reason to believe with that one, especially again at the time with Sherm. It was more than just the Achilles with some of this stuff. In the case of Sherman and in the case of Michael Bennett, it had to do with a little bit of the stuff going on in the locker room with those guys, as much as just what was happening physically or from an age standpoint. There's a lot that went into the disassembling of that team. And not a lot of it was having to do with just being cold-blooded and wanting to walk away from everybody. That would be a very small part. So I agree with you, Obi-Wan. Randall McDaniel says, Carroll's closer to Tom Landry and the Cowboys, scared to walk away from a legend. It took a new owner. It did indeed. And it very well may take that with Carroll too, Randall. It may very well take that too. Very well put. Seahawks Network, players don't think of the building NFL teams like that. They're about loyalty and stuff like that. No problem with that. It's a point of view. Right. And that's my thing with the two Seahawks Network. I don't have a problem with that as a point of view. My only problem with it is when the players start chirping about the fans and start telling the fans about what they got to do. And that's when I start to go, you can be loyal in one respect without the other thing coming in addition to it. Wow, the Niners had another great stop on 3rd and 1 there. Man, that defense is just balling out today. 4th and 1, what do the Rams do here? They got to go for this, don't they? They're at the looks like the 43-yard line here. It's 3rd and 1 play. The Niners just locked down Cooper Kupp. That's where he wanted to go. And they took it away. They're going for it, 4th and 1. This is a big play in this game. 8:03 in the clock. 49ers up by 3 points. Rams come out here with a 3-wide receiver. Yeah, 3-wide receiver set. Oh, Stafford with a little... Oh, he tried to run a keeper. I don't know if he got it. I think he's short. I think he's really short. Look, one ref looks like he's past the first down marker. The other ref looks like he's a little short. The little short ref is taking the ball, though, so it looks like the ball is going to be held short. They're going to measure. It is on the line. It is on the line. Yeah, ADL Debo got rocked in that play. Wow, he looked short to me. Megan says, I'm not greedy, or at least I don't think I am, but living down here as I do and having to get up and at the butt crack of dawn to watch them, I want to see them. I want to see a much better performance than I did this last year. Me too. I want to see a better product on the field. It doesn't mean Super Bowls. It means I want to see a better team. I want to see a team aspiring to be elite and not just sort of doggy paddling through like they do at times a bit. And I don't think that makes you greedy. I don't think it makes you greedy. Emmett Brown, what's up, Emmett? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're doing well. Seahawks Network, Greg freaking Olsen for $7 million. Yeah, that one hurt. That one stung. That one stung. Man, the porn people are going hard today, aren't they? Keldon, Kittle needs to step up. You can't just use Debo and Elijah all the way to the Super Bowl. No. They need to get a little bit more out of this offense than what they're getting so far, especially with where this defense is playing right now. Little more. I like being a little more aggressive down the field. If the Rams are squeezing the line of scrimmage, then I know it's not Garoppolo's bread and butter, but try a couple throws. He completed one earlier. Mike Thon then signed DK Metcalf and signed Akeem Hicks and give DK Metcalf a contract extension. All right, I'm with it. Tom says, I agree with that. Fan isn't as spoiled, but I seen my son who hasn't seen the 90s is not seeing what I've seen as a kid with a quarterback who can't throw right. Hey, we've seen some bad football here, but I also will say that, bad football is witnessed probably by every fan base through some section of the period of their life. You're going to see some bad football, and it's inevitable whether you're moving on from a legendary coach or you're going through a revolving door of coaches. It's going to happen. And you hope it happens less often than it does, less often than not. But I certainly don't think it's been our staple of our franchise history that we're in Seattle is known as a losing franchise. You got a little over 45 years, 46 years as a franchise. You've been to 3 Super Bowls. You won one of them. You probably won 11 divisions during that time period. I mean, that's not a losing model of football throughout the course of the whole history of that team, not just a 10-year period of that team. Superzone says Trey Flowers is going to the Super Bowl. Yes, he is. Emmett Brown says this season can be gauged on how we handle wave 1 of free agency. If we don't make big moves in the trenches, then we'll see more of the same in all aspects. 100% agree all the way around, Emmett. And it's going to be a very key part to this free agency as to whether or not they give out just the 1 and 2 year deals or whether they truly go out there and try to buy the top assets on the board, try to go for the true best of the best that's out there, which they've not done in a long period of time, if at ever. This is the year you got to go do it, though. This is the year where you don't have the first round pick to get it done. You've got to go out there and make hay while the sun shines, and that is in free agency, the one place that you do stand with a lot of cap space to go spend. Kyle, Mahomes lost that game for the Chiefs, and that's supposed to be our next GOAT. Not playing like that. Maybe he's a little sleepy today. He's a little tired. He's played a lot of games the last couple of years. And wow, the Rams challenged that. That's a tough call to get overturned. Great defensive stand by the 49er team. And he looks short. That's the right call on the field. Randall McDaniel says Jalen Sachet Ramsey. Tony says, whoever wins this has the pleasure to lose to the Bengals in the Super Bowl. I like it, Tony. I like it. Superzone says Trey Flowers the GOAT. Hawks-O says we need another blue chip pass rusher. I agree, Hawks. I'd say we probably need a 3-tech too. But yes, another pass rusher in addition to that would help. Very much agreed. Tom Cox says, I thought the Bears gave 3 ones max or Hicks and Johnson. Johnson might have been in it, but no, I don't think Mack was ever a part of it, Tom. I don't think he was ever included. I know because I was following him pretty closely, looking for Mac's name throughout it. So that's why I say it doesn't stand out to me that he was part of the package on that. And some of that had to do, I think, with a little bit of the fact where his contract was and the dead money hit that the Bears would have to sustain by moving on from Mac last offseason, which would have been an exorbitant amount. Tom says, what Bengals did has made me think that if they can do it, Seattle can do it, but that team is young and Carroll isn't. Zach Snyder. Zach Taylor. Zach Snyder. No, he's not Zach Taylor. It's very true. Somebody's asking about Aaron Donald. They're showing the cut up of it right now. Yep. See, they're providing him help, even if it's subtle help, even if it's just a second pair of hands helping out as he's coming off the blocks. It may not be a full commitment to the double team on Aaron, but you saw even on the last set, the guard sets up one-on-one, but then here comes the hands of the center just to kind of tap him a little bit. It's a little more subtle than a double team, but. ADL Williams, Mahomes is slowly going the way of Russell Wilson. Home, he enjoys one playoff win in the next 7 years. Maybe. I'll tell you, the cost is going up for him. He's been keeping him at a discount, but that price is starting to rise. And as we know, ADL, once you start paying your quarterback top of the market money like that, it starts to get harder to stack up that roster as big, as deep. Keldon, Donald versus Seahawks is what you guys talk about here. Russell doesn't take enough short throws to neutralize Rams' pass rush. That's also a factor of it, Keldon. Like I was saying, a little bit of it's just been the hesitancy not to lean towards double teaming him at times. When you were playing in the NFL against the best defensive game wrecking force the league has seen in the last 10 years, and he's been sustaining at that about for the last 8 or 9 years, you probably want to every once in a while give him that double team. That might be a smart way to go. There might not be a guard that's going to be able to just one-on-one block that guy over the course of a whole game. But as well, I'll agree with you. We need to do more in the short and intermediate passing game, which can help neutralize that with especially 3-step drops. All right, the 49ers are now moving here. Garoppolo just made a play here. They're on the Rams side of the football field, 5:50 to go on the clock. Garoppolo stops back here on a read option play to Elijah Mitchell. It doesn't go anywhere. Got to give the Rams defense a lot of credit in this game as well. They have brought the hard hats as far as the running game. Debo's got a little bit of space here and there, but Mitchell doesn't seem to have much working in this game. They've done a good job of hemming up that run. Tom says, but what does Tom Brady have to prove? People said he wanted to play till 45, right? But I just don't see him leaving Tampa. It's retirement or Tampa, but I wouldn't be surprised. Well, I think part of him leaving Tampa Bay has to do a little bit with the situation of Tampa Bay right now. And let's look at this right now, where a nice little bubble screen to Debo. Debo's just going to single-handedly win this game for the Niners. He's getting catches and going upfield. Another first down for the 49ers. They're moving it here. Just laying blocks. Trent Williams out there putting bodies in the turf. Just laying bodies in the turf. Chalk outlines all over the field where Trent Williams has been. Ugh. Poor Eric Weddle. Iron retired for this. 4:28 on the clock. Debo's got 10 touches, 86 total yards. Garoppolo back under center here again. Brandon Ayuk in motion. Give his into Mitchell again. Just a wall at the line of scrimmage. You're not getting anywhere right now. Paul third with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Paul. I appreciate you, brother. Says Debo is made of granite when not playing the Hawks. It's facts, dude. I see him take hit after hit, and he just gets up and keeps coming. And doesn't even do like the limpy thing or the, I'm broken, but I'm still going to fight through thing. He's still going hard with it. It's impressive. Tom, on your point on what does Tom have to prove? Tom is from California, right, Tom? So imagine that you have imagine you have a player who was born in Seattle, was a Seattle fan, wanted the Seattle team to draft him. They didn't draft him, wanted to come back there a year ago after you'd been a Hall of Fame career playing out on the East Coast, and then they had passed on you at that time, and then now maybe they'd be interested. And so the chance to go and win a championship for his childhood club, that in itself could be motivation, right, Tom? Especially, again, the situation matters as it pertains to Tom. With Tampa Bay right now, they were able to bring back every starter on that football team from last offseason to this year. They are not going to be able to do the same thing this next offseason. They're likely to lose Jason Pierre-Paul. They're going to probably lose Godwin. Antonio Brown's not coming back to that team. Ryan Jensen's a free agent. He's probably going to sign somewhere else, which hurts the offensive line. Essentially, Brady's not going to have the stacked deck that he had the last couple of years there in Tampa Bay. They'll still be a very solid roster, just not where they were. Now, you think about going to a team like the 49ers, where Brady could come here and just play sort of the upgrade game manager role from what Garoppolo is. And he's got Kittle. That's an upgrade from even what he had in Gronk. He's got Deebo Samuel, his intermediate guy. They've got Brandon Ayuk, who's a great route runner who would fit well with Brady's skill set. You could get another receiver on top of that, and now suddenly he's got a stacked crew to throw to. Trent Williams at left tackle. Mack at center. I think Tomlinson might be a free agent for them, but McGlinchey over right tackle. It's things are set up for Brady at that point. Not to mention they've got a defense that can handle business too. And they keep trying Elijah Mitchell, and this is going nowhere. Elijah Mitchell's not getting it done. Megan says, so glad the large in jersey is in its rightful place of honor, B. You darn right. Darn right. I'm holding that one high. Eventually, I'm going to get it hung, but I got to get the jersey set in there where it's like all ironed out and professional done and all that. And Alexander Matthew, on a scale of 10, how strong the earthquake? I know it'll be a 10 to 7. Emmett Brown, I don't like Spiller, but the Hall, the Notre Dame kid, and the Michigan State kid and Georgia kid are some of my favorites. Not big on Spiller either, Emmett. He's like a slower. Garoppolo with a nice throw and Kittle going up and making the catch at the high point on the ball for a touchdown. Niners up by 10. Are the Niners going to the Super Bowl? Oh my gosh. What a throw by Jimmy there. Great ball placement. Go up there, let your guy go make a play. I mean, he got that up there where Kittle had to get up and climb that ladder to the top rung. Oh, they just left that wide open, the Rams did. They put the corner in a bind there, too, because the corner had to try to play 2-1 on that. He had to take away the flat route and then try to bail back to Kittle in the end zone, which is just an impossible task, and they missed the extra point. Just an impossible task for Williams, the corner there. Man, that guy, yeah, you see the defensive coordinator. Oh, could put him in a brine. That was a good call. Tough. Emmett, I'm with you on Spiller, though. Doesn't do much. He's like, to me, the what do I have for my notes for him? To me, he was like, he's a finesse back first and foremost. I thought he was like a slower version of Arian Foster. He looks like a 4.59 guy to me. And in that glider range, which I think he's just going to get undercut a lot at the NFL level. I like the Michigan State kid. Just didn't have as many wow traits for me on that. He does everything good, but there's nothing that's great about his game. And he runs 5'10", 210. He seems a little lighter than that even on the football field. He looks 5'10", 200 a little bit. Does he have enough sand in the pants there to be the kind of back that he runs like, which is kind of a physical back? Georgia's got a couple of them now, Emmett. So if it's Cook or the other guy, I'm kind of still going through all my tape on him. Cook's interesting. He's interesting as that Deebo Samuel type runner who could do a couple different things. But I still got to kind of go through all those guys with Georgia. I'm just getting a feel for them. I like all three of them, but I don't know which one I like kind of at my best of the best of them. Keldon with a $5 donation. Thank you, Keldon. I appreciate you, brother. Says, I just had to coach Kittle up on your show. Thanks, man. That's all it took, man. Sometimes you just got to speak it into existence. Speaking in existence. And great read by Garoppolo there. He broke open and he got that ball on time. If he's a second late on that read, the corner breaks that ball up probably. He lays a hit and Kittle's not able to make that catch. But great read, great throw by Garoppolo there. And Niners are in control right now. This Rams offense has not shown a lot here to be able to counter this. Tom Cox says, dream draft scenario, Linderbaum, the Iowa center, and Lucas as Seattle's second rounder and third rounder. That would be a dream scenario. I'd love that, Tom. I'd love that. And Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $5 donation. Doesn't have a comment in there, but thank you for it. Yeah, it wasn't Burleson. It was Sidney Rice that we signed. Burleson was earlier. Burleson was our counter for the poison pill for Hutchinson. Bud Inlet Jr., you got to check out Jalen Weidermeyer. Second round is that sweet spot for tight ends. Let me add him to my list, man. Let me add him to my list. Jalen Weidermeyer. That is a hell of a last name he's got, I'll tell you that. All right, he's on my list. I will check him out. Thank you for the suggestion. I love the suggestions, bud. So, and tight end's going to be a need, right? We got two needs right now, basically, as it stands. So, good chance that we take a look at this. Alexander says Bengals, well, it's just their season. Might be. Kyle, I think Brady dark horse would be the Titans, even though their cap isn't great, but if you can get Brady, you do it. Brady to the Titans. I don't know if Brady would do that. It seems like that's a little more of a run-centric team than he'd want to. I mean, I know the Niners are run-centric too, but that's real game manager at that point. Are we calling it taunting? Oh, we got it on the late tackle. Tom says, I'll be back in a few. Sounds good, Tom. And you're right, Kyle. They can't be happy that Ryan Tannehill lost in that game. He played their worst game for them than he might have played for the Titans up until this point, quite frankly. Well, that's a big penalty on the Niners here. That gets the Rams back the ball up around midfield there. See if the Rams can answer now. This game slowed down a little bit here in this third quarter. Man, no Cam Akers has really hurt this Rams team. No Higbee, no Akers in this game is rough on this offense, along with no Robert Woods. That's really making it an uphill battle. Seahawks Network, things like Eric freaking Weddle being signed out of retirement make me think this whole thing is scripted. I sometimes wonder that myself. Cooper Kupp still keeping them alive here. First and 10, 37 seconds to go in the third quarter. Rams driving. Cooper with 7 catches, 82 yards, and a touchdown. Jacob says Jimmy G out there fighting his hardest. He is. He is. Like somebody said, he's playing for his next job. All right, Stafford and shotgun. Run a little bit. We got a timeout. Timeout by the Rams. As Emmett says, anyone who is here while we suck isn't a bandwagon fan. Very well said, man. Very well said. Alexander, since 1984, fan of the Hawks. Just due to me being old. me as well, Alexander. He then says, can you explain how different a zone corner is than a man corner? My friend thinks we just signed a man corner, and he also thinks we played man coverage in the LOB, including Sherm. Just not true. No, he's very wrong, Ethan. I mean, you played probably 90% of your coverage in single high safety during the Legion of Boom era. I mean, that was really what you ran. There was maybe sprinklings of man in there, but the difference comes down to the zone. The man cover corners don't tend to have the length and size of the zone cover corners because The old theory that goes into play of once you get a corner getting up for 6'1", 6'2", 6'3", he can't flip his hips and change in space. And you need the guy as a man cover corner who can flip his hips, change direction in space, be really sudden, more than you need that for the zone guy, because the zone guy is basically just going to be planting his back foot and driving on the ball from his bail technique. So it's a little bit, that's the difference in usual skill set. If you find, when you look at man cover corner teams, you'll find them at basically 6 foot tall, as high as the corners are going to go on the outside, so they can maintain that athleticism and those movement abilities, because there's much more of a reliance as well on man cover corners to stay sticky on their guys. So they got to stop and start and beef out. There's a lot more widening out, I think, of what their skill set and physical skill set has to be versus what you need in sometimes a zone corner, which is the bigger corner who's smarter, who can route read really well, who has some length in addition to his size. That becomes more of what you need there. But there's absolutely a difference between the two, Ethan. There's zone schemes, there's man schemes. And this isn't even a debatable point. There just is. And the Legion of Boom hardly ever played man. Go watch any highlight. Just go watch any highlight. And when you look at those highlights of the defense, go watch the corners on those defense. And what you're going to watch on those highlights and notice every single time is you'll be watching the corners basically go into bail technique every time. Bail technique, because they have deep zone coverage. That's deep zone responsibilities where they're going. So this is proven out. Just type in Legion of Boom defense, hit enter, watch the plays that come up. And this is how you prove this to your buddy, is say, okay, watch this corner. See where he starts at the snap and see how he's running backwards at the snap as opposed to playing the man. That's zone. Okay, watch the next play. See how he's doing the exact same play? That's zone. Okay, go to the next play. See how he's doing the exact same thing? That's zone. That's how you prove your point right there. It's easily done right there. Took me a while to get around to that, but that's how it's done. Tom says, do you think Jody took away Carroll's final say when it comes to free agency and the draft? I think something happened, especially with Norton's firing. I tend to feel like Norton's firing was more of a pressure valve release, scapegoat type of situation, in my opinion, Tom. I think we would have heard about, if she had taken something away from Carroll, we would have seen it leaked to the media. To just like the Norton firing allowed, it would provide that pressure release kind of situation going on. So I'm still not totally of the mind that they actually did anything to change that, in my opinion. And you're right, Ethan. Your buddy doesn't know what he's talking about on that. Rodney, Bengals of all teams in the Super Bowl, the Bengals showed us you don't have to have a great O-line to get to the Super Bowl. They've definitely, well, they kind of got lucky on that one a little bit, I'll say, Rodney. I feel like they've been playing with fire on this one. I mean, hell, they got their quarterback broken last year. There's a couple games this year he could have gotten broken, but he's so damn tough and bendable, and he's like Gumby, that guy, a little bit. He was able to shrug it off, but they played with some fire. They played with some fire. And they put some investment in their offensive line. They haven't had the great returns, but it was not 2 years ago they put a first-round pick in the right tackle. It was not this last draft in the second round that they drafted Jackson Carmon, who's a tackle, in this past draft. So they have put assets into their offensive line. They haven't just completely ignored it and said, Burrow, you're on your own. Though their interior is awful. Eric99, to everyone who hates on so-called bandwagon fans, I live in LA. In the past 15 years, I've seen all kinds of Seahawks fans, young and old. Ask me how many I saw in the 80s and 90s. Well said. Well said. Man, the Rams can just not get this 49er defense is stingy. They are just holding everything up. Third down here for the Rams now, 14:04 in the fourth quarter to go. They need a touchdown. I mean, a field goal at least gets them within one score, but they're thinking touchdown here. But I will say this, with this being a 3rd and 1, this is not 2-down territory because you would take the field goal. See what Sean McVay Wonder Kid has up his sleeve here. It's like 3rd and 1.5. All right, they bring Sony Michel out of the backfield as sort of a tight end look. A lot of wide receivers in a spread here. Stafford drops back, empty. Looking around, floats it around to Cooper Kupp, touchdown. Jesus, why do you not cover Cooper Kupp? He's just too good. He's too good. This isn't a battle between the Rams and the 49ers. This is a battle between Deebo Samuel and Cooper Kupp. Or, the mic okay? We had an echo? Oh, do we have something weird with the volume's off today or something? I don't know what's going on. Eric99 says, I've been a diehard fan since 1988. I still smile when I see a Wilson jersey or a Seahawks hat in California. Bring on the bandwagoners because some become diehard 12s. That's why I say I don't fault any fan for however you want to enjoy your fanship. Just leave me mine. But I also just don't throw it around. You're a Seahawks fan. You're 12. You're riding with me. Seahawks Network. Tom Cox says, Sherm has seen what Belichick did when New England was on a constant Super Bowl contender. There was a lot of moving parts. Very true. Parab says, Brandon, are you starting a dubstep channel? That sound went a bit crazy. I don't know what happened, man. It's new setup here, so there's going to be some kinks I got to unkink here. I'm guessing with this new place, but I don't know. Megan says, I love the fact that down under we are known as having the largest number of 12s outside of Seattle. And we're bandwagoners here? Don't effing think so. Nope. Me neither. Me neither. So I'm with you. I like that we got Australia. I like we got a whole continent is ours. A whole second continent to us, Megan. You guys are a continent, right? Is Australia a continent? Emmett Brown, the customer is always right. Players always recognize it's a business, and the fans aren't stupid. Sherm and Averill need to shut the F up and realize we run the show. They just try and work in our world. Well said, Emmett. And you echo a lot of what I felt when I watched the podcast between them on that. Again, they can have their opinion on this. They can say Carroll needs to remain. Fine. You say that. And as I posted my comment on that video below, I respect their opinion. They have a keen insight. They've been behind the curtain. They know how the sausage is made. So them having this kind of opinion carries a certain amount of weight, but it doesn't carry all the weight. And you lose whatever ground you have to stand on when you start flinging the mud the other direction at the people that you're disagreeing with in the stand they're taking, rather than addressing the points and parts of, Sherman and Averill, why don't you speak to how Carroll can innovate this defense when it has seemingly become stagnant? Sherman and Averill, why don't you speak to how Carroll seems to move his players out of their natural position to their detriment at all the time? Why don't you guys speak about how they're spending their money in free agency? Are they doing it right? Are they doing it wrong? Are they just getting unlucky there? Let's speak to the context of the argument and not attack the people themselves. And I do think, again, that when you start to get to personal attacks on stuff like that means you're really, at that point, sort of losing the argument a little bit. Wow, Debo just about stepped out of bounds. You've already kind of lost the argument because you're not willing to kind of address the points. You just want to do the sling. But boy, Emmett, that video got me triggered. That Sherman Averill video sure did. Ethan Techworld says, Seahawks Network says either. Oh, sorry, you're speaking to Ethan. All right. That's red. Daniel W. says, are we going to do a mock draft this year? I don't think you made one last year. Daniel W., I will do a mock this year. Yep, we're going to expand the draft coverage this year, and you better believe it. So we will do a mock draft 100%. I'm still getting into my guys here on it, but yes. Tom says, I think Carroll has one season to fix this. I don't see Seattle going after Chandler Jones or Von Miller. I don't see either of those two guys being targets for them either, Tom. I think mainly because you've got some age to those guys. They're going to cost some money, but then also I don't know as much their scheme fits for the 4-3. They could maybe do some of it, but I think there'll be other teams out there that run a 3-4 defense that are willing to pay higher prices for both of those two guys' potential services. I mean, Vaughn's not going to maybe make what Chandler makes, but he's been an effective player for the Rams since coming over from Denver. He still looks like he's got at least a little bit in the tank there. Seahawks Network says, sorry. Ethan, Emma Brown says, I have a ton of apprehension about signing Penny, but if we do, we better not bring back Carson. In fact, Chris Carson better not be back regardless. Drafting a running back needs to be a priority by R3 at least. By round 3 at least. Sorry, Emmett. Misread that. I'm with you on this. I've been fighting recent battles with some folks here in the chat as far as my willingness and want to move on from Carson. You save almost $3.5 million by doing so. And to your point on that, if I'm bringing back Penny, I've got my one potentially injury-prone running back on the roster already. I can't have 2 of those. Not for a positional group that over the last 5 years, every year gets decimated down to dust by the time we get near the playoffs. So one way to avoid that is to have a cavalcade of broken running backs on the roster. I think Carson's been an effective back for us. I think that he's got a lot of injury history to him, a much deeper injury history even than Rashad Penny has, going back to high school with that guy. I think he'll be injured into the future, and I think it's at this point just something you've got to just kind of accept. So I'm with you, man. And that round 3 onwards, Emmett, I don't know if you feel the same way. It does not seem like to me there's running backs you would pick in the first round. I really don't feel like there's running backs I'm looking to really pick in the second round of this draft. But once you get into the third round, there's quite a collection of guys that have a good argument to be made to be picked in that third round area of things. That seems to be kind of the sweet spot on this particular draft. And we got the Niners driving here on the other side of the Rams field here. Ooh, good play by the Rams there. Tom Cox, all I'm seeing is what Seattle needs to do is invest in more of their cap and draft capital in offensive and defensive line. It shows what the Niners are doing with the talent they have. Agreed, Tom. Part of why I've said my number 1 and number 2 priority this offseason would be first to address the offensive line. Second would be then to address the defensive line. That would be, I would put number 1, number 2 priority. And that's even with having a need at corner and tight end and free safety. That's where I invest. And I agree. We're seeing the positive upshot of doing that with both of these 2 teams. Oh my God. Trent Williams going in motion is just scary. Giving him a running start like that. And the Rams with a great stop there on 3rd and 1. And boy, the 49ers went really conservative with that play call. Do they go for it here? Boy, Trent Williams just looking to hurt somebody. Oh, they're going to punt. Niners are getting a little tight. Niners are getting a little tight here. Little tight. Alexander says, bring back Chris Carson. I just don't know. He sure does get hurt a lot. And supposedly he's got a chronic neck injury. Chronic meaning it will never be fully fixed, meaning he will always be developing with it, meaning it even could be a ticking time bomb, the likes of which you dealt with Cliff Averill and Cam Chancellor that ended their careers. So what is he challenging here? Was there a turnover on that? Tony says, Debo's a first down every touch. Yeah, he is. Danny W., I hope Bengals win it. They deserve it. 30 years without a playoff win until that first one this year. They do it. They've earned it. Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of teams like the Buffalo or Detroit. Man, they've had a long period of time of suffering. A lot of years of suffering there. Seahawks Network says Deebo Samuel's what Percy Harvin would have been if he put on 15 to 20 pounds. Sounds about right. Daniel W. says the way the 49ers utilize Deebo is beautiful. DK has the same potential. I don't know if he could do the running back stuff, guys. I think that'd be a little tough to try to put DK in that position to do. I just don't know if that'd be as much what he could do. Deebo's a unique player. And again, they're kind of 2 different guys in what they both do as players. I know why you guys would want to necessarily do that. I just don't know if it'd be as much a fit as you kind of think it might be with DK. Keldon says, Tom grew up in the Bay Area, and it's believed by many that he's always wanted to play there. I believe he does. I believe it's Keldon. I mean, he grew up in the era of Joe Montana. I mean, how could he not want to? Right? Makes complete sense. Brian Myers echoes what I had to say on this. He says, DK can't do what Deebo does, folks. Deebo is a running back in a war body. DK would goop to hurt fast doing what Deebo does. Well said, Brian. And yes, I do agree with you on that. Emmett says, man, the NFC could be ripe for the taking if we could actually spend our money and picks wisely. Tall order under our senior citizen. It is there, Emmett. If they were willing to be aggressive enough, if they were willing to stack enough contracts in tow, you look across the NFC. NFC East is still a joke with the Cowboys, right? That's proven out. You look at the NFC South. Tampa Bay loses Tom. They're kind of Saints lose Payton. Carolina's kind of toast. Atlanta looks like the front runner. Then you go over to the NFC North, and you've got Detroit Lions, the Bears, the Minnesota Vikings might be on the edge of signing Harbaugh, which could be interesting for them. And they look like actually the front runner if they get Harbaugh, because very well looks like the Packers are going to lose not only potentially as Darius Smith, Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, collection of a couple other wide receivers, their tight end. The NFC could be kind of there for the taking going forward if we can get through our division. But to get through our division, we've got to stack up enough of a roster that can compete with the teams that are both today playing in the conference championship right now. That was such a silly challenge by the Rams. That's such a silly challenge by the Rams there. This takes them to 0 timeouts now in a game where you're down by 3 points. And by the way, now you went from the 49ers punting now to giving them enough time to think they've got to play to get a first down here. I like the 49ers going for this, by the way. This is a great call by Shanahan to do this. If he's not just trying to draw them off sides. Because I don't like punting this ball back to the Rams with them getting a little bit of momentum on that last touchdown. And there's 10 minutes to go here. You need to score more points. Being up by 3 is not enough, even in a close game, even in a low-scoring game like this particular one. Debo lined up in the backfield now. Niners are coming out with a 3 wide receiver look. Kittle goes in motion. Garoppolo under center. Now they send Elijah Mitchell in motion. Looks like he's trying to draw him off here. Play clock winding down. And they indeed are trying to draw them off sides. So, okay. Well, I take back every good thing I said about Shanahan. Kyle Mulkey, again, the Greg Olsen $7 million deal was making Russ happy. Russ's track record of guys he wants or we have gotten have not worked out. Laughing my ass off. So why is he so unhappy if it seems like the front office does? Okay, so Kyle, I guess where can you point to me on the story that on the sources of story that Greg Olsen was signing was driven completely by Russell Wilson and the front office wasn't doing it? That it was like him asking the front office to do him a solid. I'm open to believing that, Kyle, but I just need a little bit more sources for that other than what I've heard with it, which I have not heard any of that being the case. And again, it's not the front office's job to listen to Russell Wilson for his roster building. It's the front office's job to go get the best possible player. And if they had somewhere else where they could take that $7 million or they could find some other tight end that was going to be a better player than what Olsen was at that point, they should have made that move. That's why they stand in the spot in the position of what they do. I'm maybe right on that, but again, if you just give me a source on that so I can see where that's coming from. Because I can't imagine the team would have plucked down $7 million just because Russ asked them to do so. He might have asked him to sign it, but I don't think that's just the sole reason they would have signed him. All right, 1st and 10 for the Rams here under center, inside about the 15-yard line. Stafford going deep right out the gate, and it's going! He had an interception, and he dropped it. That's the easiest interception Jimmy Ward's ever going to have in his life deep down the field. As I say with Stafford, he throws you the ball 2 to 3 times a game. Whether you intercept that ball or not is what's going to dictate whether or not you win that game against Stafford. He's that kind of quarterback. He's going to make those home run throws. He's going to make those crazy touches. But when he gives you the ball, you've got to pick it off. You can't let him get away with those. And Jimmy just let him right off the hook with that one. Danny W. says, I'm not asking DK to do what Debo does. DK has so much unleashed potential, like utilizing him on screens every single game. They could definitely utilize him more. They definitely can. And boy, oh boy, talk about a flip there where Jimmy drops that ball. Stafford now throws a little bomb out to Odell. Odell makes the catch. Jimmy Ward hits him in the head. Another 15 yards on top of it. Now the Rams are going to be about midfield. They're going to be past midfield now. They're going to be at like the 40-yard line of the 49ers. Oh my God. Yeah, he went headhunting on that one. You're calling that all day long on that play. Oh shoot. James Tomlinson, thank you for the $5 donation. Also one of my patrons. I appreciate you, James. Says, I'm done with this taunting rule. Breathe on a quarterback, tickle a wide receiver, and a hard hit. Bam. Penalty. For sweet baby Jesus, let the defense talk. I hope they revisited this offseason, James. It's almost the number one rule I hope they look at, because the sport is a sport of emotion. It's a sport of playing with a little bit of an edge. It's getting into your opponent's head as a part of this. And I'm sorry, it's just part of the game. It's a man's sport for that reason. Not that reason only, but one of the reasons it's a man's sport. It's a silly rule, the taunting thing. Take it away. Let the players do their talking, do their woofing. Let them go at it a bit. It's funner that way to me. ADL Williams says, Dan, the refs are going to have to work some magic if they're going to get their boys, the Rams, into the Super Bowl. That's overthrown. Emmett Brown says, yeah, my University of Georgia is running back is Cook. Okay, that's who I'm with right now too, Emmett. That's the one that's got me most excited. I felt like what I was reading online and doing some research on all three of them, I'm supposed to like one of the other two guys more, but I was gravitating more to Cook. Though I will say, Emmett, he is not the player his brother was, right? He's a different back than his brother. But he's still good. He's still got, and boy, can he run some routes, man. For the running back position, he runs like a wide receiver. He runs routes like a wide receiver. Tom says, but let's say that Jimmy Garoppolo wins the Super Bowl. Why would the Niners go after and ask Tom to play if they just won a Super Bowl anyways? Because Garoppolo is due to be a free agent, and all indications have been by the Niners that they aren't looking to sign Jimmy Garoppolo to another contract extension beyond this, that they're going to let him walk. So that would be my reason. I think that they would look at it. I think, Tom, they would look at it as they won the Super Bowl in spite of Jimmy, not because of Jimmy. Keldon says, Jimmy only plays odd number years. He will be injured for the 2022 season. Brian says, Brady ain't going anywhere but the beach. Not San Francisco, not Tampa Bay, just retiring. Anything else is fake news. We'll see. It's a possibility, but I could see it going that way too. I could see him retiring. Go Survive. How much did they pay the actors to come to this game? No way DiCaprio wants to be there. I agree, man. You know they paid. Like, is there going to be a copter to bring me out there? How's this going to go? Paul Third says, Stafford pick coming. Paul, you were almost right. You were so right if Jimmy Ward could have just held onto that ball. Goxo says, Vaughn and Odell like, damn, we went here to play anyway. Away games at home? Hell no. Let's go to Seattle. They always pack the house. That's right. They know what's up after this. Soft LA fans. Tom Cox asked if I can look at Cameron Thomas from San Diego State. Yeah, I can look at him. Let me add him to my list. Stafford dropping back in shotgun on 3rd and 3. A little screen route out to Sony Michel. Sniffed out by the San Francisco 49er defense, and Fred Warner brings us a 4th down. We're going to end up with a tie game here. Tie game, Cam Thomas, San Diego State. I got him on my list, my guy. I will take a look. Thank you for the suggestion. I'm getting into my draft club. I'm doing a couple guys a day now. So I got through my running backs last night. Going to move in through some more of the tackles here. We're getting into some on here. Emma Brown says, I wouldn't mind free agent defensive ends like Clowney, Aldon Smith, who people forget, and Calais Campbell, then rock with Taylor and Robinson. Sounds good with me, Ahmed. I like it. Field goal attempts up by the kicker, and he pushes it through the uprights. 17-7 on the 40-yard attempt. 4th quarter, 6:49 to go. Hey, a couple good games here on these Conference Championship Sunday. Couple good games. Go Ox 05. Now watching the Sherman pod did remind me of something. He was on the Buccaneers. Yes. He's rocking a Bucs hat on the pod. Tom, didn't the Rams pick a receiver after Seattle picked Eskridge? Yeah, Tom, we call him Poo-Poo Atwell. That was his nickname for him on draft day that I put onto him. His real name's Tutu, but I call him Poo-Poo Atwell because he weighs about the same as a morning dump. That's why he gets that nickname. Go X05. I'm just going to go ahead and say this. I was on the Thuney, Humphrey, and Trey Smith train. I wanted any one of those three. I thought they would all be great, and now KC has all three. You're out ahead of it on those guys, man. I missed the boat on Trey Smith myself. I thought his tape was a little muddling and soft in some of the stuff I saw with him out of Tennessee. But Thuney would have been a great guard to bring in here. Really good guard. Would have helped you out with Aaron Donald and pass protection. And you know me, Go Hawks, with Creed Humphrey, where I stand on that. Kyle, if the Rams lose, I don't see in the next 3 to 5 years that they can get back to the title game, much less the playoffs. The bill is about to come due. This is the year they win it all. If not, it's a huge failure. Agreed, Kyle. They're down on a first, a second, a third round pick. They're well over the cap right now. They don't have as clear a path to dump cap space, and if they do so, it's going to create a hole in their team. Like you move on from Whitworth, you might create $14, $15 million in cap space or something like that. I mean, I think it's even less than that. It's only like $9 million, I think. But you move on from him, you create some cap space, but now you have to go find a left tackle. I think Austin Corbett's due to be a free agent for them. They're the right guard for them. Now you got to deal with your offensive line. Is Stafford going to want a new contract now going forward here soon? Probably. So I think this is definitely it's going to be hard. It's going to be much harder than it's been for them up until this point, where they've had some stuff to utilize in the now. They can buy some of the future for the now. The future's already bought at this point from the Rams standpoint. Now you almost have to be perfect in all of your decision making, all your trades, all your drafting. Obi-Wan says Burrow always looks like he gets the ball out a hair longer than other quarterbacks would. Looks like he gets the ball out a hair longer than other quarterbacks would. Perfect way to play when you don't have an offensive line. Very true. Very true. Kid's gutsy. Washington Fish Quest. Thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you, Washington Fish Quest. If I can say it, Washington Fish Quest. Say that 7 times. Thank you so much for the donation. Says Kupp is more of a force of nature than Kittle. He is. He's unstoppable, man. I mean, he's just the guy's rolling. The guy's rolling this year almost like no receiver I've seen. And the connection between him and Stafford and his ability to constantly get open and teams to have no answer for him. I mean, he's not just doing it like the Randy Moss. Randy ran like a deer. It's like, I just can't run as fast as a deer. That's how he's going to beat you sometimes. With Kupp, he's kind of quick. He's got a little speed to him, but he just kind of just gets it done. Go Ox 05. I'm probably a bandwagon, but I was like 8 years old during the Legion of Boom, so I get a pass. No, you're not a bandwagon at that point. You're just a Seahawks fan. That's your young fan you just came into your Seahawks consciousness right at the time they were great. You can't be penalized for that. A.L. Williams says 2 Coopers, 1 Kupp. Oh my gosh. David Tolman, I love your live streams, man. Go Hawks from Idaho. Oh, thank you, David. I love that. Idaho is my home state. That's where I was born. But thank you, man. I appreciate you, David. And I love doing this, man. We're going to be doing this on Super Bowl Sunday as well. And we'll be keeping up the 2 streams a week here as we go forward as well, even when we get into the offseason a bit. Aaron Donald making his presence felt now. But good to see you, David. Tony, who we have winning? Gosh, I don't know, man. Can Garoppolo put some points up right now? He's gonna have to make a couple throws. This is 50-50 right now where I stand. I'm not sure which way this is gonna break. Oh, we got a flag. Offside. False start. Obi-Wan, who do you think gets Flores? Houston always kind of felt like the one that was the natural fit on that one for me, Obi. Felt like Houston was the one where that's where he's going. And, I mean, he may have a better spot, though. There may be a better landing spot of the teams looking for coaches, though, too. But that one makes a lot of sense to me. All right, San Francisco now 2nd and 15, 6:45 on the clock. Jimmy in shotgun. Drops back to throw, looking around, still looking, scrambling around. Come on, Jimmy, find somebody, buddy. Oh, he threw an interception almost. Both the teams now have a dropped interception in this fourth quarter, and that looked like Ramsey. Was that Ramsey? Jalen had a shot at this one. Stepped off his initial coverage, and woo! That's a game-changing pick right there because Jalen's probably running that thing back if he gets that. There's only it's only him and Jimmy between each other going back then. Oh, brutal. They get tied on the fan. He goes, All right, 3rd and 15, and they're going to have to call a timeout here. Oh, they just hiked it. The sloppy play by the 49ers. That's going to be a 4th down. Ooh. Tom Cox, Jefferson's been a Ram for a couple years. No, they're talking about Tutu Atwell. Poo-poo Atwell. Megan, yes, B, island continent. Well, Megan, that's one of those facts you say that's like, you don't know that Australia's just an island? Non-con. I always get those wrong. Niners out here to punt. I have a weird punt there. Ooh, these boys are hitting. Boys are hitting out there. Not Thus 53 says Bengals remind me of the 2014 Seahawks. They do have a little bit of magic dust to them, don't they not? Little pixie dust coming off their shoulders. In Tech World, Brandon, by the way, I messaged you on Twitter with some streaming equipment that I think you'll find useful. Thank you for mentioning that, for sending me that, Ethan. And yes, that is absolutely vital information because that's the way to keep those memory cards cooled down. And that's my worry with getting to the new cameras. I got to find a way to keep the memory cards cool. So that will be the pathway to get that done. But thank you for sending it. Sorry I didn't get a thank you off to you. I've just been with the move this week and trying to stay on point with the streams and stuff. I've been a little bit behind on my responses. But I did see that. Keep all that stuff coming whenever you've got little tricks or trades like that, because this is one that I want to make sure that we're getting right on the next purchase with the microphone and the camera. Those are the two big purchases we got to make on the channel next, and I got to make sure that they're going to be the right ones. I can't get this wrong, Can't get this wrong. Cowboys are number 1. A-Rod to Dallas. Great show, Brandon. Good game, too. Hell of a good game, huh? Cowboys are number 1, man. And hey, I don't know, man. I'd be thinking you'd be coming in the chat talking to me about Sean Payton to Dallas right now. What about the Sean Payton? Cowboys are number 1. I mean, if there's one team that might come in and do it, that's the conversation I want to have with you. Because that's the one that's got a real possibility to me of happening. Stafford completing some passes here, moving the ball up the field. Ooh, they gave him a bad spot there. They gave him an awful spot there. Whew. That was short. That was really short. Too bad they can't challenge this because they are out of challenges. That's tough. Tough. 3rd and 1. The Rams in shotgun now. 3 wide receivers. Stafford drops back to throw, looking for Kupp. Goes back across the field over to his Blanton, whoever that is. 1st down. A-Rod to the Cowboys, huh? Okay. I'll see. You'll be the prophet on this one if you're calling it. I'd be more interested in Cowboys number 1 if you guys get Payton. That's the move you guys really need. That's an upgrade right there. McCarthy to Payton is like, plus you get Payton and he takes away some of Jerry's decision making on that front office. It's a 2 birds, 1 stone on that one. Tom Cox says Garoppolo reminds me of Alex Smith. Can win with him. Excuse me, guys. I've got a moth in my throat. Did you mean can't win with him or that you can win with him, Tom? Donald looks angry. He might start choking his teammates. He might start choking everyone. Teammates, opposition, referees. When that HGH kicks in, it's like, you don't care. And the Rams are really working the sidelines here with some of these short comeback routes, out routes, sort of just attacking into the Rams defense a little bit on some of their soft coverages here. A little bit of what you'd see if the Seahawks were running the defense right now a bit. Emma21 Gaming says, this offseason, all I'm going to say is go all in. I'm with you, Emmett. Let's do it. Let's do it. All in this offseason. Cowboys are number one. The cap is a lie. JJ can make it work, but as long as the fan base continues to make Dallas the most profitable franchise in the world, JJ will march out entertainers. Romo, Dak, Zeke, T.O., Jalen, and Cooper Kupp, again, just slaughtering this Rams defense. 49er defense, just wide open, makes the catch, gets another 20 yards up the football field. Man is unstoppable. Unstoppable. And Quan Williams is just he's having it taken to him in this game. He's a good slot corner for the 49ers, but he is having one hell of a hard time with Cooper. His hands are full. He's been grabbing and holding and doing every little cornerback trick of the trade to try to hold Cooper up, and it's just nothing's working. Nothing's working. 10 catches, 134 yards, and 2 touchdowns for Cooper Kupp in this game. Stafford goes over 330 yards for the game now. See if the Niners can get them held up here. They have 3 timeouts remaining, so it's going to be an interesting little chess match on how they use their timeouts now. Golly, he just went right across his face, man. Kupp did on that route against Kaiwan. I can't say the name. I just call him Williams. Just went right across his face with it. I'll say this: Cowboys are number one. I've always said I was talking with this Seahawks Brendan Nelson on my other show we did this last week. The cap can be finagled. You could technically move on from Dak and find a way to work in Aaron and find a way to make it done. You could. The price to be paid for that within a year, how you build out the rest of the roster, it will be affected. And part of the reason Cowboy are number one, that you saw Sean Payton retire from the Saints this offseason, is not just because the roster is getting older, not just because he doesn't have a pathway to his next quarterback, but also because their bill is coming due from years of pushing Drew Brees' salary forward and forward and forward and forward. Teron Armstead, who's going to be one of the number one French left tackles, one of the number one free agents on the active market this offseason, is still being paid for the next 2 years by the Saints. Not being paid as actively paid, but the next 2 years it's actively would be counting against their cap. It does come due. You go that hard on your cap, the bill does come due. But maybe it's worth it for them to make that kind of swing and to try it in that way. Maybe it's worth it to go for the Rodgers. But boy, I'll tell you what, I think you'd be really hamstrung on the rest of your roster building if you went in that direction of things. M21, I love the Seahawks blue, not Ram blue. Me neither. Obi-Wan says, moving DK to running back wide receiver role would shrink his career. It would. It would indeed. Tom says, I would take Penny, but Seattle needs to sign a free agent running back and a draftable running back like Breece Hall or Haskin. I'll tell you what, for you guys that like Chris Carson, if you're looking for more of a guy that looks like he was almost cloned, a Chris Carson-like clone, not quite as a hard of a runner, right? Not quite the bull, but very close and very they have the same split-legged running style. Hassan of the Michigan Wolverines looks really, really similar to Carson, and a guy that you could probably get in the 5th round. Because I think he'll have some of the same speed questions that Chris Carson had, which caused Carson to be a 6th rounder along with some of the injury stuff. Gawk Survive. I know this guy, big Niners fan. It's going to be hard to hear him talk about a Super Bowl run. He's obnoxious. He did get to see the 49ers smacked around by Seattle this year. Well, you at least have that, And look, the Rams are driving right now, so we're at the 2-minute warning. 49ers have got all 3 of their timeouts. Stafford's in shotgun here on 2nd and 11, 3 wides, 1 tight end. Drops back to throw, looks for Kupp, coming around now. Niners got their hands on him, and he's dragged down for a sack. Nice play by the Niners defense. They have provided a decent amount of pressure today. That's Samson Ekubon, the Ram free agent that the Niners signed this past offseason. And Ekubon, as an edge rusher there, he's a linebacker. They had him coming off the edge and looking good doing it. I think he beat Whitworth there. He just slaughtered Whitworth on that. Used power and then just up under his hands. Nice work. Megan says my favorite is my 85 Largent jersey. See behind B, for example. There you go. Right there. Look at that. That's the jersey right there. That's the Magic jersey right there. All right, 3rd and 18. Let's see if Rams can keep 49ers can keep them to a field goal attempt here. Little bubble screen out to Cooper Kupp, who gets it upfield to the 12-yard line. It'll be a nice little chip shot field goal. 49ers will be left with one timeout. They're going to get with about 1 minute and 37 seconds on the clock here after this kick and kick off. So they'll have time to work. They will have a timeout. All they'll need is a field goal to tie the game if the Rams make this one. But we shall see. Yeah, Jarquez Start might have blown this game with dropping that pick. That was a huge, huge play. Emmett says, can I at least get my retro Hawks unis this year? I'd love to see us in the royal blue again. Me too, man. That's the one I've been wanting for a lot of years now, is to see those throwbacks. That looks so tight. I especially some of the modern players in it look tight. DK looked cool in it. Yes. Go Hawks. Who do you think would win? A full team of Debos or a full team of Cups? They would just score on each other forever. Go Hawks. 05. It would end in a forever tie, and the Rams did hit that field goal. Emmett Brown says Burrow is the new league golden boy. He's not losing to either of these teams. Maybe not. And then these kids operating like he don't care. He's operating like he's unfazed. There's no fear. There's no nervousness. He's just out there balling. Emmett Brown says Ford from Cincinnati is a running back I like too. Funny enough that you say that, Emmett, in that my two running backs on my board right now, Emmett, are Breece Hall, number 1, but then number 2 is Jerome Ford. North and south runner who combines good power with upper-level speed. He'll give you some effective jukes and break tackles and phone booths with it, but he really wants to get upfield. Looks close to 4.4 on the football field. Alabama transfer, ideal size. Would fit right into the conventions of what Seattle typically looks for at the running back position. His pass pro is kind of bad, from lackluster to poor. He struggles in not only laying in pass protection, but just in locating the right blitzers to pick up. He kind of strikes me, Emmett, as a lesser Nick Chubb or a 3rd round Nick Chubb. Jerome Ford does. Terrence Barbie, should we go after Odell Beckham? I wouldn't mind seeing it, Terrence. I think he's displayed with the Rams what I thought we would be able to pick up if we got him over from Cleveland. I'd kind of long suspected a little bit that maybe Cleveland was the worst place to go put Odell in, that Baker is not a good fit for Odell, and that proved to be kind of the case. I would be open to it. I don't know what Odell's going to command, so some of this comes down to what the cost is going to be, and I'm not going to go after Odell if it means that I got to sacrifice other areas of the football team. San Francisco takes over now, 1st and 10. I'll do a little play-by-play here as we're getting close to the end of the game. Garoppolo in shotgun, looking around. Ball is tipped and almost intercepted at the line of scrimmage. We'll do a little play-by-play, though, here as we're getting to the end of this game. See if this doesn't wrap up with some fireworks. Some fiery fireworks. I think that was Vaughn. Nope, that was the Husky. That was the Husky on that one. That was the Husky pulling that one off. Greg Gaines. Big Greg Gaines. All right, come on, Garoppolo. What you got, Garoppy? Come on, Groppy. Don't be like a guppy. Garoppolo and shotgun. 3 wides. Looking. Oh, Jimmy's playing scared. Jimmy's playing scared right now. Jimmy is playing scared. Jeff Rhines, how's it going, Brandon? What's up, Jeff? How you doing, my man? Hope's good. I'm doing awesome. The stands look a little more red than blue tonight. Just got the last 15 minutes or so I could have third down here. Jimmy's going to try to throw, and he is under a ton of pressure. And Aaron Donald just, it's intercepted. Aaron Donald, that game-wrecking force came through, ripped and twisted and turned and was hog-tying Garoppolo down. Garoppolo did some sort of, I'm going to just throw it behind my back and hope something good happens. The Rams are going to the Super Bowl, folks. Played in L.A. Oh, Lordy. Oh, Rams fans, here we go. Jeff says, so I could have missed it, but L.A. doesn't care about the Rams too much. No, they don't, Jeff. You're right. We were mentioning earlier, too, that there seemed to be more Ram fans than there were or seemed to be more 49er fans in the stadium than there were Ram fans. Somebody was mentioning that had something to do with the price of tickets, but it is a little odd to see, and again speaks to a little bit of what we've talked about, being that there's a little difficulty right now in getting the fan base to sort of take there in LA, and the NFL's trying to make it happen. I mean, is it coincidence the Rams are happening to play a Super Bowl in the same stadium they play in? Washington Quest says George Kittle is a greased up hillbilly. He is, no doubt about it. Brian Meyer says Jimmy G's going to blow it. Interception coming. You called it, Brian. You called it. I said at the play before, you could see he tried to throw this little flat route to a running back that was 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage because he was scared to throw the ball down the field. He looked tentative at the end of this game on that last drive. Emmett says, I'm feeling a Jimmy G pick six here. Boy, you guys called that one. Megas is an island continent with at least 50 kinds of animals that can kill you and will kill you without blinking. And that's just on the shore. Jimmy G is holding the team back. You see at the end of the game, why is this, that play at the end, why are they moving off from him? Why aren't they staying with Jimmy G? Why? Because Shanahan saw this a couple of years ago. This guy ain't good enough. It's not even a matter of I need the best quarterback in the sport. Like, this guy just isn't good enough. I have to coach around this guy. I have to be perfect around this guy as a coach in order for this team to get to where they want to get. And Jimmy showed it again to you today. I mean, he had a couple throws in there I'll give him some credit for, but you take him over the course of a game beyond just a couple throws, and this game's not dictated by just a couple throws. You need more than that at the quarterback position. It's a quarterback-driven league for that reason. And people mention like, whoa, Tom Brady would never go to the Niners. Never? Shanahan doesn't look at that and go, well, maybe he doesn't think Lance is ready, and he's got the best quarterback of all time that's knocking on their door wanting to come play for their team. That might not appeal to him. Alexander Matthews says, if you're a Hawk fan and this game gets your juices flowing, then you might be a 49ers or Rams fan. Megan says, be back in a second, gang. Had a severe allergic reaction yesterday, some strapping tape, and need to take some medication to stop the itching. All right. Take care there, Megan. Daniel, if Stafford gets to 2 Super Bowl before he retires, history will look like Stafford is actually a better quarterback than Russell Wilson. But would he be? It'll be a pretty crazy debate that may be out there, Daniel. I think that it'll be beyond just what Stafford might do through the back end of his 3 or 4 years as a quarterback. And I don't think everybody's just going to give a pass on him and blame it all on Detroit for what he did through the first 13, 14 years of his career and not getting, one playoff win, not even a playoff win during that time. I think Russell is looked at as a winner. Russell still is a little younger player, so he's still got a little bit more maybe to go with this too. But they've got both especially the quarterbacks being able to play up to being there 40 years old, if not beyond 40 years old, Daniel. There's still more years for this to be determined. K1, go Oxo5, that's it, K1. I always see the name in my mind as it's read on the page, and I never want to pronounce it that way. I want to yuan it. Cool on it. Emmett, wait, who are we going for? I don't know. It's hard to go for either. Terrence Barbie, they have to give up something to get Payton, and Dak is I think you meant Aaron Rodgers there, Terrence. And Dak is a cap hit, not happening. I agree with you on that, Terrence. Washington Cowboys are number one, seems to think there's a way they could get it done. I don't see, though, how it could happen. Cowboys are number one. Appreciate the comments. I think now would be the time because we are on the market. Tampa Bay, Arizona, round 3, but the Colt falling for Dak is strong. Damn, next year's going to suck. Everyone stay safe. You never know. Cowboys are number one. I'll give you credit. You were wondering if you were thinking Dak wasn't going to be enough to get it done through the playoffs this year, even when you guys were at your most successful, even when you had that super hot start. I remember you coming in the chat mentioning that. So props to you on that. That's not just being a Homer fan, that's being a smart fan, and that's what we like to have in on this chat. I don't care whether you're for the Cowboys, the Seahawks, or the Niners, or whatever you're for. We just like smart fans in here. But it's going to take some acrobatics to move on from Dak this offseason. I think you have to go another one with it. But again, if you get Payton in there, man, there's a reason to be hyped if you do that. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I'll get some more coffee and be right back. All right, we back. Washington Visquez says, agree with Go Hawks. Would be funner for the Rams all in to fail. Also, I think Bengals probably beat 49ers. Don't know about the Lambs. I don't know either, man. The Rams, that's going to be a tough matchup with the Bengals offensive line going up against this Rams defensive line. That's not a good matchup for the Bengals. That's the toughest defensive line that they've had to face. And I don't know how that's going to factor out. Well, I mean, Burrow's good, but man, he's going to be under duress. Mark Harpercorn says, did you watch Brendan Nelson's fire sale video? It could be interesting for the Hawks if they get smart for a change. I didn't have a chance to check it out, but I will. I will give it a look for sure. Usually on game days, Mark, I'm just prepping for the show, so I get pretty deep into just trying to get the thumbnails done, get the descriptions, the titles, get all the lightings up, everything's prepped. Eric99, hey Brandon, I'm back off for dinner. Grilled up some ribeye. Wish I could post a pic in your chat. Someday YouTube will do it. I definitely would love to see YouTube expand some of what they allow in the chat for things to get a little more creative. Emmett Brown, I actually think New England is a dark horse contender for Russ. I don't think Bill is as high on Mac as advertised. He was all right, but I think Mac Jones could be topped out. This is what he is. There's been some rumors about that, Emmett. Bill looking at that game against Josh Allen and going, man, I got to get better at the quarterback position than what I got right now. And maybe to give you a little more a little more to your argument on that, it does look like Josh McDaniels is going to be moving out of New England and going to Oakland. So that is a potential where now you could open up the offense to go away from some of the shorter routes and some of the, some of the dink and dunk stuff, Emmett, to where you could go down to more of the downfield attacking stuff based off the running game, which more fits to what Russ does. So Bill would be more in a position at this point to make more of that change if he wanted to. They could be an outside contender on it. I do wonder if Russ would want to play for Bill, though. I mean, he wants to win, so I mean, that's the most important thing. Herbicide says, my dream free agents include Kamara, Cam Jordan, and Jason Kelce. Well, Kamara and Cam Jordan are not free agents right now, Herbicide. And I think to move on from Kamara and Cam both would actually bring about dead money for the Saints to let them go. And if that's the case, the Saints are, I think, already like $75 million over the cap. So they're just not likely to probably do that. But Kelce's great. He's a free agent. ADL says, Jimmy G, this drive will determine his future. Let's see if he can pull it off. He did not pull it off. He did not. David Phillips says, will McVay's horrible timeouts, time management in the second half cost the Rams bad challenges? Boy, he got a little weird on those, didn't he? A little bipolar with some of those calls and flags, losing all those timeouts. They didn't get burned by it, but they easily could have been. Not a good job there by McVay. Eric99 says, bring back that old gray helmet with the huge stylized hawk head. I love those old school uniforms. Me too, Eric. I want to see it at least once a year. I really do. There's no reason we shouldn't. Those were awesome, awesome unis. David says, evidently not. Herbicide pissed me off seeing Flowers and Humphrey playing today. It's rough, man. Yeah, it's rough. Both those hurt for different reasons, but they hurt. They do hurt. Obi-Wan says, congrats on the 49ers getting a new second rounder next year. If he even goes for that much. Getting a new second rounder? Oh, Jimmy. Goax says, downfall of Jimmy G is okay, but Joe better freaking clutch it for us. Please don't let the Rams win. Please don't let the Rams win the Super Bowl. I don't want to hear it from them. Please, God, no. Emma Brown says, congrats to Stafford, but Donald can kiss my ass. Agreed. Emmett 21, Bengals better win the Super Bowl. They better. Meow. Pad Stafford's getting to the Super Bowl. Yeah. D9 says Russell would have taken that down to scored 146. I think he would have done a lot more than Jimmy did. Jimmy couldn't even get a single yard up the football field. Russell would have at least got you to midfield, if not driven you down. That's what Russell does. Brian Meyer says, Jimmy just threw the pick one drive later than I thought. Well, your instincts were in the right place, though. You were in the right spot. Kiss Cause, if only Jimmy G played as good as he looks. he'd be MVP alone, star of the year every year. Big Country says the Niners should try to get Rodgers. I think I will say this, Big Country, to your point. The Niners did place a call to Green Bay last year in the offseason when there was supposedly some disconnect there and did make a little bit of a play for Aaron. They very well could be a team that jumps back into that fray with this. You know, I know they have Lance, but again, that opens the door for them to bring in a Brady or a Rodgers because you can at least then say we're bringing on these older quarterbacks with a Super Bowl caliber roster who, if they go down, we're not on a typical backup who can't do anything right and who's just going to game manage his way through things. We've actually got a dynamic rookie on a cheap rookie deal. It's not to me unfathomable. Voodoo Magic says Jimmy G to the Saints or Bucks, book it. So I can see the Saints. I can see both. Makes sense. I don't know if there's a team that's going to put him out as their starter 100%. Like they're going to sign him to some 3 or 4 year deal, on semi-big money at $20-25 million a year and go, okay, you're our guy. But on a 1 year deal, as a guy to come in and compete with somebody else, I could see it. Herbicide says, I hate both these teams, Whiners because of their fan base and Rams because they always beat us. Sports fan says Trey Lance is no better, so it seems. Well, he's also, remember, sports fan, he's a really young guy. He's a guy that didn't get to play his final year in college because they shut down the season. He came in really raw and really young. It was going to take him some time to develop and sit and wait. Alexander says, good. Now the Rams can lose the Super Bowl at home. Emmett Brown says, like Tom said, you're sticking with that MFer? That's right. So yeah, sports fan, do they have the cap space for Rodgers? They do. You're losing Jimmy Garoppolo's contract off the books. I don't think the 49ers are sitting in a position with a lot of money necessarily, but they have a good enough flexibility to make it work if they wanted to. D-Nugget says, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, they get complacent. No first-round picks. Jimmy G is gone. Arizona is no good. It's our last chance. Pete, don't mess this up. Emmett says, go Bengals, go Bengals. Please go Bengals. Please, God, go Bengals. Washington Viz Quest with another $5 or another $2 donation. Thank you, Washington Viz Quest. Appreciate the super chat. Says, go Bengals at Super Bowl. Go Hawks all next season. Yeah, we're Bengals fans for the next couple weeks. I don't want to see Rams fans coming in here gloating over their Super Bowl win for the next 6-7 months. Especially with I didn't think Stafford was going to be the Messiah they were all telling me he was last offseason, and I do not look very smart for saying that. And hey, they were right, man. He turned them around whole hog. They lost a lot of guys in the free agency. They lost 12 coaches. Stafford was the great equalizer, seemingly. And obviously they made a couple of very aggressive trades midway through the year and signings with Odell and Von Miller to sort of push them over the top on it. Props to them, though. It paid off. As I've said recently, being aggressive is paying off more in the NFL now. Being aggressive in free agency, being aggressive with your trades, being aggressive with your willingness to move draft capital. It is being rewarded now, and the returns of that are coming about more now than they used to come about 10 and 20 years ago, where it was far more of a crapshoot to make those kind of moves. Teams were far more hesitant to make those kind of moves. But now we've got to start to adjust course. It's paying off more for teams to go in this direction of things. D-Nugget says, why did they keep playing zone on Kupp's double man coverage on him? I don't know. They kept a lot of single coverage with Williams. I guess they thought he could lock up Kupp on his own. He couldn't. Not good enough. Emmett says, next season we better get revenge on the Rams. We better. Chuck Seeger says, Aaron Donald's going to feast on those Bengals. Oh, he's going to go crazy. The Bengals don't have an answer for Donald. And he could literally end up wrecking the whole Cincinnati game plan all on his own. Say nothing for the guys you got on the outside rushing the passers on the edges. It's going to be hard for this ain't Burrow's, not what Burrow's dealt with in recent weeks. He got sacked 9 times by the Titans. Rams pass rush is way more ferocious than the Titans. D. says Wilson would have taken the Lions teams to playoffs more years than Stafford. I agree with that. Maxwell Stern, Bengals versus the Rams. No one saw that one coming. No, we did not. Brian Myers, Bengals better keep Burrow upright if they expect to win the Super Bowl. Yeah, if he gets sacked 10 plus times, like it was a couple weeks ago, they're not winning that. Not with Stafford on the other side. Because Stafford's not going to play like Tannehill did on the other side where they're not putting up points. They're going to put up points on that Bengals defense. It's solid defense. He's going to put up points on that defense. Ryan Osterson says, God, I hate the Rams. I do too. I really do. I really don't like the fact they won this game. It sucks. It sucks. Herbicide says, I bet Burrow wished that O-line was just a bit better when facing the Rams. Yeah, I'm sure he'd like to. I'm sure he's sitting there thinking, he's like, I love having Chase right now, but man, Penny Sewell wouldn't be bad. Penny wouldn't be too bad. D-Nugget with the $2 super chat. Thank you, D-Nugget. Says, let's go Bengal Hawks. It's the newest creature they just created in a lab, D-Nugget. It's got all of the, it's got vicious talons and a full set of chompers in its beak. It's the new hotness. Jason McEward, anybody want to trade for one of the 60 Matt Stafford cards that I saved? All Topps Chrome, Bowman Chrome, and Finest. eBay, here they come. Payday time. You knew it was going to come in at some point, Jason. You knew that was going to click in at some point. I still got to get that Griffey card off you. I got to still talk you into a price on that Griffey card, man. Alexander, Rams have it good. NFL, let's just let them recover and move the Hawks-Rams game to Tuesday, Super Bowl in LA, etc. That's right. The NFL did help the Rams out for that particular game, didn't they? And it was funny a couple weeks later because you had other teams that ran into the same situation and they just told those teams to suck it up and play through. Kind of an interesting difference of dichotomy between the two situations that happened there. GoXOI says 97% of America is on the Bengals. Hell, 47% of LA is for the Bengals in the greater LA area. Gerald Turner, what is up with the Rams coach smirking all the time after a win? He's got that. He likes to let everybody think he's genius or whatever. I don't buy it, but that's what he likes to. He's got a little schmuckiness to him. Emmett21, bro, they already made a commercial. They probably had them prepped and ready beforehand. You know, they set up a couple of different types that they can have ready to go. Joe Manick says, worst Super Bowl in NFL history. Ooh, Joe. Maybe. Trying to think of that, the last bad stinker that we really got. I mean, maybe. It's been a bad Super Bowl in a while. You know, just one that, I don't know. There's some ones that were I don't know. A couple of those ones the Broncos went to before they won it in the late 80s were kind of brutal. You know, and the Niners just blew them out one year. And then I think the Giants got them once or Washington got them once. And another one. I don't know. Jason Tudor says, yes, more meows, please. Washington Visquez says, we knew this was coming when the refs handed the Rams the W second time we played them. Hopefully the Bengals don't get jobbed. Seahawks Steelers style, but I bet they will. I could see it. We're going to be commenting on it during the Super Bowl, Washington Visquez, and keeping an eye on it. I'll say today that the Rams didn't have a ton of stuff breaking in their favor like the NFL was trying to skew it. It was a pretty evenly called game, I thought, in my opinion. Emmett21 says, bro, they already made a commercial. This seriously could have been us, Brandon. We swept the Niners 2 years straight. Could have been. But it wasn't. We came up short, and there was a reason we came up short, and it wasn't just luck. It wasn't just happenstance. It wasn't because we were just victims of some random acts of bad luck. It's because there was bad decision-making involved, which allowed us to not be here at these heights. Brian Koski, I never expected Cincinnati Bengals to be in the Super Bowl this season. Effing surprised. I am too. I would not have ever seen this coming down the track from them. I thought that they could be a solid team, but you still thought that they were a little ways away. D-Nugget says, hate the Rams more than the Niners. Feel bad for good-looking Jimmy G. I don't. He had a chance to go out there and be the hero, and instead he played the zero. Megan says, time to swing my attention to rugby preseason in New Zealand. Well, maybe we'll do this as a rugby channel. Can we get Discord? A mini lumen field cat tree, D-Nugget? That sounds good, man. If I can find it. I'm looking for my cat trees right now, so soon. Alexander says, hell, we get the Mariner season, maybe. Maybe. Baseball's in peril right now, man. They may be missing some games. Maybe we not start until halfway into the year. Dupree Squid says, my worst fears have been realized. I am a Ravens and Seahawks fan. Oh, brutal. Brutal, buddy. Yes. It has commenced. Your nightmare, Super Bowl. D-Nugget says, Russ would have been scored easy on that draft. He would have scored maybe. I'd tell you, all he needed a field goal. He would have gotten you that. Kyle Moki, sorry I'm way behind. If you go back and look before Solson signed, Russ and Olsen were all over the place together, taking pics together at dinners. You can see it on Russell Wilson and Olsen's IG. I mean, That's there, but does that mean Russell was the one who pushed the signing, or that the front office said, we're going to sign this guy, get cozy with him? I mean, it could be just as easily as that too, right, Kyle? So I don't know if that necessarily means that that's because you see pictures of them hanging out together before he signs on IG, that means Russell 100% was the one who pushed and forced the front office to sign him for $7 million. And even if Russell was pushing for them to sign Greg Olsen, to sign him at that time in his career for $7 million a season, where he was at as far as a player at that point was just a bad decision and shouldn't have been driven by the quarterback. It still is, to me, at the end of the day, Kyle, even if the quarterback had some kind of, hey, I want you guys to sign this guy, it's not your job to listen to the quarterback about who you sign. It's your job to find the best players and to use the money appropriately. And that was a misappropriations of funds on a really major level. Andrew Tobias, why do I feel more optimistic about the Hawks for next season after these playoffs? You maybe feel we're a little closer than we are further away. Certainly looking at the NFC going forward, the NFC is going to start to weaken a little bit, or maybe the AFC starts to strengthen a little bit. There's been a time for a few years here where I've thought the NFC was a little stronger overall than the AFC is, but it maybe is starting to shift in a different direction. Rodgers could move out and go to the AFC/retire. Brady retires. NFC East is still what it is. You got Sean Payton moving on from the Saints. There certainly seems to be a general feeling like this conference might get just a tiny bit easier. And if that door cracks a little bit more wider open, why wouldn't you feel more like you're going to have an easier chance of maybe getting through it? Jeffrey Sizzle says classic uniforms are better than the neon green pajamas. Yes, Jeffrey, 100%. 100% on that one. I land in the same place. Cowboys are number one. I think Joe Burrow wins this. Narrative will be next Mahomes. Maybe. Alexander says, Jimmy's still 49ers quarterback next season? I say yes. I think they'd let him go and just move on. I think they move on. D-Nugget says Rodgers will never win again. He has a crybaby mindset. Maybe so. Andrews Bias says, hate the Rams even more. Beat L.A. Beat them. Beat them. Terrence Barbie says, baby, go Burrow. Jeffrey Sizzle says, actually, the Niners would have to straight up trade their rookie quarterback for Rodgers, or they'd have to give up the farm. I don't know if the Packers are going to get that much for Rodgers. I don't think they're getting the same haul for Rodgers that the Seattle's getting for Wilson. I don't quite buy that. I think he might get a first-round pick or maybe two, but that's probably about the top end for a guy that's going to be 40 years old and does have an injury history and was injured even this year a little bit. Jason Tudor says Jimmy G to the Bucs would be hilarious if it's right after Brady leaves. It would be pretty funny from that standpoint. Alexander, I live in Aaron Rodgers' hometown in Chico, California. Not one person likes him here either. Megan says Rodgers lost all credibility for me when he complained about the 12's noise at Lumen and said the 12s were way too loud, which made us scream louder. I remember that. Brian Myers, Brandon, good on you. On to the draft, baby. On to the draft. Andrew Bias, wish we had the Sonics. We can beat the Rams and the Lakers. Wish we had the Sonics so we can beat the Rams and the Lakers. I wish we had the Sonics too. I miss our Sonics. Really do. Eric 99, so to all my 12s, if the Rams win the Super Bowl, take solace that there will not be any parade, so no celebrations for them. Vid killed the Lakers in Dodgers championship parade, and we'll do the same again. Yeah, they got those tough rules mandated down in that city. You don't get to have any fun in LA right now. Bud Inlet says, let's go Bengals. Let's go Bengals. Please, God, don't let the Rams win a ring. Kiz Gaz, Gridiron Heights even had a skit of Aaron talking about having help. Some great games today, says Aaron. Yeah, there were some good games today. Good conference championship Sunday. It's what you like to see. Good competitive football, back and forth, kind of down to the wire. Yeah, well said. Rebecca says this Rams win is nearly, and I've said nearly as good as the Hawks beating the Cardinals in the amount of crap I now have to give. The amount of crap I can now give my 49er loving friends. Well, Megan, hopefully you can talk them over to becoming Seahawks fans. Tell them to look into the error of their ways. Jeffrey says, oh my God, Russell Wilson, Matt Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, and Kyler Murray in the same division. Like, we don't cannibalize our division enough. It said cannibalized, but I think you meant cannibalized, Jeffrey. And no, we don't. Jaden says 2022 starting off strong with the worst thing possible happening in the NFL playoffs. Yes, Rams are going to the Super Bowl. Herbicide says, were you pulling for the Niners today, Brandon? A little bit. Hard for me to pull for either team. I basically just sit as a watcher and just kind of observe. You know, I'm just a voyeur today. But I guess a little bit towards. I don't like the Rams. I really don't like the Rams. Jeffrey, I was watching for fishy calls down the stretch in the Rams' favor. Didn't see any. That gave me hope. Me as well, Jeffrey. I was looking for the same thing, and I didn't see it either. So, Dark RH is in the house. What's up, Dark? Bet you riding high. D-Nugget, thanks for the shout out, Brandon. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, brother. Thank you for the donation, man. You're awesome. Daniel W., 49ers lost when they punted on 4th and 2 at the 50. Got to play to win the conference championship. I'm with you on that, Daniel. If you were probably watching the live, that's what I was saying during the live point. Go for this. You know Stafford can move that ball up the field. You know they can. I know the defense has played relatively well, but don't lean back on the defense here. Try to get that first down. Try to take it to them. They got really conservative and they got really tight. It felt like the Niners did. I fully agree. Charles Riley with a $5 super chat donation. Thank you, Charles. You are awesome as ever. He says, sorry I missed the stream, Brando. No worries. We get busy. Working a double at the 9 to 5. I know Megan is happy for the Rams, but I'm a Bengals fan for 2 weeks. I'm a Bengals fan with you for 2 weeks here, Charles. I can't watch the Rams fans win. I think Megan was a Rams fan today, but now she's, I think, sliding back over to Bengals here as we get into the as we get closer to the Super Bowl. So I think this will be, I think this will go in that direction of things, or at least I'm hopeful of that. So no Rams love now as we go forward. Mari Taylor says, should we tank for Caleb Williams in 2024? I'm never a big believer in tanking, Amari. I am a believer in don't just go for a quarterback because you're driven to have to do so because of a need on the football team. And if you have to trade Russell this offseason because Russell pushes for a trade and asks for one, don't think that you have to go find your quarterback of the future in this particular draft when this draft is so missing, so light on franchise quarterbacks of the future. There may be a couple more guys in next year's draft that are available that aren't in this one. Tend to be at least 2 to 3 guys that are at least in that range of things. Caleb will be one of those guys in the next year's draft, I would think. I'd love to be able to target him if we're sitting there to be able to do so, but I wouldn't be in a position of wanting to necessarily tank, especially with bringing back Carroll, especially with the fact that they're not going to rebuild. They're in more of a go for it mode at this point, Amari, which means that you're just not, you're not in a stage of anywhere near tanking. You should be in the opposite mode of tanking if you're in that stage. Megan says, I feel we need some Walken and Cosell at this point, B. All right, here we go. We got Walken. I am unbelievably beside myself, folks. Joe Cool Burrow is taking this fledgling, adolescent, infinitesimal Bengal team to the Super Bowl, despite going up against the monolithic, enigmatic Chiefs team that is seemingly always at the beck and call of a winning franchise. But Captain Joe Cool took his amalgamation to an abbreviated level of haphazard nation to find himself the victor. What do you think about this amazing win by the Bengals, Christopher Walken? I don't know how they won it. It's amazing, really. Think about it. They're so young, Bengals, Cincinnati, this year. The win like this now, I don't know how they do it, how they make it done. It's blowing me away. I don't think they can beat the Rams, though. Rams a good team. Von Miller. And Donald. How you going to stop Stafford? Stafford throws so much. He throws so far. He's got a big arm. Howard. I know he has a big arm, Christopher. We saw it on keen display today to the ambivalently incandescent Cooper Kupp. We did, Howard. Cooper Kupp. I mean, the Niners just not covering today. Looked like that to me. Everything was just wide open. He's good. He can get open. He's got hands. But they just unstoppable today. I could make no sense of it. Howard, how'd they do it? How'd they not cover this guy? I don't know, Christopher. It seemed like they would try and then give up halfway into the play. I can only think Cooper Kupp had rented out space in the 49ers' head free. That's all I got today, Megan. I'm 4.5 hours in, though, so I might Cassell and walking her light today a little bit. I have been working on my Al Pacino, though. I'll tell you, if I saw these two teams in the Super Bowl at the start of the year, I'd take a $1 out of this league. D-Nugget says, why do I think the Chiefs lost? I think that the Chiefs probably... They didn't play awful today. Mahomes was not at his best at all times, but he was good through a lot of the day. I don't think that there's just one clear-cut reason here. I mean, maybe a little bit of it is that you just kind of run out of gas. This is a team that has played really deep into the sport for 4 straight years. There's a lot of extra games on those bodies. You got to wonder if maybe some guys are starting to kind of wear down a little bit under that load of things. And again, I'm more referenced towards that being the reason, D-Nugget, because there isn't a simple reason in this game where you go, well, the defense collapsed. Well, Mahomes just went into his bag. Certainly the offense kind of stopped being able to be anywhere near as effective as they started out in this game. The Bengals had some answers for them in that. I do think as well, the Chiefs have got to find a way to drive to, especially offensively speaking, to get a little bit more balance. They're a team that really over the last couple of years have kind of at times struggled to run the football. And it all then goes to Mahomes and Mahomes being amazing. And they've got to get a little more consistent, I feel like, in their run game. Which another year of their offensive line coming together with some continuity, that may be more of the case. But I don't think I have one real clear just reason that jumps out to me as far as the cause here. Kids Cause says Chiefs locks because Jackson Mahomes brings bad juju. ADL Williams, we don't need expensive veteran wide receivers or running backs. Our focus should be all in on both lines, then fill out other needs with cheap randos after the lines are addressed. Not going anywhere without fixing the lines. Well said, ADL. I agree. Zhao Exora, if it was a waste on both the Seahawks and Greg, but at $7 million, it was a waste, but at $7 million, and I was told it could have been $10 million if he actually played. No, it was a 1-year, $7 million deal, Zoe. There wasn't $3 million of incentives in the contract. It was a 1-year, $7 million deal flat. No incentives. I remember that for sure. Herbicide, I've been meaning to bring this up. Luke Wilson does the morning news here in Seattle. The guy is so funny. YouTube Luke for Fox 13. Y'all thank me later. All right, I will. D-Nugget says, I love Pete so much, but he needs to step down from head coach. We are in borrowed time with Russ. Well said. Zhao says, how do you feel about finally swing Stone to left tackle? Well, I want to keep him a left tackle, Zal, but I'd like to go get a better left tackle out in free agency or via trade if that's the way we got to do it too. So I don't want to be him. I don't want him as a de facto starter. I don't think he's good enough in that realm. Or he hasn't proven enough to earn that as the de facto starter yet. Shane says, I already have a buddy of mine setting his Jimmy G jersey on fire, laughing out loud. Well, that's his mistake for buying the Jimmy G jersey, right? He should have known better. As Kiska says, why waste $100? Megan says, Aussie question time, B. Does free agency come before the draft or vice versa? The free agency comes before the draft, Megan. So I believe March is right around the beginning of the draft or free agency. End of March, we got the free agency, and then April is when I think we get the draft. If I got my timelines right. Jeffrey says, if the Bengals win the Super Bowl with one of the worst O-lines in football, Joe will be legendary. He will. I mean, they win this, and especially because they're going up against a defensive front too, which is one of the strengths of the Rams is that defensive front right now. I mean, they're going into their opponent has teeth that are sharpened, that are long, that are like saber tooth, and they're going right into their soft underbelly. And so, yeah, to your point on that, if they do, that would be amazing. Niners think, sorry. Daniel W. says, what no one's saying is if the Rams win Super Bowl, I think Russ 100% wants out to an offensive coach like the Broncos or Giants now. 100% all teams in the Final Four are offensive-minded head coaches. I could see it, Daniel. I think his decision's been driven before this point. I don't think that there's anything more Russ needs to see one way or another about where or what he's going to do going forward. I think it's kind of been determined. But I think that to your point on that, that's been something that he's been guided by prior. You saw it with the list of 4 teams that he released last year that he was willing to be traded to if the Seahawks were going to be trading him to waive his no-trade clause. And all 4 of those teams had an offensive-minded head coach leading the helm. That was a weird noise. Zal says, with that pass interference at Seattle, the Rams were already in the Super Bowl. Well said. Well said. Alexander says, Aaron Rodgers trade, Green Bay would get less back compared to Wilson, mostly due to Aaron Rodgers' age. Is what, 5 years older than Russ? I think he's 5 or 6 years older. Something like that. Somewhere in that neighborhood, yeah. Big Country got conservative. The Niners did because they don't trust Jimmy G. They don't. And I know that I understand protecting him throughout their game plan to a degree, but there's a time where you got to let it rip with him. In that moment there, you got to let it rip. You just got to let it, I know you have your misgivings, but you got to go out there and get 3 points, and you're not going to do it by throwing little flat routes up the football field. He had a couple times in this game where he pushed it up the field to somewhat some success. I would have just tried it if I was the Niners there. So let's just give it a rip and let it go. But they got real tight there. Megan says, correct, B. No Rams love from me here. Go Bengals. I figured. D-Nugget, Rams will probably win because the NFL wants that in LA. Home team and home stadium. Refs 1, Bengals 0. Like I said, is it just coincidence the Rams are playing in the home stadium in their Super Bowl here? Whatever you can do to bump that LA franchise up. Zal says, unpopular opinion, John Schneider will find another hidden quarterback. He could maybe. I'll tell you, this is a year two, Zal, to your point on this. You've got a lot of quarterbacks, about probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 10 to 12 quarterbacks that will be picked from the very last couple picks in the first round all the way up into the late third round, which allows for a little bit more of the diamonds in the rough types, which if you're looking for a year of replication of like that Wilson pick, this would be one that would be like that. Megan says, what happens if Russ leaves, which I doubt greatly, and we don't have a quarterback until 2023? What they call that is a stopgap quarterback, Megan. Stopgap quarterback. You're in between guy. You would go out there and look in a variety of different places for that guy. It could be a journeyman quarterback who's had some starting experience and, maybe just nobody else is ready to give him a type of a starting point. I mentioned Jimmy Garoppolo being an example of that, though I don't think Jimmy would come to Seattle. Just that kind of guy in that realm. It could be just a career-long backup. Who's just that they want just to be in there as a steady hand. Or it could be a guy that's a backup quarterback with some upside that Seattle really likes, Gardner Minshew type that's out there. There's a lot of different directions you could go, Megan, on that. It's not just one. If Russ goes, you'd go this route with it. I mean, hell, they could end up drafting a guy. So there's like 5 or 6 different routes you could go, but you could be well assured that they would then address the quarterback position to some degree if that happened. Andrew Tobias says, did anyone see Russell Wilson schmoozing in SoFi? I didn't. Kyle, that's funny. Kyle, here's what I don't understand about the divisions. How is the Indianapolis Colts in the AFC South? Wouldn't it make sense to have like Atlanta or Tampa Bay in there? Laughing my ass off. I think when they moved the divisions around previously and Seattle got moved from the AFC to the NFC, there was no perfect solution and they had to get the thing as close to as good as they could. Yeah, you could definitely make the argument that the Colts should be in the AFC North, or they should be more of a North third, but then you already got 4 teams there, right? So Herbicide says, that's a good question. What do you think the odds are that the refs are going to be a big factor in the Super Bowl? Well, it wasn't today, which I'm surprised to see. I would have thought the Rams would have gotten a few more calls in their favor. So I'm led to believe that it won't be. It's on a grand scale. It's on a grand stage. And as the NFL learned with the Seahawks Super Bowl in 2005, if you're going to slant a game that hard in that direction, you cause quite a bit of blowback to get the pre-prescribed results that you're wanting. I don't know if they would do the same thing to the same degree. Maybe, but it will be something that we'll monitor and watch. Herbicide, we'll track it. Jaden, this sounds ridiculous, but even though it's been a long while since we've been to the Super Bowl, it's still hard to accept that we won't be playing in it again. It's not ridiculous, Jaden. I have no problem with aspiring for wanting to see that from your football team. I don't consider that being, like some have mentioned, it's people being spoiled to want that. That's what we're supposed to want as fans. What is our goal as fans? To want our team to win more games than they lose, and that's it? No, we want the greatest prize. We want to angle for the greatest prize. So I think that's more to be commended than knocked, Jaden. I commend you for it. Megan says, B, a one-person standing ovation for Cassell and Walken here. Thank you, Megan Gok Roger, for your indubitable ways and your kind reservations for accords to me and Christopher. It is well received all around. Thank you, Megan Gok Roger, for being so kind, saying so many good things. Good woman. True 12, no bandwagon, no Megan, not today, not tomorrow. Come on, Bengals. Joe Cool. Beat the shit out of these Niners, please. Now, today. Not today, maybe tomorrow, not tomorrow. A couple weeks. Win the game. Need this. I want to hear Ram fans all off season. Gonna be hard. Don't need that. Herbicide, it's fun watching the Colts lose to the Jags, though. It was fun watching that. Cowboys are everyone laughing out loud. Attack the accents. Great stuff. I'm working on. We're going to be doing some impressions on this channel in the off season. We're going to be up in the impression games. We're going to have a 3-way cock between Cassell, Walken, and Pacino. What do you got to say on today's game, Al? Oh, what a game. What a game. Hoo-ah. I'll tell you, watch this game, and it's amazing. Never seen a game like this today. Oh, my God. D-Nugget says DK needs to learn from Cooper Kupp. He might have a few tricks of the trade he could show him. D-Nugget says, why didn't the 49ers use Kittle more like KC uses Kelsey? I'm not sure. Sometimes they allow Kittle to get taken away at times in games, and watching a few of the Niners games this year where he'll just sort of go quiet and they don't try to work the ball to him. My only guess on this could be that with Jimmy G, understanding that he really wants to work the middle of the field as often as he does, as a defense, I would then ideally, in playing Jimmy Garoppolo, press the center of that defense, have more of a rolling up of double coverages to Kelsey in the middle of the field, and then put more of my corners isolated out on an island on the outside and force Jimmy Garoppolo to beat me throwing outside the numbers to the sticks, to the sidelines, and see if he can do it, because I don't think he can. That would be, if I was a defense running it in that direction, and I would hesitate to guess that's probably the way the Rams lean towards their game plan today. Brian Koski says, awesome impersonation job. Laughing out loud. I'm glad you like it today. I feel like I can kind of quite lock them in like I normally can. So I'm glad you like, though, guys. I love doing these impressions. You guys know I'll do it all. I'll do the whole stream if I can just let me get away with it. Zero says, it sucks Trey Flowers is in the Super Bowl, even though it's Joe carrying the team. Well, I feel good I land Zhao on feeling good for Trey. Again, he got released off this team mid-year or got traded mid-year to the Cincinnati Bengals. He got basically sent off to the Siberia of the NFL, and he didn't go into his bag. He didn't get up in his emotions. He just went out there and kind of balled out for that team throughout this year. And wasn't sensational, but he was good. They carved out a role for him, and he fit within it. And I always am going to be rooting for guys that have that kind of ability to sort of pick themselves up off the mat, dust them off, and just keep going forward. Alexander says, yeah, the Super Bowl this year will have the same refs that our Hawks did against the Steelers. Is it? Is it the same ref crew? Oh, no. R.I.P. Bengals. R.I.P. Cool Breeze says also, Brandon, how long till we get the Megan Brando collab? Chemistry crazy. Well, maybe at some point on this, Megan. Maybe when she comes into town there next October, we'll do a live stream with Megan. Terrence Barbie says, fire Pete. Look at what Stafford has done year one. I'm with you, Terrence. It's not going to happen, but I'm with you. Alexander, DK needs to check his emotions. He will get better with that. I think he's still basically a kid. Well said. I agree with you. I think he will mature over time. I think he got a little bit better this year with keeping some of those emotions in check. And I think it's just give the guys some time to progress in that respect, I think, and we'll be rewarded in our patience for having done so. Paul Third says, I think the NFL, in an effort to build the Rams fan base, has helped them again in the championship game. Those non-calls on delay of games were so obvious and suspicious, it was missed many times. I wasn't watching as close on some of the stuff, Paul, because I was kind of interacting with the chat a little bit. So it could have been in that game. Could have been a little bit with some of that stuff. It felt fairly evenly called for the most part, but I missed those particular plays, so I can't speak to those ones. A.D.L. Williams, I don't get how Dallas is NFC East and Carolina is NFC South when Dallas is southerner than Carolina and Carolina is eastier than Dallas. Just to keep Dallas, New York Giants, and Dallas Eagle rivalries intact, I guess. Exactly for that reason. Yeah. They got that blue blood establishment, and Dallas doesn't want to be moved out of that division, and none of them want to be moved out, so yeah. D-Nugget, what's my analysis on what would allow the Bengals to beat the Rams? Well, with the Rams defense, like all defenses, you start out on what does the defense try to do? What are they attempting to really accomplish from schematics and from their base philosophy on how they want to stop offenses? Of course, I go to this with the Seahawks often, D-Nugget, where I say Coach Carroll starts with two base philosophies within his defense. We're going to stop the run, and we're going to limit the big play. Well, the Rams sort of do similar in this. They have a little bit of a difference in that they're a little more of a blitz-heavy team, a little more willing to bring the pressure looks. And what they do with that, though, is that they more create the holes then in the short and intermediate passing game. So a little bit D-Nugget as to why, of course, our Seahawks have struggled against the Rams recently is because we offensively have not been very adept at attacking the weaknesses or where that defense opens up those weaknesses. Our defense is very similar to the Rams in that respect of we're going to try to limit your run. We're going to keep the deep pass at bay. But you see within our defense, we give up a lot of that short passing. It's built in there to do that. The part of this that I like for the Bengals is that the Bengals do as good a job as any team out there in the short passing attack of getting the ball out of Burrow's hands. This can help neutralize a really good pass rush. This can then go into the weakness of the Rams' defense. Now, the Rams today did a great job of taking that away a lot, to a large degree, of the 49ers. But it doesn't mean that they're going to be able to do it against a team like the Bengals and a guy in Burrow who is much more capable of throwing the football all around the football field than is Jimmy Garoppolo. So from an offensive side of the ball, you've got to hit the short and intermediate passing game. You've got to be at least efficient in your running game. You don't have to have Mixon running for 100 yards, but to me, he's got to run for like 65, 75 yards, maybe a couple of screens out of the backfield when you can hit the Rams in a blitz look. So offensively, that's what they need to do. And then defensively, I say this time and again, Matt Stafford is a very simple quarterback in certain respects. Not simple in that he's not good. He's very good as a quarterback. Okay, he's going to make some great throws in the game, some great reads in the game. He's going to make some throws of anticipation and arm strength that will wow you and cause your mouth to drop open. But Matt Stafford, every game, will give you 2 to 3 balls that are clear interceptions for you to pick off. I mean, he will literally throw it into your guys' hands. If you don't pick those balls off, if you drop half of them, like the Niners did today, right? Niners picked one off at the goal line early in the game, and then later on, Jarquez Tart had an interception that was thrown right into his arms. No other offensive player around him. Drops that pass. It's exactly to my point on this, where if you don't make those interceptions, if you don't make those plays, then Stafford will beat you. But if you do make those interceptions, you will beat Stafford. And he's just that kind of quarterback. He just is that kind of way. Another guy that's like who's not as good as Stafford, but a Carson Wentz is like that. There's these quarterbacks like that usually tend to be gunslinger types, guys that make the throws that you shouldn't always be making, But that's the key to me. Pick off Stafford when he gives you the opportunity, and offensively, dink and dunk all day long. Ethan Tech World says, earlier in the Bengals game, the Chiefs tweeted, "We won the coin toss," and then the Bengals Twitter replied with, "We won the game." Love it. I like it when team Twitter accounts go at each other. Andrew Tobias says, Schneider better learn for the playoffs. Hawks need an offensive line and pass rushers. Well said. Brian Koski says, by the way, the Jags whooped ass again last night, 104-72. 6 players scored double digits. 2 players had double-double. Hopefully it's the year of the Jags this year. That'd be awesome. That would be awesome. Herbicide, yeah, it looked like Mahomes was trying to lose that game today. He was looking good early on and then just kind of fell off a bit. Kind of went lackluster. Jose Garcia, I wonder who took the bigger L today, the Chiefs or Jackson Mahomes' ego? I think Jackson Mahomes' ego, Jose, is undefeated. Daniel W., 49ers are in a great spot. Young franchise, quarterback on deck, good team around him, O-line, D-line, wide receiver, tight end. I continue to say on this, Daniel, that when you look at the teams within the division, the scariest team going forward is the Niners because of the reasons that you point to. They're in the best position to put themselves in a successful state going forward. They'll have relative good amount of cap flexibility, good young players on contracts, a young quarterback on his rookie deal, a very smart, now kind of getting to be a seasoned head coach out there, kind of learning from his mistakes. They're going to be scary going forward. They're going to be scary. Amari Taylor, Bryce Young would be good. He'd be a guy to take a look at as well. I do have some worries with him as far as some of his size goes, man. I'm watching some recent tape on him. He does look really slight on the football field, but he's got some time to grow into his frame some. Cooper says, meow, 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 meow. I don't know where I heard that cat. I wonder where my cat is. Cats are being good today. Just laying on the bed, chilling out. Usually they're just screaming my ear off. ADL Williams just got an alert that a bettor correctly predicted the exact score of both games today and won $579,000 on a $20 bet. That'll make your year. Anime Thighs is Ryan Fitzpatrick. I don't want not Ryan Fitzpatrick. Some people have said that as a stopgap anime. There's been some people who advocated for the Ryan stopgap Fitzpatrick. I am not one of them. His beard would be interesting, but I'm good going a different direction than Ryan. Cooperies, Brando, what is your percentage guess Seattle makes the playoffs next year? I'm at 60%, but tentatively. Well, I'll give you a percentage, Cool Breeze, but I'm going to build within that a caveat, right? Because if you move on from Russell Wilson, this changes my percentage considerably. If Russell Wilson remains, If Russell Wilson remains, I would actually put the Seahawks percentage chances of getting the playoffs next year at 70%. And some of that, my optimism of that has to do with, I think the team's going to learn from some mistakes. I think the seat under Coach Carroll's been warmed for the first time in 10 years. I do also think that the NFC is not going to be as tough as it's been. It already started to kind of go downward this year to a degree. I think that downward trend goes and continues on into next year. I look at a lot of those teams out there. I don't think the Giants are close. I think the Eagles are still a ways away. Washington doesn't have a quarterback. Dallas has been solid, but they seem to top out at a certain level of things. Carolina's not there. Atlanta's going to be the front runner, and they shouldn't be the front runner in that division probably, but it just speaks to where that division's at. Rodgers leaving Green Bay. I could see us getting in more from that almost as anything else. Cowboys are number one. Can you do Dave Chappelle? I'll try Dave Chappelle's. Yeah. I'm Rick James, bitch. Cocaine's a hell of a drug. I try to. Dave's got such that specific voice. It's very hard to replicate Dave on that. What'd the five fingers say to the face? I'll work on a Chappelle. I'll see if I can do a Chappelle. He's hard though, man. He's got that low tone and he's tough to do. He's hella tough to do. Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Bitches. I'm rich, bitch. Troops, this is the only boiled, this is only boiled my piss about the Seahawks and how badly we are pathetic, soft, and have no identity. Pete Carroll needs to go. That's been, I think, the common sentiment overall this offseason for what I've seen in my chat, troops. You're not alone. Many have echoed those same thoughts. And I think that, a lot of it just comes into not only what we've seen prior, but what we expect to see moving forward. And by that, I mean a lack of change, a lack of adjustments, a lack of innovation, a lack of fixing problems and mistakes that have hounded you considerably over the last few years. Not 1 year, but over the last few years. There's a baby on my corner. What are you doing, baby? I'm selling rocks. D Nugget, Paul Third. Alexander, there's been one OT in Super Bowl, Falcons and the Patriots. Okay. Wait. The Falcons didn't play the Patriots, though, did they? Am I missing some on that one? Zao Zero says, if Penny declines and Carson isn't healthy yet, do you have any favorite running backs in the draft? I do. My top two favorite running backs right now are Breece Hall. He's explosive, runs angry, doesn't die easy, and he's a creative runner. He's my favorite back in the draft as we stand right now. My second favorite back would be Jerome Ford. I like a lot of what I see out of him as well. Kid out of Georgia. He's a little bit more in that, I think, kind of a little bit more of your Marshawn Lynch mold of running back that the team has gravitated towards. James Cook, I like as kind of your guy that can do a little bit of the Deebo Samuel role in that realm of things. And I'm trying to warm up to Brian Robinson from Alabama, but I can't quite both with Brian Robinson and Kenneth Walker. Those are two guys that get named a lot as guys that Seattle should target that I haven't been able to quite have the tape click in yet, where I'm like, oh, I see why people are liking him so much. Oh yeah. It's right there. It's obvious why this guy would be, I'm kind of lukewarm on both those two guys. But there's a couple guys in there. Those would be my top two though, Zal. Megan says, you want people to watch and subscribe. Won't happen if I'm on camera. Oh, well, maybe we'll do a live stream and say what's up as we're meeting up. People appreciate that at that time. Food Gamer, they were interviewing the fans, and there was a Rams fan that they were interviewing, and it was the same dude that the Seahawks and Rams game that was postponed, and he was wearing a Raiders jersey at that. They just got to keep revolving in the same LA fan and just switch jerseys on him. Food Gamer, Seahawks game. How I know the dude he recorded me after the Seahawks and Rams game. Bandwagon at its finest. Standard Champion, new stream spot. Speaking of spoiled, did you catch the 20 minutes of Sherman and Averill go off on how spoiled the Seahawks fan base is on Sherman's podcast this week? Yikes. Standard Champion, you can actually see I commented on the video. That's how mad I got. And I hate always, I comment on certain YouTube videos and stuff, but only when it's like the driving discussion. But that one triggered me. Standard Champion, I ain't gonna lie, that one triggered me with what they had to say. And I think their thoughts on that was ridiculous. I really do. I think their whole standpoint on that and some of the track they took was absolutely silly. As I've said on this show, on this Standard Champion, I understand that you want to have your coaches back. The coach who took you to a Super Bowl and got you to the highest of heights as a player and as a team. No problem there. I understand that. I'm going to give you a pass for having your coaches back. It's when you go at the fans. It's when you start coming at the fans that I start to go, No. It's not the fans here that are the problem. It's not the fans that cause the issues. So that's the part definitely Standard Champion on that I watched, and I kind of couldn't believe what I was, listening to a little bit at times. I mean, Standard Champion, he said Richard Sherman said in 2005 Super Bowl, the Seattle fan base was just happy to be there. What? You know what I mean? What? Just happy to be there? I mean, and again, I'm not a hater of Sherman. I'm a backer of Sherman. But that stuff was that was off point on their part. Off point. Megan says, may make that Largent jersey of Power Stream. That's it. Dave Tallman, Pete ain't leaving. We had one bad season, and that was not Pete's fault. Agreed on that Pete's not leaving, David. I got to say, though, again, this has been a kind of a common theme that's put out there quite a bit. It was one bad season. This has not been one bad season. It's not been one bad season. David, for the last 5 years, you've had one playoff win. One playoff win in 5 years. So it's beyond just one bad season. Maybe it hasn't been a bad season in the past 5 years every year, but it's not been great seasons, not been good seasons. You've not been an elite team. You've not been a top 10 team in the NFL for 5 years now. Not a top 10. I'm not talking about top 5. I'm talking about top 10 you've not even been. You've been right on the outside of that top 10 status about every single year. And the question then comes down to, from my standpoint on that, David, are we aiming for that? Is that what we should be satisfied with from the team? And if that's going to continue into perpetuity, that's going to continue into the next 5 years? Because if the argument is yes, the argument is that the last 5 years has been a success, has been a good period in time of Seahawks football. So then if it continues, then my question then on that would be, then if it continues for the next 5 years, does that continue to be the case? And I think your answer would probably be no, right? 10 years with 2 playoff wins, nobody's going to say that's a good run of football. I can give all the credit in the world to Carroll for the first 5-year run he had here in Seattle, 6-year run he had, with 2 Super Bowl appearances and great teams, dominant teams, great football on the field. But you got it, in my opinion, David, you got to split Carroll's era here into 2 halves. And when it comes to not being Pete's fault, the thing you got to consider with this, David, is that Pete is not just the head coach. He is the vice president of operations. He has oversight of John Schneider. He has oversight over every personal decision that's made, from trades to draft picks. Carroll stands as the grand poobah. So when it comes to placing blame and doling out blame, it lands squarely on one person's shoulders because one person has determined that they want all that power. If you want all that smoke, don't be scared away by the flames and the fire, because you asked for it. But that's just my perspective on it, David. I appreciate yours. Zal Zero says, with other available tight ends on the market, you feel we should move on from drop pass Everett? I like OJ Howard and David Njoku possibly. I like both of those two guys too, Zhao. I'm open to bringing back Everett. Some of this comes down to really cost. As somebody else was saying above on this, I agree with them. The onus this offseason should be upon building the offensive line first and the defensive line second. And if that is going to be the case, then you kind of get to tight end, you get to corner, you get to some of these other positions a little bit further downstream, which means you maybe not getting the prime frontline guys. But if you can bring those kind of guys in at a relatively cheaper cost, I like both of them. Again, though, I'm open to bringing back Everett too. I think he had a couple of bad games that really stand out, but outside of those two bad games that he had, and they were bad games, he had some good games too. And he did provide a component to us at the tight end position, especially with his ability in yak, to give us something that we haven't had here in recent seasons. So it's really just about cost, and if we can get down to kind of a lower end deal, but I like the tight end market. There's a lot of very interesting guys out there. Alexander Matthews says, do Rocky having a seizure, laughing out loud.
The Rams, the Rams won today, The Rams won today. And they're really good. I don't know why they didn't. They got to win. The Rams are winning. Rams are winning a lot. And then you got the Cincinnati Bengals. Cincinnati Bengals is a good team.
I'm doing bad rock right now.
I got to be up here.
I can't do a good rock today. My impressions suck today for some reason. I can't land them like I usually do. Eric Diane says, Megan, is what you mean you would have a face for radio and a voice for print? No, would you and Brando would have some nice debates on Carol in real time? I'll donate for that. Hey, that's October, Eric. She may be out on Carol by that point. You never know. And David, I agree that Pete isn't going anywhere, so I don't think he's going to be let go. All right, guy, 1218. What's up, gentlemen? What's up, Brad guy? Paul Third, I saw some of the stats for Stafford leading up to this game. He has a QBR in the 150s against the blitz, but it's around 60 with no blitz defense. Hawks defense can overcome the Rams with D-line investments. Very interesting, Paul. Very interesting stat. And yeah, quite frankly, Paul, I've seen a lot more, even though I've been a guy that has been pushed more for if we went to a new defense, I'd like to see more of an attacking style defense. I will say this in the playoffs, I've seen more and more of those teams trying to play more of the front four pressure looks, even those teams that do tend to like to blitz a little bit more often. It seems to be a general trend you're watching in football in this postseason play of teams trying to drop more guys into coverage, which is more the bread and butter of Seahawks scheme. It's more into our strength. But like you, to make it work, and I've harped on this, to make it work, the front four has got to be able to get the work done. They've got to be able to generate pressure. They've got to get into the backfield. They've got to make quarterbacks uncomfortable without having to bring extra guys. Alexander Matthews, coffee, yuck. How many cups do you have a day, Brandon? 75 a day? I've actually only had 2 cups during this whole stream of 5 hours. What I do though, Alexander, is I just sip on it. So it's like a cigarette or something, it's there just to keep my hand busy. Plus, man, when you got to talk for 5 hours straight, I gotta stay high energy here, right? It's when you're old like me, you need your little bumps. All right, guy. Luckily, we don't have to worry about Jackson Mahomes twerking at the Super Bowl. Daniel says, in response to the guy who said one guy won $525,000 off a bet, I just got word today 10 million people bet the wrong bets and lost $100 million today. Ooh. Vegas cleans up one way or another, don't they? The house always wins. Bud Inlet, I'd be cool with Mariota as a stopgap. I like Mariota, Bud. I think that'd be a very interesting stopgap option. I do. I really do. That'd be a very good. I love it. Great idea there, Bud. Excellent idea. Eric says, all BS aside, Rams fans better hope they get that ring this year. They traded 6 first-round picks since 2018. This Rams team is at the end of its window. It's running to the end, and it could land this offseason for them, Eric. So, yeah, when you go for now, when you're all in on today, that means tomorrow is just around the corner, and the price is going to have to be paid. D-Nugget says, how soon does Rodgers need to announce he isn't coming back before free agency? Rodgers has indicated that he would let the team know before free agency. So he said that he would let the Packers know that he's not going to draw this out like Favre did a bit. Bud Inlet says, Russ is the best quarterback in the NFC now. He ain't going anywhere. Best place to win is here. Certainly could make that argument for Russ. Any other places he's trying to look, where is the better place that you have the more clear place to get back there? I know you're in the toughest division in football, but you get traded the Giants, you ain't getting there to the top of that division anytime soon. The Raiders, you ain't getting there. Maybe the Broncos, you can make it, but again, you're in the AFC West. You still got to get through Justin Herbert and Patrick Mahomes. And that Broncos team has not won recently, at least the last couple of years. I'm rich, bitch. Rick Jones, Rick James. Enjoy yourself. Stick to the white impressions. A.L. Williams says, Pete is older than the other 3 NFC West coaches combined. It's like a Model T racing against 3 new Lamborghinis. Food Gamer, the Rams are screwed after this season. They have to win the Super Bowl because this will be their last run in a while. They have a projected only $200,000 and still have to re-sign Vaughn and OBJ. They're actually projected to go over the cap, Food Gamer. They're over by about $15 million right now. So they got to do some slicing and dicing and cutting and shaving. Herbicide says, do you think we should go for Sean Payton? You'd have to wait a year from now, Herbicide. I don't know if I would go for it in this year. I know I was advocating a month ago for making even a draft trade for Sean at that time. But when I looked at it in retrospect, considering the cost for Gruden 20 years ago, I don't know if I want to give up 2-3 first-round picks for Sean Payton. But a year from now, if Carroll moves on, if we go through another year of what we went through this year and finally enough of the fan base is awoken to what's really happening, then yeah, that would be a great target for them to look at. Paul Third says Adams and Diggs will probably be making more than the whole 49ers secondary. Yeah. They would not just probably, they would be. If Diggs signs this deal for what he's probably going to sign it for. Bud Lindlet, Isaiah Spiller, dude would be electric in the pass game. I just didn't love Spiller's tape as much as I wanted to, Bud, though I will admit sometimes with the finesse running backs, it's a little harder for me to embrace them as much and liking what they do. But as I also like to say, running backs comes in all shapes and sizes and all different ways that they go out there and win on a football field. He's got some stuff to his game. He does. But, and he certainly would be a guy that I'd look into even like maybe a 4th round area, but I think he's going to be drafted higher than that. Right guy 1218 says, you think the Rams paid some homeless guys to wear some Rams jerseys? I wouldn't put it past them. Herbicide says EpiPens are way too expensive here. Coax 5 says, Sean Desai, save our defense. He is a candidate. Megan says, what beat? Never out on any coach. Never out on coach. You know that. I don't know. He might put that to the test next year, Megan. He might put that to the test. Alexander, we are spoiled fans. What the F? Yeah, I don't think so, but that's what Sherman was saying. It made me hot, Alexander. It made me kind of hot. Cowboys are number 1. What about a Mexican pirate? No, a Mexican walking pirate. Arr. Wait, hold on here. Arr. I read. Dude, that's too much. I read the high seas. I read the high seas. Today, I ride high seas. All the time. On the open water. Today. That's how I go. I got a night batch in a parrot today writing C's all the time. I raid. That's what I do. It's not bad. It's not bad on the fly. TJ says the Bengals actually did it. They did it. Shocked the world. Shocked the world. The wind heard round the world is what they're calling this one. Zal says, I think bringing back Sidney Jones would be good for the secondary more than Reed, but I feel there could be another Trey Brown hidden quarterback in this draft. Any quarterbacks you consider drafting or even sign? There's not a lot of corners that really stand out to me as far as signing goes. Maybe a Xavier Rhodes at a really cheap end deal. I do like the potential of bringing back DJ Reed, although I have a certain cost that I would go to with him. I'm not going to go past like a 4-year, $25 million deal for Reed. But I do like bringing back Sidney Jones as well. I think Sidney comes back at a cheaper rate. I think you can bring him back for less years than it's going to take to keep DJ Reed in the fold. So those parts do interest me in that respect. But I think both of them will be targets of the team. They'll be looked at by the team, both of them. I like them both. Cool Breeze says, what is your next move big if you are Pete and John in this situation? My expectations are monumentally low, but my spirits are high. Well, we got free agency coming up first, right? And I don't think you've got anything on your roster that is a major move to be made before that. I think the next major move is the dealing with the Bobby situation, and it's probably going to be either restructuring or cutting Bobby. But then beyond that, it's actually diving into the free agent market and spending some money for the first time in 10 years. And I think that does begin with a guy like Teron Armstead or Jake Fisher, but I do think they're going to address both the left tackle and center position in this free agent class. Maybe that's me just being hopeful, Cool Breeze, but I'm hopeful. Daniel W., thoughts on Josh McDaniels to the Raiders? He is the immobile pocket passer quarterback whisperer. Will he elevate Derek Carr to MVP status again? I think it's a benefit to Derek Carr. It does help him out having a guy like McDaniels come in. I don't know. If McDaniels is an instant hit, it's a good fit for Carr. They've got good tight end play there. They've got some wide receivers that make sense. Hunter Renfro's come on for them. I know you lost this last offseason, or this during this season. You lost your young up and coming wide receiver, but they got Brian Edwards there. They've got some guys that aren't maybe super great frontline wide receivers, but good guys, functional guys. And let's remember, of course, with the McDaniels offense, it's going to be a lot of spread formation type conceptual stuff. So you need to have enough guys pass catcher wise to make that work. It makes sense to me. It makes sense, and it could work. It could be a fit with McDaniels there. Again, whoever any team going to the Denver or any coach going to Las Vegas, you have an uphill battle because I think that the Chiefs and the Chargers are solidifying themselves as the 1-2 teams in that division right now. And though the Raiders and Broncos both have a lot of talent, you've got to be really good to overcome those top two at this point. And unfortunately with Carr, he's the third or fourth best quarterback in this division, depending on what the Broncos do. And that probably does limit you to a degree on how far you can get as a football team. Herbicide says, I see coaching in Sherman's future. He's a smart dude. Yeah, maybe. I don't know if these former players that have made all the money that they've made want to be coaches. You have to have a real love for the sport to then become that coach when you've been that guy that's made all that money, right? I mean, look at the defensive coordinators around the league right now that are guys that are doing the coordinating. They're not tending to be guys that sign some big 50, 60, 70, 80, $100 million contracts, right? They're more of the line of the guys that, were Brian Leftwich types, right? Eric Bieniemy types, right? Kellen Moore types. Guys that were fringe NFL football players who then become coaches after they're said and done. You don't tend to see the frontline guys on it. Alexander Matthews says, Cam's my man. Sherman, shaking my head. That's what I'm doing right now, Alexander. I land with you on that one. I land with you exactly on that one, man. Megan, as I've said before, I will lay large amounts of good Aussie currency on Russ staying in Seattle for at least 2 more years. I love it. I hope you're right. Megan says, another Aussie question, B. How do coaches get traded for picks? I thought they weren't drafted like players, or did I miss something? The way this goes down is like this. When a coach signs a contract in this league, Megan, then he is held to that contract throughout his time there, and it is what it is. He can't sign a contract with one team and then just go sign another contract with another team if they offer him more money. So what this means is that the team that has signed that coach to a contract owns his rights like you own a player's rights. And you own those rights as long as you have him under contract. So a team wanting to then trade for that coach is trading for the rights to that coach, which are still owned by that former team. So they've got to give something up to relinquish those rights. But the contract is the key here, Megan. That's what locks in the control of the coach to team or team to coach, however you want to however you want to semantically say it. But that's what locks him in. Sean Payton signed a multi-year deal. So he's not just a free agent coach who can go wherever he sees fit. D Nugget says, Sherm just slowly killing his rep here in Seattle. Very well said, D Nugget. Very well said. And I'd be lying if I didn't say that when watching that last video that I just watched with Sherman and Averill talking about Seahawks fans and the way he was talking about them, it didn't make me lose a little bit of respect. I'm not hating on Sherman, but as somebody said earlier in this stream, he's out of pocket for some of that stuff he's saying. He's out of pocket. Eric99, I'm sure Aaron Rodgers will play out this stay-go nonsense up until August and then just stay. He loves it when the Packer fans kiss his ass. Maybe. He said he wouldn't, but that won't stop him, would it? He also said he was immunized. Megan, that's what... Coolbree says, I want to coax BBC to stay too. If he had been doing a good job, but he has fumbled lately, what are we willing to pay BBC? BBC? What do you mean by BBC, Coolbreeze? But he has fumbled lately. What are we willing to pay to start again? Megan Gock-Roger, what does the pirate sound Italian be? Why does? Because I'm trying to do walking and a Mexican accent at the same time. It's too much. It's too many things. And TJ says, remember when we said we would win out, make the playoffs against the odds, and make the Super Bowl? Well, the Bengals took that spot. They did. They did. They went on the road and they took it. Took it to the number one seed. Took it to who was really kind of the number one seed, just not in record, being the Chiefs. I mean, they've earned their way to this Super Bowl. Props to them for doing so. BBC. I don't know what he means by BBC. I know what those letters mean in certain realms, but I don't know what he's meaning it for. Kiz Cause, as much as Sherman has helped the Seattle community, him saying what he did, whoop-de-doo. I suppose so. I mean, I guess. You can do a lot for the community. You start firing shots at the fans, you're still firing shots at the fans, and it's unnecessary to do so. A place that he's revered and held in high esteem, why? What's the purpose of that? What does that accomplish? As well as I don't, again, as I did, this is the same subscribing thought process as applied to like Carroll. Well, Carroll's been here for 9-10 years and been successful, so he can just do whatever he wants whenever, and coach his time out here to wherever, and if it falls off the rails, it does, and they've earned that. No, they haven't. Sherman's not earned the right to talk like that about the fans. He's not earned the right to say that we were just happy to be there in 2005. That's disrespectful, and he knows better. Andrew Bias, any good sci-fi shows on TV? I don't know of any, not at the moment. Megan says, I used to be a huge Sherman fan, but when he says crap like that, I cringe. I was all the way through cringing. It's like, dude, why? Don't do this. Don't go this route. Okay, you're going to do it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, very brave of Riverside. Eric 99, what are the odds the Bengals turn into the Bungles in 2 weeks? It's possible. I mean, you can come out in this next week's game or 2 weeks from now in the Super Bowl game, and that Rams front four absolutely just takes it to the Bengals offensive line, and the Bengals offense basically just from the start to the finish is not able to get anything accomplished because it's absolutely being just destroyed up front. This happened to our Seahawks in the playoffs last year to the Rams. I mean, that their pressure basically killed our offense in that game, and we just had no answer for it. So it's definitely the place I worry most about with this Bengals team. I'm more worried for them on that offensive side of the ball with those lat line than anything else. Food Gamer says, I want free agency to be here already, but I'm so nervous that we are going to have a dead free agency period again. Pete and John need to bring in top tier O linemen and D linemen. Please. I'm with you, man. It's what they need to do. It's what they need to do. Hazal Zero says, I think BBK should be resigned and given a shot if he can heal up. Ben Burkervin. Okay. But he's still very young and been behind Bobby for years. Barton, I would love to see at the edge, large, fast, and disruptive rush. They've tried to place Barton at the Sam before, Zal, and it didn't work out too well. He got beaten up pretty good over there. As well, you do have in Jordan Brooks already the replacement for Bobby just sitting there. I mean, Jordan Brooks is a middle linebacker. That's what he does. He's the guy to kind of take over for there, I think, going forward. I do like Ben Burkervin. I do. But I think that there's a stack of guys that kind of sit ahead of him. I think if Bobby's not here, it's Brooks, Barton, and then you get to BBK as the third guy on that depth chart, unfortunately. Or fortunately. Ethan Techworld says, I've always had so much respect for Sherman and Cliff, but man, did they lose a lot of it after what they said about our fan base. That was some bull. Yeah, a big bull. Big bullshit right there. Big. I don't appreciate it. I don't like it. And look, they're free to fire whatever shots they want. They're free to say whatever they want. And they can house all of that and put it all under the auspice that they're somehow just protecting their coach. But it doesn't have to be done with you taking shots at the fans. And it ain't the fans' fault this team is in the state that it's in right now. None of us had any of the decision-making drive over the last 6 years to see this team muddling through as it's muddling through. That's not us. We have nothing to do with that. And to call upon change for that does not make us crazy. You can disagree with us. You can see that, well, it's not going to be as good as you move on. All those are valid. All their opinions on that is valid. But the second you turn back into the fans on it is where you lose me completely. Alexander says Sean Payton is okay, but he's only been to one Super Bowl, but having Russ might be something to it. You got to, I think, and I wouldn't always do this, Alexander, but I think with certain coaches, you got to kind of take into account a little bit of some of what happened at Bay, like a little bit of the reason why he only went to one Super Bowl. For instance, when he got Drew Brees along, when he did get him along, he wasn't getting cheap young rookie deal Drew Brees. They were always paying the highest price for Brees throughout his time, even when he was getting MVP awards. And though they only got to one Super Bowl, if you look at the last 5 years, in 3 of those seasons, you have one season where Stephon Diggs on a miraculous play beats him at the end, that they seemingly had kind of won. And then the 2 years that really stand out were the 2 previous years where in 1 year the Rams got away with a pass interference at the goal line, which if it's called, the Saints win that game and they go to the Super Bowl and very may well win it. And then the very next year after that, they're playing the Vikings at home, and the tight end pushes off against the Saints defender to catch a touchdown in the end zone and win the game. And so, 2 of those 3 years in recent years, you had ended by bad officiating calls as you had gotten this close to back to the Super Bowl. So, I don't nail them as much for that. I don't hold that as much up against Sean Payton as others might. I think that they put themselves in a position, and sometimes things were outside of their control with that, as well as he was having, I think, mitigate. As Drew Brees was getting older, Drew Brees was aging really fast. And despite Drew Brees aging really fast, he still wasn't playing any shorter period of time. And so Payton was really having to kind of call a game plan around the limitations of Drew Brees' arm strength for about the last 3 or 4 years as well. So I think context always matters. And I think the context here with Sean Payton is he is legitimately a great coach. ADL Williams, I think Sherman's spoiled. He crashed while drunk driving and tried to break into his family's house to commit domestic violence, but didn't seem to be punished for it. Sounds pretty spoiled to me. Hadn't thought of it like that, ADL, but you're kind of onto something, aren't you? You're kind of, that's kind of on point. Well said. Cool breeze. Sherm was one of those folks I loved on my side, on my team, fighting my battles, but aside from that, it gets kind of cringe. It is. Yeah. I land in the same place with you on that. I loved having him on my side. I even supported him going to San Francisco. I didn't look at it like, oh, you're looking to just dive, it's like, oh no, you're from the Bay Area-ish, right? So like you're going back to a hometown team, and like Seattle just kind of did away with you. I gave him a lot of the benefit of the doubt, even though he caused waves and ripples on his way out, even though he was part of that fracturing of the locker room that occurred on his way out. Still gave him the benefit of the doubt. Still gave him a pass. Still had all of his support in the world for me. When we were at this midseason point and he was available and coming back from injury, I was one of the people advocating to bring him back here. I was one of the people hammering the front office for just giving a basic show of interest in Richard when they didn't, when they had a desperate need at the cornerback position. But you lose me with that stuff, Richard. You do. You lose me big. Megan, another part of the question and another part to the question. Coach Carroll signed an extension to his contract. I think it has another 3 years on it. How does that work? Yeah, I think he's got 3 more years on the contract extension he signed. It's 3 or 4 that he signed last year. So he's under Seattle club control as far as a coach goes for that time period. If he retires, Megan, that we're not on the hook. It's not a guaranteed contract where if he retires, we're on the hook for all that money. If we fire him, then we're on the hook for all that money. But as well, a team could feasibly come to us and say, we want Coach Carroll to coach here. Give him to us. And Coach Carroll says, yeah, I'll go over there. And then we say to them, okay, we'll let him go. We'll give our rights over to you. We'll give you rights to Carroll. You give us 7th round pick. No, I'm joking. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm not hating on Carroll that much. But no, you go, okay, give us a draft pick compensation wise for Carroll and call it a day. So it works the same way with Carroll. D-Nugget says, so Brady is truly retired or not? I think he's retiring in that he's not going to play for Tampa Bay again. But I think that there's still an open option here of taking a look at some other teams. And I do think there's a team like the Niners could make a lot of sense for Brady. Would not surprise me in the least if we come to find out Brady's ends up going to the Niners. I wouldn't be shocked. Mariah C., what did Richard Sherman say? Richard Sherman and Cliff Averill had a podcast they released out a couple of days ago where they went on and they thoroughly went up and backed Coach Carroll, which nothing wrong with that. But they backed Coach Carroll, and then both of them went pretty hard at the fan base. They called us spoiled. They called us entitled. In Richard's case, he seemed to indicate that football didn't seem to exist before the Legion of Boom arrived on the scene, that we had no history of winning here or no history of any success. He said that in 2005, we as fans were just happy to be in the Super Bowl. We didn't care whether we won or not. We were just happy to be there. Because that's how we are in Seattle. We're just this happy-go-lucky, dumb, plucky bunch, We're just a bunch of just morons just kind of walking around with smiles on our faces all over the place. That's just kind of how this is our way. Just our way up here in the Pacific Northwest. So that's what he was saying, Mariah. And they were pretty succinct and pretty to the point in how they were saying that. And I, for one, didn't appreciate it. Herbicide says, I didn't hear the Sherman podcast. What was Averill saying about us? Spoiled, entitled, that we don't know what we got, that we don't appreciate what we had. That was about it, I guess. But that was enough. Go Oxo, yeah, BBC. I think he meant BBK. Andrew Tobias says, my Chihuahua looks like Baby Yoda. Nice. Food Gamer says, should we bring in Zadarius Smith or Harold Landry, or maybe both? Thoughts on a perfect ideal offseason move for us on offensive line and D-line. Both of those two guys are maybe interesting targets to a degree. Of course, both of them have been doing more of the 3-4 stand-up linebacker stuff, Food Gamer. So I file this a lot of times for people that bring up Von Miller or bring up Chandler Jones, where I go, okay, well, the guys have spent the majority of their career as stand-up outside 3-4 linebackers. Are they as effective and productive once you have them put their hand in the dirt and other 4-3 defensive ends? I don't know on that. And do I want to spend a lot of money to take the risk to answer that question? Not really, when I can just go get myself a 4-3 defensive end. I can just go get the guy that can play that position naturally. So when you talk about a perfect ideal of an offseason move for us on the offensive line and defensive line, I'd look at go sign Teron Armstead, go sign Jason Kelsey, go draft Daniel Fa'alele for the right tackle position. Boom. I just solved our offensive line. Now you look at the defensive line. I would go out there and see if I could make a trade for Grady Jarrett. I would sign Jadeveon Clowney to a 2-year, $20 million deal, if not maybe even a little bit more. Boom. I just upgraded your defensive line. So you signed basically 4 guys at that point. Those 4 guys would take up about, I just ran the numbers on this, for instance. I was doing this with the all right. So I was running you could run the numbers and understand this, that when you want to put in perspective, Food Gamer, because it might sound like I'm shooting for the moon with this, but as I was talking about with Brendan a couple of days ago, you could create upwards of nearly $75 million in cap space if you wanted to be aggro aggressive this offseason. So if you look at, for instance, simply just the releasing of Bobby Wagner, which would save you $16 million, you could sign Ryan Jensen, you could sign Teron Armstead, and you could re-sign DK Metcalf to a contract extension. And Bobby Wagner's release would eat up 65% of those new deals. Just that $16.6 million alone. So you could still, so much more you could go out there and still do with the money you have to spend. What drives that to happen, though, is you've got to give out the 4-year deals so you can spread the bonus money along, right? And you got to be a little bit cold-blooded about cutting away dead weight or weight that's not giving you the maximum return on what you're paying out for. But that's my dream off season on the lines, Food Gamer. Mariah says, I miss Doug Baldwin in the years we made it to the Super Bowl. Me too. I missed a donation. Paul Third, I'm sorry, I missed your donation, my man. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, Shanahan's press conference, he's crying like a girl. Oh, thank you for the $2 donation. Oh, I appreciate it. Hey, it's been, I guess, been a rough road for him. It's been 2 years since he's been to a Super Bowl. and they call us entitled. Jay says, scored 13 points and 10 rebounds at my game yesterday. Also had my first dunk in practice the other day. Nice, dude. Nice. Well done. Ada Williams, I watch Critical Drinker review and stuff and makes a good case. That's all his new Star Wars stuff is trash. I take his advice. I like Critical Drinker too. He's good. Jackson Shore says, yo, Brandon, sorry, didn't know you were live. Damn, YouTube both games and were great. And glad Rams, YouTube both games were great. And glad Rams won over the Niners. Hate the Niners and their fans. Go Bengals, though, in 2 weeks. That's right, Jackson. Go Bengals, man. And hey, better late than never, man. Better late than never. Daniel W. Cool Breeze says, tequila had me missing my keyboard. Y'all funny. Daniel W. The final 8 teams, 7 were all offensive coaches. Let me think. Green Bay, 49ers, Rams, Bengals, Bills, Buccaneers, Chiefs. Only the Titans had a defensive coach, and they had a bye to get there and lost. Isn't McDermott with the Bills a defensive coach? I thought McDermott was. Maybe I'm wrong on that, Daniel, but your point still stands. It's an easier path, and this is one of the reasons I've said I'd like to go to more of an offensive-minded coach going forward, is because I think it is an easier path to get yourself into an elite status as a football team, to get yourself into one of those top echelon, top 10 type teams in the sport. Jackson Shore says, any updates on the defensive coordinator hiring, hoping for Donatel or Desai? We're not hearing anything so far on that. The latest I've heard as far as a potential rumors, there might be a co-defensive coordinator kind of role going on where you have Clint Hurt and Ed Donatel working together in sort of a co-status. I don't know what that would take that makes a lot of sense, but that's been the only recent scuttlebutt that we've heard out there rumor-wise. Jackson Shore says, I hope the Super Bowl will be a fair matchup, but no BS calls, please. Yes, please no BS calls. Let's keep it legitimate. Daniel W., laughing out loud, that comment on Sherman being spoiled. Oh my God, I'm dead. Go post that right now on his video. Jackson Shore says, wait, what did Sherman Cliff say? Well, it's easy enough, Jackson. The podcast is available there online here on YouTube, so just do a quick search and it'll pop right up. They called Seattle fans spoiled and entitled, said we didn't appreciate what we had, said we were just happy to be there in the 2005 Super Bowl. It's basically the gist of what pissed me off. Food Gamer, have you seen Sean Payton's new movie? I watched that crap and it was so bad. Maybe that's the real reason he retired. I couldn't believe it's even a real movie. Is it a real thing? I can't, it looks like a mock thing that I can't, it did look bad, though. Oh, it looked really bad. Cool Breeze says, man, I hope our front office wakes up and makes a serious move outside the box in the right direction. Also hope Brando's cats are prospering. Brando's cats are always prospering. So that you better believe that. And once I get the cat trees up behind, you guys will be able to see their prosperity in real time. Alexander Matthews says, Sherman's a tool. Get in that realm of it. Sean Payton's got a movie already. Yeah, they did. I saw it. It was Kevin James is playing Payton, I think. Isn't he? Alexander says, Sherman, what happened to him with the Bucks? Yeah, exactly. Jackson Shore says, thoughts on Joe Burrow being amazing. Dude is the real deal. He's the real deal. While I did like him as a prospect coming out, it didn't blow me away because from a physical standpoint, he doesn't blow you away. This is a guy that wasn't able to beat out Dwayne Haskins at Ohio State. That's why he had to transfer to LSU. But some guys are just gamers. Some guys are just have a natural feel for how to play the position. And he just has natural feel, natural things that you can't teach. His movement in the pocket and its subtlety and its efficiency, and that he doesn't have to be super uber athletic because he does get it done because of that, because of being so efficient in his movements and being so smart. His ability to throw with anticipation and accuracy is almost kind of second to none right now in the league. I mean, those are two of his most main traits, in my opinion. He knows where to go with the ball. He's very smart about where to go with the ball. He makes the right read pre-snap, and it aligns with what he tends to see post-snap. There's not one thing he does really amazing outside of maybe throwing with anticipation. That is something he does that's amazing. But again, the kid is also just completely just filled to the brim with moxie. He has a sense of confidence and swagger to him that tends to take quarterbacks 10, 15 years in the league and having seen every type of defense, and you're not going to surprise me with anything to kind of earn to get to that mark of things. But he has arrived there very fast. He is the real deal. Agreed. Zal says, can we bring in a new center from free agency? It still pisses me off we didn't pick Humphrey and insured our line ahead of time. Yes, I'm still pissed off about the Creed Humphrey as well. There is a couple of guys that you can address at the center position here. Obviously, Jason Kelce is probably the best schematic fit with his ability to move in space. That fits really well to what Waldron wants to do with the offense. You've got Ben Jones with the Titans, who's a solid center. You've got Ryan Jensen with the Buccaneers, who's more of a mauler type guy, but very good as well. He just gets the job done. Tough guy type. There's a couple of those centers out there that you can go out there and pick. So yeah, there are some guys in free agency that they could take a look at for sure. And there might even be a trade as well. Andrew Tobias says Payton wants to do TV color commentating. I've heard that as well. Jackson Shore says, thoughts on all the Brady stuff? I've been so confused for 2 days. I think he's going to retire, but looking to retire. If not, there's maybe a better option he could go to, being like the 49ers, if that's what ends up appealing to him, if they end up calling and wanting him. I think he wanted to go there a couple of years ago, and the Niners weren't necessarily interested at that time. I think he's moving on from the Buccaneers because the Buccaneers are not going to be able to stack the same kind of team out there on the field next year that they stacked this year. Godwin's going to be a free agent. He's going to move on. No more Antonio Brown. There's a good chance Ryan Jensen signs somewhere else in free agency. They're great center. Ndamukong Suh's getting really old. Jason Pierre-Paul is probably going to move on that team. They're going to take their share of hits, and there's not a clear pathway for them to replace those hits. And I think Brady's a guy who knows very well, as much as anyone, what the temperature is in the room, where the team is at, and he wants to go to more of a team that's stacked and ready to compete for Super Bowl championships if he's going to play. And I don't think he looks at Tampa Bay in that light going forward necessarily. And he's probably getting older too, and just more open to maybe retiring as well. You know, man, it's hard, man. I can attest. You get this old to be taking these kind of hits and another whole long season and the extra games in the NFL. I mean, it's going to add up at a point in time. There's a reason they say Father Time is undefeated. Megan says, thanks, B. Sorry for the questions. Megan, you can ask questions anytime. I'm happy to answer. That's what I do here. That's what I do. I love doing it. Aaron Zhang says, Brady to the Niners. Why not play Trey Lance? Well, I mean, you look at it like, let's look at this feasibly. Even if you love Trey Lance, even if you thought Trey Lance had a great future going forward, if we're talking about next year in the immediate now, where you're at right now, Tom Brady's coming off a career high in passing yardage, led the NFL in passing touchdowns. He played the quarterback position as well as any quarterback in the NFL this year did. And you're going to, as the Niners, and he wants to play for your team. And you're going to pass on that because you drafted a really raw guy high up in the draft a year ago. To me, I don't think that's a reason to pass in itself. And I think in more likelihood, what you can tell yourself is, as Shanahan, say, hey, I bring in Brady. He's a great option A, 1A, and then my 1B is there if Brady gets injured as a 45-year-old guy. But, you know, Trey was a real rough player coming out, Aaron. He had a lot of growth that needed to happen. You could make the argument with Trey that he needs 2 years of sitting to be prepared by year 3 to take over the reins and really go. You could make that argument a little bit. Jackson says, wait, really, that's shameful to hear. That sucks. F Sherman and Cliff now. Yeah, it sucked. It did suck. Eric 99, Sherman is from Compton, California, not the Bay Area. Yeah, he was out of pocket. Yeah, out of pocket. Oh, my bad. I forgot it was Compton. Yeah, out of pocket is the right way to put it. Jackson Shore says, hate the Rams, but man, Cooper Kupp is a stud. He is. He's good. He's real good. Megan says, thinking about what Sherman said, the fans, what do you think Paul Allen would have said when hearing that crap? It would have pissed Paul Allen off. Would have pissed Paul Allen off big time. You can believe that. I don't think he would have received that of like, oh yeah, fans just happy to be there in 2005. Yeah. No. I think it would have struck Paul the same way it's kind of striking some of us. Andrew Tobias says, Sherman spoke some hard truths, man. I disagree. I don't think that there was any hard truths that he was speaking. I think that it's really easy to make fans the scapegoats. We didn't build this team. We didn't draft poorly. We haven't miscoached in the last 6-7 years. We're not the reason that the team has only one playoff win in the last 5 years. And that's not a successful run as a team. We could talk all we want about Super Bowls in 2013 and winning there and getting to back-to-back Super Bowls almost 10 years ago now. But that's 10 years ago. And to speak about the here and now and to speak about what's going to happen in 2022 and 2023 and to want to see problems that have been problems that have remained and been consistent and not been fixed and continue to be unresolved, I don't think that that makes us spoiled for wanting to see those corrected and fixed. But maybe we just disagree. Jackson Shore says, give me Armstead, please. Dude is a beast and will maul players. Yes, sir. He's my number one priority free agent. James Watson, Saints, Packers are in cap hell. We should try to get Kimura or Michael Thompson. Michael Thompson? Who's Michael Thompson? And Kimura is not going to be moved, James. The Saints would have to eat too much dead money hit to move on from Kimura. He just signed a contract. All that bonus money would accelerate if you were trying to move him at this point. So Kimura is the one guy in that roster with the Saints that's going to remain at least another year. Jackson Shore says, so glad to hear you're on the Clowney train. He needs to come home. He does indeed. He does indeed. I didn't even be able to get an interview with him because I still got him as an online friend on my Xbox. So we got connections at Clowney. So if he got here too, we'd have some insider stuff here. A little insider stuff. Food Gamer, can Daniel F. from Minnesota at left, can Daniel Fa'alele from Minnesota be a left tackle, or is he a purified right tackle? He is a pure right tackle. He's so big at 6'9", and he's legitimately 6'9", which is hard already to play the tackle position at that height. If you're now putting him out against the most athletic and the most speedy guys on the edge, I think that would give him some more fits, rather than some of that gets protected a little bit at the right tackle position, in my opinion. So, yeah, I don't think he could pull that off. Magic Vlogs, Russell Wilson and the sixth overall pick for Brian Birds, Derek Brown, and a second round pick, and a sixth round pick. you're being funny. Okay. Mike Zaz. Hi, Brandon. What's up, Mike? Has it been mentioned that Trey Flowers is going to the Super Bowl yet? It has been mentioned and lamented, Mike. The thing I say is it's hard for us to hate on Trey with this, because he's a guy that, could have easily gone into his own tank, could have easily just been like, man, they screwed me over and let me go, trade me to Cincinnati mid-year. But he accepted the role since he brought him in there to do. He's played it pretty well. Did a good job on Kelsey today when he was manned up on him. Props to Trey. Cobra says, I still want to know your answer. If Wilson gets one more trophy with the Hawks, is he arguably a step above Rodgers in your mind? Yeah. I think at that point, you probably got to give him a little bit more of a move, because you can give Rodgers a little bit of a bump as far as personal accolades go and say, well, Rodgers got more MVPs. Rodgers statistically has put up more, blah, 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 blah. But at the end of the day, at that point, Wilson's been to 3 Super Bowls, won 2 of them, and he's been a great player, almost as good of a player as Rodgers has been as a quarterback during that time period. And during the regular season, of course, I'm speaking to there. So I think you got to give the nod a little bit more to Russ there. But they're very close in the careers that they're both kind of having a little bit too. Andrew Tobias says, Sherman talked about college portal and players being paid. I probably bailed on that part of the conversation, Andrew, because he kind of lost me through the first 3 quarters of his pod. But he might have some salient thoughts on that. Aaron Zhang, Brandon, did you get a new place? I did. I moved into a new spot, guys. I'm in a new spot there. So I got my own little place here, back in a little bit of an apartment here for now. But I got my own spot. So now I can ride 24/7, no outside noises, all that. I got full control here. Alexander says, when's Lockett's next contract? 1 more year? Nope. Alexander, he just signed a 4-year extension last offseason. So he will be here for probably at least another 2 to 3 years. Andrew Tobias says, Hawks cut Sherm when he was rehabbing from Achilles. That's cold, man. They couldn't give him a chance to prove himself. Yeah, it's a little cold, I guess, the timing, though at times, Andrew, you've got to cut guys when you got to cut guys if you got to get under the cap at a certain time of year versus if the calendar year rolls over. And you have to, there's just as much a good chance that they had that money allocated for somewhere else that they had to spend on their team. I do tend to think, too, with Sherman, that with him being moved out of town or being let go, it wasn't just because of the Achilles injuries. It also had to do with a little bit of what was going on in the locker room at that time. There were cliques developing. There was Sherman talking about Coach Carroll's kumbaya meetings. There was talk of, what was else that Sherman said? There was something else that he was talking about. There was remember Sherman going off on the sidelines, flipping off coaches, like the stuff that was going down. He wasn't in the greatest mental state with the team on his way out the door, is what I'll say with it. And that factored into it as well, Andrew. It wasn't just the Achilles itself, but this is football, man. Andrew, if you get into a place of, being sentimental in the way that you roster build, you're not going to be a very good team by doing so. You might be very big in heart. You might you might endear a lot of loyalty, but you're not necessarily going to be a good team by doing that. And you got to have a little bit of a cold-blooded approach in football, because that's the nature of the beast within the sport. It's not baseball. It's not basketball. It's not a sport where guys are going to pay, or a sport where they'll play 20 years on average. It's a short shelf life, and you got to be willing to move around a little bit. Jackson Shore, thank God the Bengals won now. Don't have to see Jackson Mahomes. Dude gives people's name Jackson a bad rap. Paul Third says, you're 100% right, man. NFL loves to F over the smaller fan bases, and even with the videos of missed calls, they don't do anything. Teams that win due to missed officiating should have to forfeit picks to the losing team depending on the game's importance. Playoff games, you should get their highest pick. I'm okay with something like that. Some kind of recourse would be nice, right, Paul? Because right now there is no accountability whatsoever. Bad calls go down and the officials just kind of shrug. We had the 2005 Super Bowl, which was stolen from us by the officials. The referee came back to our training camp a year later and apologized for it, admitted to it. When does that ever happen? But there's not going to be any fallout, right? It does suck. It would be nice if there was some kind of accountability in play. Hawks says, do you think Wilson has issues in the locker room? All the former players seem like they like Pete way more. I think there's certain things Wilson's done over his time that hasn't necessarily endeared himself to the whole of the locker room. And I think Wilson's a unique personality type. I think sometimes, where he gets into the politician mode of things and you don't know who you're really talking to, or if you're just sort of speaking to a automaton at times, factors in a little bit. But I don't know if there's issues in the locker room with him. I've wondered if there's maybe a little bit of, not liking some of the limitations within his game that then don't get mentioned about much, don't get talked about as often. But I certainly think that there was some fracturing in the locker room during the Legion of Boom time. And especially as it came down to who gets credit here. Wilson shouldn't be getting as much credit. It's us, the defense, that's making this happen. It's Marshawn making this happen. It's not as much him. I do think that did occur at that time. Herbicide says, got to admit it. The first time I see a college freshman cruising a Ferrari just because he's played good during the homecoming game is going to piss me off. It's fair enough. It's a new landscape in college football, so the game's changed there with the money. Andrew Bias says, I can understand Sherm saying 1 bad year and 10 years of winning and 12s want to flush the whole thing. Well, this is, again, the thing that bothers me with this conversation on the other side of it, Andrew, is not that I disagree with the other side of it, being the folk where you land on this, I'm guessing, Andrew, where you're thinking, yeah, the fans are being spoiled or entitled because they have 1 bad year now, and they're letting their emotions want to see everything blown up. This is, again, where my issue comes into play. It's not 1 bad year. If you want to say a good year is accomplished, Andrew, because you happen to barely win more games than you lose, we disagree about what a good year is. A good year is playoff success. A good year is being an elite team. A good year is pushing with those other great teams in the league to try to be one of those teams that can get to a championship. It doesn't mean getting to a Super Bowl. That's not the expectation. Be great if that happened. That's not the expectation. It doesn't mean getting to a conference championship. That's not the expectation. It doesn't mean getting to a division round game. But none of those 3 things have you been able to do since 2017. You're not getting close. It's not been good years since about 2016 onward. Yes, you've won more games than you've lost. But to Andrew, 1 playoff win in 5 years. Is that one bad year? I don't understand the 1 bad year thing unless you're just operating off of this base level of we win more game than lose game, so that make good season. Doesn't that seem like far too simplistic of a way of looking at the situation? And again, Andrew, how does that endear us to thinking that it's going to be fixed going forward? Because we say with some sort of simple logical explanation that, well, if you look at the last 10 years, 9 of them, you've won more games than you've lost. So therefore, that means next year, after this year where you were the bottom of the barrel in your division, next year you'll get back on the horse because you have a 90% chance of attaining that. Isn't that really super simplistic logic that doesn't seem to be housed in really looking at the situation for what it is? I'd be happy if you'd like me to right now on stream, Andrew. I can give you 11 exact problems that have plagued this team for 5 years. Not 1 year, for 5 years. I will give you the list exactly. I wrote an article on it 2 months ago. So I will give you every exact item. I will break it down point by point by point that have been problems that have hounded this team for 5 years, hounded the team this year, and will continue to hound this team into the future if they do not get corrected. And if you remain in status quo, if we have a bunch of apologists out there excusing the problems that have hounded this team, guess what? They're not going to get fixed. They will remain. And guess what happens then from that, Andrew? Then it's not going to be just 1 year and not in 10 years that's been a failure. It'll be another year in 10 years. And then it also then, by the way, pushes the rebuild off further, which then ends up pushing the losing seasons even more. That's the great irony here, from my standpoint, on the folks that land on the argument of saying that us Seahawks fans are entitled for wanting to see change. That's the great irony here, is because what you all say to me is you say, be careful what you wish for, you just might get it. You just might have losing seasons with your team at the bottom of the division and in the dark ages of football like never seen before in Seattle history. But yet what you're advocating for by remaining status quo, by not changing anything, is going to bring just about that exact eventuality. The exact thing that you're telling me to be scared of is the exact thing by standing pat, by not looking at the situation more intelligently than just the mere surface level of it. You will continue to allow these problems to perpetuate. That's the whole point of this, is that we want to see the problems fixed, and they don't get fixed if we don't acknowledge there's a problem. If the alcoholic gets out of his bed every day and he's downing the whiskey bottle whole, and no one can ever call him on that, how is there any hope that he's ever going to stop drinking? We've got to accept that there's a problem. We've got to acknowledge there's a problem, or else it does not get corrected. I'm just trying to articulate as best I can why I land in here, Andrew. And you'll notice within that, Andrew, and all I've just brought up, I've tried to bring up hardened. Here's some actual, and again, I'll give you those 11 points, which are 11 points that aren't me name calling, aren't me going after the side I disagree with and trying to reduce them down to some silly argument that they don't even stand on. It's me operating with, hey, I'll give you a level that you're operating from a level of intelligence, and I'm trying to operate from a level of intelligence of mine, and we just happen to disagree. But yet, and you're not doing this, Andrew, that side of it that lands on that Carroll seemingly walks on water, and then if he leaves, we're going into the dark ages. The argument always gets down to the simplified nature of it. We're entitled, we're spoiled, but we can't ever get to the depths. And what I'm advocating for, what I'm begging for, Andrew, I'm begging you for this. Let's get to more of the depths of this. Let's stop driving this argument and debate in such a simple fashion of saying 1 bad year in 10 years. That's not the debate. That's not the argument. That's not the problems at hand. It's not the 1 bad year in 10 years. Look at the last 5 years. The exact same problems continue to rear their ugly head every single year. And again, my question again comes to, again, on this, Andrew, what are fans not supposed to expect for winning football? Are fans supposed to just be okay with losing football? Isn't that just another, again, it's all these things that I get told to be worried about where we'll land. We'll be a losing team if we move on from Holmgren. We'll get used to accepting losing. We'll get used to being in this bad state because we moved on from the great savior. Well, we're already going into that state right now. That eventual doom that you talk about could be brought out about just as easily remaining pat. In fact, more likely to be brought out by standing pat, because we've watched the story play out the same way the last 5 years. ADL Williams, I almost accidentally super chatted with my phone in the pocket. that would have been horrible. Andrew Tobias, is Lamar Jackson a free agent next year? Technically, if he gets through his 5th-year option, yes, Andrew, but you'd have to think that the Ravens are going to probably franchise him twice if they don't sign him to a contract, which I would guess that they would sign him to a contract. Herbicide says Mixon played his ass off today also. Joe Mixon was great today. He had a couple of clutch runs at the end of that game to seal the deal, which were just awesome runs. Jackson Shore says, man, I wish Paul was here, passed away too young. Rest in peace, a legend. Very much so. Very much so. Paul Third, knowing the Niners' luck, the year Brady signs is the year his age catches up with him. We'll go off the cliff. Also, Brandon is Max Kellerman's cousin or something. Nolan R. Vance, thanks for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. He says, I was watching Marshawn's highlights the other night on YouTube. Still just wow. Highly recommend. I will go check it out, Nolan. It always hypes me up to go out and watch Marshawn's old runs, man. He could get it done. He could get it done. That'd be good. Faltered Michael Thomas. Yeah, I'd probably avoid Michael Thomas too. I'm not trusting on that guy with some of the way that situation played out with the Saints. He signed that big contract and then seemingly looked for every turn that he could to stay off the football field. Jackson Shore says, I love watching old Seahawks games. Love learning about legends like Largent, Walter Jones, and many more. Those old games can be fun to watch, Jackson. And again, the game was played at a much more violent level. So it's a different type of game to go back and watch. And it can be fun from that respect. I do the same. Zero says, if we are able to draft right tackle Daniel Fa'alele and have him at 6'9" and Stone at around 6'8", they would be definitive Twin Towers. They would be. You wouldn't have a bigger two tackles on any NFL team in the league, that's for sure. Andrew Shabazz says, Kimura would be good, but dream on. Yeah, it is a dream on, Andrew. No chance we're getting Kimura for sure. Emmett Brown says, Douglas always strikes me as being our smartest Seahawk, even though Sherm would constantly tell us about his GPA. Bet Sherm pulls out the "you know who I am" card every chance he gets. I bet too, Emmett. And yeah, Doug kind of struck me as that way too. Doug looks a lot more on point with some of his leadership techniques, especially in regards to Russ at times too, and how he was trying to get in Russ's ear. And we'd sometimes go, wow, he's hard on Russ. But he was just trying to, I think, push Russ through in the right way in retrospect, in the way he was pressing him at that time. Accountability, I guess. Alexander said we're probably going to draft 10 running backs and 10 safeties. Probably. Maybe. Standard Champion, looking back at that unspent but deliberately created $13 million cap space, do you think they had a player in mind to grab who didn't become available? I would like to believe that's the case, Standard Champion. I don't have a certain answer on that one way or another. I don't know, and I'd be making a guess. But I would like to believe that that is the case. And the evidence for this would be that it was a very quiet period during the trade deadline. And there wasn't as much action as you would normally see. And I think Seattle was maybe anticipating they would have a little bit more of a buyer's market there where they're sitting on $13 million of space. Nobody else is. And has that kind of money, and so they can get maybe a couple guys. But instead what happened was, with the extra game in this NFL season added, that pushed the trade deadline, where the trade deadline didn't change at the time of year it comes, but you have more teams that now start to feel like maybe they're kind of still in it and can go for it. An Eagles team at that time, for instance, that was still sort of like a 3-4 type team around the trade deadline that would say, well, let's maybe just kind of ride with it for a while longer, just see how it goes, rather than moving a Jason Kelce. So I think it did to a degree on that, I would say. I still do say as well, I don't give the front office a pass on that because it is their job to have the read of that room, to have a little bit of a foresight of going out ahead of time, but making those calls to the general managers like Howie Roseman with the Eagles saying, okay, Howie, let's say we get into this season and it's 3-4. Are you going to be in fire sale mode, or are you just going to ride or die with the season and see if you can somehow make it go? So that's part of why I don't necessarily give them pass for that, but I do think that they probably encountered it. Jackson Store says, do you think it's time to give up on Blair? Don't want to, but man, he needs to stay healthy. I'm not ready to give up on him, Jackson, but I also don't have a starting spot allotted for him. He's going to have to go out there and earn it. I'd love to be able to just put him at free safety right now and just ride going forward, but I can't do that because I can't trust his health. And I don't even know if he could play it really well because he doesn't have a lot of run there at free safety either. So you still ride with him on the roster. You still hopefully hope he can come back now after another major surgery, but I'm certainly don't have a lot of faith in him here as we go forward. Andrew Tobias says with the $5 chat, thank you, Andrew. And again, even if we disagree, Andrew, as I say, I just sometimes disagree. I'm sometimes passionate about it here on the channel. I welcome your opinion. I welcome other people's perspective on this. It's part of what I think will make eventually, if it's not what makes this channel good now, what will make this channel good going into the future. He says, no status quo. We need talent like offensive line, defensive line, and cornerback. Well, here's just where the status quo comes into play on that, though, Andrew, of course. This is what I would offer to you, and thank you for the $5 donation. You've needed offensive line in the past. You needed defensive line in the past. You needed cornerback in this past offseason, and you didn't address it. And the reason you didn't address it is that your people at the top Coach Carroll and John Schneider determined that you didn't need to address it. Not because you couldn't address it, not because you didn't have the cap space to address it, but they determined that you didn't need to address it. And here's where we come to, Andrew, on my lack of faith going forward with these two parties. Because if you've done it, if you've been facing it in the past, if you have Russell Wilson last year, Andrew, saying, I'm taking too many hits. I'd like to be able to, have a little more time back there. We got to kind of fix this. And they ignore that. They don't really address it. Again, how are they not going to continue to make the same mistakes going forward? Andrew, we had $50 million to spend in 2019 and we misspent that money. So if they misspent that money back then, if they've misspent all basic free agents and money to be spent here in recent years, why have faith on them to spend it correctly going forward? That's the status quo that remains. Nothing has changed that's caused the place that we're arrived at right here. There's been no change. And Ken Norton is not a change. Just like last year, moving on from Schottenheimer was not a change. You've got to go bigger than that if you're going to drive the change that we're hoping to see here. They do need more talent. But the lack of talent that's arrived, the lack of talent we have right now, the talent deficiencies that we're riding with right now, have to do with the guys that are running this show and have been running this show this past 5-6 years. Thank you for the donation, though. You're very kind. Food Gamer says, what happens to your other location? You had a brownish background like a few months ago, same house or a different house, just moved location in your house. Well, I don't have a house, first off, so I'm in an apartment right now. But what I was doing is I had to move back from Hawaii like 6-7 months ago because I was going over there for a little bit of time and coming back to the mainland. And when I got back to the mainland, the rental market over here in Spokane was ridiculous. So, places that you'd spend a little over $1,000 a month for were now up around $1,700. So I've got some friends in the area, and I've had a friend who had a spare basically room that I chilled in and hung out with until the prices got down a little bit. Because I'm not spending $1,600 on a one-bedroom apartment on the edges of Spokane. That's just not happening. I did Food Gamer record the background, the brownish background. So once I eventually input a potential green screen here behind me, if I ever do, if we want to try to change it up a little bit, I can always bring that one back out. I can always bring that out. ADL Williams says, Cats kicked him out, had to get his own place. That's right. Well, they're very greedy. They're very greedy in how much space they take. Emma Brown says, if Arians doesn't weasel his way out, I could see him liking Lance's game style. Yeah, I don't think the Niners would give up Brady for Lance, though. I don't think that they would flip that kind of move. I don't think they're going to give up Lance and give him over to Arians like that. Be interesting to see what Arians does, though, or where they go with the quarterback position going forward. Be very interesting. Zao Zero says, I hope Seahawks go large on the line and have Russell feel like he's in Wisconsin again with their freakishly large line at the time of his play down there. That'd be great. That'd be great. He was certainly amazing the last time he had an awesome line like that in Wisconsin. Andrew Tobias says, okay, Brandon, so we cut Wags. I would cut Wags, but Andrew, I'd also be open to renegotiation. Though I will say if I do renegotiation, I'm not paying him $8 million next year. I'm not paying him a big, huge chunk of change. Not when I've got his replacement in tow. And you can save right now, Andrew, $16.6 million on the salary cap. So like I was saying before, you can move on from Bobby and whatever impact he brings, sign DK Metcalf to a new contract extension, sign Ryan Jensen to your center possession, sign Teron Armstead to your left tackle position, and 65% of that cost for DK, Armstead, and Jensen would be eaten up by simply removing and releasing on from Bobby Wagner. To me, I try to bring that as an example to show that's a better allocations of funds going in that direction rather than paying $16, $20 million a year for a middle linebacker who is not helping to elevate a defense into an elite defense right now. Magic Vlogs, I wouldn't mind trading for a better pass rusher. We do need to address that as well. I agree. James Watson, Chuck Norris defeats Father Time. Yeah, I guess he's the one. If there's one man who can do it. D Nugget says, at 69, how many more years does Belichick coach? Josh McDaniels could have taken over. he hasn't shown any willingness to want to move on. I mean, I think Belichick and Carroll have a lot of similarities to them. It's the fact that we don't draw more similarities between those two coaches has more to do, I think, with the differences in their personality type than it does to the nuts and bolts of who they are as coaches. These guys live for ball. They die for ball. They're the type of guys I've said that are the equivalent of players who say, you're going to have to tear the jersey off my back to get me off the football field. And I think that there are coaches that strike me in that same vein. Megan says the 2005 Super Bowl makes me feel so unclean whenever I stomach watching it for more than a few seconds. It was dirty, Megan. I've never seen a football game like that. I've seen games I've thought were slanted to a certain team as far as the officiating, but I've never out and out been able to quite say I thought the game was fixed start to finish like that one was. But I will go to my grave. I will die on the hill, die in this trench, saying that game was fixed. Jackson Shore also loved watching the 2005 NFC Championship game. Our place was loud, was awesome to watch back and see how amazing our fan base is. It was a great game against the Carolina. A phenomenal game plan by the defensive coordinator at that time. He brought out a linebacker. Steve Smith was lighting the world on fire at that point, right? Best receiver in the sport in 2005, probably. And Seattle had to figure out a way to shut him down. And what they did is they took a linebacker and took him out on the edge, lined him outside across from Steve Smith. And his job was to beat Steve Smith off the line of scrimmage. And then they would have a defender over the top as the second man. A beautiful job by the defensive coordinator in that game. Really limited the Panthers' offense and what they could get done. Put it on the back of their running game and other players to beat them, which they couldn't. But that was a great game. That was a great, great game. Emmett says, I'll always find a bit of solace that Sherman's crying face, the primary image of the Super Bowl 49 loss. Thanks, Dick. Yes. There's at least that, Emmett. James Watson, Packers, Broncos, Panthers will have QBs. Saints, quarterbacks will have a need at QB, says James. Yep, so Packers, Broncos, Bucks, Saints, Texans, and Panthers will all be looking for quarterbacks. And there could be even more beyond that. Could see other teams going even beyond that. Andrew, Andrew, I got that. D-Nugget, during the 10-year slump, 2 Super Bowl losses, if a Pats fan would have been satisfied with that run, during the 10-year slump, 2 Super Bowl losses, if a Pats fan would have been satisfied with that run. I don't know. Maybe not. I will say the one thing is that when they had that quote-unquote slump during that period, D-Nugget, they're still winning divisions every year. You know, they're still destroying their division, which makes you feel at least like you're a little further above the curve when that's the case, you know. Jackson Shore, dang, a little rant from you, bro. Love the passion about our team. Glad I'm subbed to you. I love my team, man. I love my point, and I think a lot about where my perspective is on this team. I don't just come to my thoughts willy-nilly or quickly, or I wake up one day and I'm going to change my opinion like flipping a coin. I land where I land after giving it a lot of thought because I am passionate about it and I care about this team. And so sometimes I get a little hot, man. That's how I roll sometimes. I love my team. It's just passion. I'm a passionate man. James Watson says, Michael Thomas, sorry about that, wide out from the Saints. I'm hesitant on Michael, James. I feel like he got paid and he kind of went in the tank the second he got paid. He kind of tried to find a way, whatever he could, to stay off the football field. Weird some of the way that disconnect erupted between the coaching staff and the player on that one, almost from the moment he got paid. But he is a big player, and someone's going to be trading for him this offseason, I think. And Kel Morton says, go off, King. Uh-oh, Brando going off. Hey, you know me, guys. I get up there sometimes. I get up in my feelings sometimes. Nega says, love B's passion. Proud to be a Nester and a 12. Well, thank you, guys. I'm glad I'm not turning you guys off with my emotions. I do get hot. Brian Koski says, damn, 1 effing playoff win in 5 effing years. Damn, I didn't realize it was that bad. It's where I try to put in perspective for the folks who say that it's been 1 bad year in 10 years. What you got to do is stand back. Let's chop up Carroll's regime into 2 eras, the first 5 years and the last 6 years, because there's a stark difference between those 2 eras of football. One half decade is dominance and great football and great drafting and smart expenditures of the money. The other half is the complete opposite. Complete opposite. Now, we weren't at the bottom of the division in 2016 or 2017 or 2018. Why is that? Is that because Carroll was doing a certain amount of things right? No, it's because all of the same problems that raised their ugly head this season were happening as far as Carroll's management and direction in 16, 17, and 18. But also what was happening at that same period of time is Russell Wilson was in his prime. His prime. He hadn't lost his mobility yet, still could make all his throws, still could run around in the pocket. So you had Carroll and the diminishing returns on what he was bringing going down, right? Like a little chart starting to go down from 2015, 16, 17, while at the same time, Russell Wilson was elevating up. And so he was covering up these warts. You'd go through a game of playing like crap, and then here comes Russell Wilson at the end to save the day, and it's all good. This is one of the reasons why you had Coach Carroll himself talk about this season saying, I've been coaching here a long time in Seattle. I wouldn't have been here as long if not for Russell Wilson. That is what Coach Carroll means when he says that. He's very well aware of this. He ain't going to be honest with you and tell it to you guys. But where he goes to bed at night and puts himself up in his covers and puts his head on his pillow, I know what's going through his head. I know it is. He might deny it, but it's going through his head. So when you look at these years, that's why some of this has been sort of covered up and not really addressed in the way it has. Now what's happened here in recent years is, and the reason why it's now becoming more and more exposed, is because while that downward plane continues to happen with Coach Carroll and his effectiveness is in his personnel decision-making, in his coaching scheme, in his ability to get the most out of his players, and his ability to put his players in the right positions to get the most out of them. Well, at the same point in time now, Russell Wilson's gone through the end of his prime, hasn't he? And now his own little chart is starting to dip downwards. So we have two downward dipping charts. And that has nothing to do with just one bad year. That's the trend of the last 5 to 6 years. Go Hawks 05. Sherm lit the fuse to an all-time Brandon rant. He did. It pissed me off. I saw that thing 2 days ago or a day ago, whatever it was. It pissed me off. It legit pissed me off. I have no measure of patience for players going after fans at all. And the 2005 happy-go-lucky comment about us being just happy to be there in 2005, he can shove up his ass that. There's not one Seattle fan in this city. I was living here. There's not one fan in this city that didn't want to go win that game. They didn't think we weren't the best team in football that year. That was ours to win. That was our mountaintop to take. And it got stolen from us. And then you come back and slap me in the face saying I was happy to be there? James Watson, Pete and John helped Sherman with his contract with the Niners. Shaking my head. They did indeed. They did indeed. Sherman was about to put together a contract that was about to get him really big screwed with the Niners because he was serving as his own agent. Great point, James. Great point. Jackson Shore, we need a 30 for 30 documentary on the LOB. Would love it. Oh, we'll get it someday. You better believe it. Emmett says, we'll never know if the grass is greener or not if we keep standing still on our own lawn. Moves must be made, even if I agree with the direction or not. Agreed, Emmett. Whether Carroll's here, whether he remains, Carroll's going to have my support going forward. I'm not going to be a Carroll hater going forward to say that I don't think he can do anything right. I hope he proves me wrong. I hope he makes me look silly a year from now. I hope I look like a moron a year from now in my takes on Coach Carroll, and that he's lost his way, that he doesn't have that same fastball he once had. I hope I am wrong. I mean that with every ounce of truth in my heart to you guys. I don't think I am, but I hope I am. But if he remains, I hope he gets it right, and I hope they're aggressive, Emmett. Be aggressive this offseason. You didn't want to do the rebuild. You didn't want to do the retool. Fine. I'm with you on it. I'm riding with you. I'm right back here on the convoy on my horse here in the back riding along. Okay, I got my spear ready. But go for it now. Go for it. Arm up. Use every bit of cap space you can. Squeeze. Bend. Break if you have to. Get every last contract that you can under this cap. Go for it, for God's sake, man. Leave nothing on the table. Jackson Shore, who's this Daniel Fa'alele? Is he good? Daniel Fa'alele is a right tackle for Minnesota, Jackson. You can see on my Seahawks scouting channel, my alt channel, I did a scouting breakdown on him. He's 6'9". He's big as a house. He is absolutely strong as two bulls stacked together. And he's only been playing the sport for 2 years, basically, because he came from Australia. He's a former rugby player, basketball player. So 6'9" with actually some movement ability to him. He's not just a complete Frankenstein monster type guy, right? Like a mummy. But he's absolutely strong. He's only played the sport for 2 years, dominating at a college level, dominating at a high college level. I think that the sky is kind of the limit for him at the right tackle position. I mean, he's got potential star power. There's some bust there to him as well. Abraham Lucas is a lot more of a cleaner prospect at the right tackle position. But to me, Daniel's got the boom. Daniel's got that upside ceiling. Daniel W. says, why do people think Kimura would be good here? He's only got 1,000 rushing yards once he relies on checkdowns. He only got 1,000 rushing yards once. He relies on checkdowns, pass catching, Russell's weakness. He would be trash here. Football is a system sport. Well said, man. Well said. I tend to agree with you on that, Daniel. Brian Koski, I love the rivalry between the Hawks and the Broncos. Raiders, true. Hey, the AFC West still lives. Those were still some bitter fights. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you, brother. You're awesome. He says, Legion of Boom, 30 for 30. Browner will be easy to find, but maybe hard to get to. Well, maybe he's out on bail by that time, Nolan. You know, it's a good time, good serve good time, whatever they call that. Maybe he's out at that point. It'll be a hell of a 30 for 30 if they do it right, though. There'll be some. I bet there's some juicy tidbits that'll come out by that time that have been kept under the rug just a little bit. Jackson Shore, can Trey leave us alone? Keeps talking on Twitter. Dude, you were ass here. Leave us alone and focus on the Rams. I think there's been some back and forth between fans and Trey a little bit, Flowers. But yeah, he definitely he's been given, it's been a back and forth between the two parties. Megan says, I'm not here to make friends, but I'm happy you're all friends. But mediocrity will never sit well with me. If my team is paying you millions, you better show me value for money. Well said, Megan. This will never be a dojo where mediocrity is accepted or excused or apologized here at the Hawks Nest. You can believe that. We expect better than here. We do. I'm glad you're with me on that. D Nugget says, Skip Bayless's hot take, Brady to the Hawks. That would be I don't think there would be another transaction or deal that could be made this offseason that would blow me away more than that. There's no way I could see that happening. That would be insane. But I could see Skip doing it. I could see him saying it. James Watson, you Hawk fans are mad because we see the potential of our team. Us Hawk fans are mad because we see the potential of our team. We've been stuck in the same position for years while other teams come and go. Well said, James. You've remained in this state, to steal from Andrew a little bit. You've remained at status quo for a while to the same results year in, year out. And while those results are not always disastrous, they happen to be this year, they've also not been great. They've not allowed you to be facilitated as an elite team. And yeah, it's maddening after a while. After years of it's maddening. After not 1 year, but after years of it. Alexander says he's right. We make the wild card round and don't fix our problems. Making it the wild card is all we're doing is covering and masking our problems. It is. It's making people, it's like the base minimum of success to placate people enough to apologize for a regime. It's the base most minimal amount of success. Well, we just got to the playoffs. Okay. What'd you do in the playoffs? Nothing. But we got there. That's a good season then, right? Well, but you've been doing that 6 years in a row, and that's as far as you get. Yeah, but we've been doing it every year. So those have all been good years then, right? Well, but you're not one of the best teams. You're not even getting to the divisional round, conference champions, Super Bowl. Yeah, but it's still successful, right? It's a successful year then, though. Yeah. Well, I mean, I kind of. Megan says, the whole thing pisses me off as I'm sick of the non-existent black back teeth of being called a bandwagoner and not a 12 because I question the team and am a Aussie. It's frustrated me too, Megan. It's been a tough time. It's not been tough to talk with you guys in this chat, but we've had a lot of battles on this stream over the last year because of these topics. They drive as much a wedge between the fan base as any topic of discussion I've seen in Seahawks fandom going back years, if ever. These are some of the biggest topics that have ever been discussed or been debated about. And they draw a lot of passion from all parties involved. All the more reason why we got to stay away from name calling and stay in the spot of, it ain't about bandwagons, it ain't about entitlement. It's about, am I right or are you wrong? And if you're right, back it up with points. Don't say it as, don't say some one end all be all comment like, well, we've had one losing season in 10 years. Well, there's more to it than that. Right? Let's get into more of the nuts and bolts argument of it. You may have a point. You may even be able to prove you're right on that point. But to say one losing season in 10 years doesn't prove the point and doesn't push the conversation forward. Cooper says, who is going to pull together to make an opening day Hawks 22 trip? We have an awesome community behind the great Brando. We do got to do a meet and greet here at some point, Cooper, one way or another over there on the west side. So, we got to put something together with that. D-Nugget says, the passionate take with real truth is why we like the Hawks channel over all the rest. Well, thank you, D-Nugget. I appreciate you. Cooper says, if we all plan to go together and grab tickets, the same section, et cetera, it'd be fun. It would be cool. Maybe we can kind of look at something this offseason on that. We'll kind of track and see if there's something we can kind of set up. It's a great idea, though. Cool. Jackson Shore says, back in 2019, I was so excited when we had $50 million to spend. Man, that was a rough offseason. Yes, it wasn't easy. Wasn't easy. Daniel W., 1,600 in Spokane. That's crazy. Yeah, that was crazy. And the price went down. So I did not take this one-bedroom apartment for 1,600. But the price was up around that mark for most of this last year, which I'm sorry, no. And I'm not going to go buy a house right now because the housing market's insane as well. So it's like, you just got to make do at this point until things get down to more of a realistic place. Jackson Shore, you going to go to any Mariner games this year, Brandon? Maybe if they're playing baseball. It's a trip to kind of get over there from Spokane. It's a good 5-hour drive over there. So it's kind of a commitment to do unless I'm flying over, but, I'm open to it. I'm open to go and see a Mariner game. There's no greater place in the summertime to go watch a baseball game than out there at, whatever the CenturyLink, whatever they're calling the stadium now out there. But I'll try. Kizkaw, Spokane's like Compton, only in places, only in spots. There's some good areas, That's why I'm on the edge of town. Megan says, I have to get up early, which I don't mind usually as I'm up around that time anyway due to insomnia, but I'm going to keep doing it if this is what but I'm not going to keep doing it if this is what I get. My mentals can't deal with it. And I don't blame you, Megan. I don't blame you. I don't have to get up at the butt crack of dawn and watch my Hawks. So it's not hard for me, even if it's a bad product, to check them out. But if I was in Australia, might be a tougher draw for me on that. D-Nugget says, hot take. Arians retires. Chucky returns for another Super Bowl run with Carr in Tampa Bay. I love it, D-Nugget. You got some inventive stuff going here, man. I'm with it. Food Gamer says, I don't know. In my opinion, I feel like Bruce Arians is overrated as a coach. If Brady wasn't there in Florida, Bruce would never have won a Super Bowl. That team was Brady. Bruce was just there. No, I agree with you. I think he is overrated in that respect. Yeah. Jackson Shore, I was watching your old video when we picked LJ. Your reaction had me dying all day. You called it right away. Respect, bro. I trust my evaluating on my scouting. Eventually, Jackson, I'm going to put some videos together. I've been trying to think of how I could do it to where I can make it interesting for you guys. Because we've done a couple drafts now. Where on all these drafts, I've broken down every pick for every team on every player. Said, here's where I see where this guy's going. Here's where I see this guy as a player. This is what's going to happen with him going to this particular team and how he should be able to play. It'd be very interesting to go back and look at those called picks and what I described about him to see how right or how wrong I was on him. If I hit way more than I missed. But I'll tell you this, I lean back on my draft reaction video for the last 3 first-round picks or the last 3 first picks the Seahawks have taken, and I think I've been pretty on point with that. And yeah, I called LJ Collier the night he was picked. You guys can see it. It's a video on my channel. The night LJ Collier was picked, I called him a bust. I was pissed. I said, you guys just drafted a bust. Congratulations. Brian Koski, Cat P, laughing out loud. Kitty goes meow. Go Bengals. Meow. Meow. Go Oxo 5 says, when Chuck Norris goes to a feminist rally, he comes back with a shirt ironed and a sandwich. Nice. Paul Third says, Belichick is close with Garoppolo. I think he may head back to New England to back up Mac Jones. Nobody is trading for Jimmy G to start for them. Agreed, Paul. No, I think he's a free agent, Paul. I don't think he's under contract now. So I think he would be a free agent. But I'd see him going there. I think he'll go to a place where he's basically like a backup. Ethan says, if and when the new variant goes down, I'm going to a ton of M's games. Hell yeah. Heck, I might even try and get a summertime job with them. Maybe a clubhouse assistant. That'd be freaking awesome. That would be cool, man. That'd be a hell of a gig. Be fun going into work every day. Megan, I'll tell you all something for nothing, 12s. If we don't spend every last cent we have in the draft to fix our many issues, I will be pissed and seriously will consider how longer I am at 12 for. It's going to be tough. If they go back and do what they did offseason. Imagine if they're going this offseason with $53 million and they decide to just sit on $15 million. Oh, well, we won't restructure Russ. We'll just sit on $15 million too. Like they did this past offseason. Whew. You'd have quite a few of us ready to set torches to the homes. You know what I mean, Megan? Cool Breeze says, why are we bringing up 05? Still hurts. Cool Breeze, Sherman brought it up a couple days ago. Sherman said that we were just happy to be there in 2005. And he was trying to bring it up as a point to nail down the fact that somehow Seattle football didn't exist until the Legion of Boom walked in the door, which was news to me. Danny W says, has there been another year with this many head coaching vacancies? This year seems like more than usual. It's a high year, Daniel. There's more than we normally get, but I think there's been even a year where you had 8 or 9, something like that. Emmett Brown, I think it was D.D. Lewis and the linebacker that was jamming Steve Smith at the line of scrimmage. Yeah, I think it was maybe D.D. Emmett, have you ever seen a team employ that though? I love the creativity and it worked. And man, Steve got frustrated over the course of that game. And they were just, with that linebacker just mauling him. Just mauling. He could not get off that line of scrimmage. It struck me, Emmett, as so inventive back then to do that. So outside the box. I loved it. Jackson Shore says, this was fun. I have to go to bed, Brandon. Got to go to school. See you later. Have a good one, Jackson. Thanks for hanging on in there. D-Nugget says, at what point during this year will we be safe knowing there's no chance Russ can be traded? Mid-May? Oh, no, you'll know before that, D-Nugget. If Russ is going to be traded, he's going to be traded before the free agency, period. So you will know before, probably by mid-March, we will know one way or another. Alexander, it's hard only having 3 picks last season. We never should have traded for you-know-who from the Jets. I actually forgot his name. It ain't worth remembering, Alexander. But yeah, it was tough last year. Getting that work in with just those 3 picks was really, really rough. You could feel it that the team was struggling up against that. They did make a lot of work with those 3 picks, I'll say that. But it's going to be better having a few more this year. D-Nugget says, if we won that second Super Bowl, what would the second post-Super Bowl era have looked like? I don't know if there was going to be I don't know if there's a lot of change moving forward off of, even if you'd won the second Super Bowl. I don't know if it would have laid the groundwork towards you going and getting 3 and 4 more Super Bowls. I think some of Carroll's message was growing stagnant on the ears of guys like Richard Sherman and Michael Bennett. I think the neck injuries that were sustained by Cliff Averill and Cam Chancellor were not things that if they happened to be winning Super Bowls, they would have just played through those neck injuries. That was going to cause them to retire regardless. Marshawn Lynch might have, I guess, maybe remained, but there was a part of that was driven with Marshawn going to Oakland because Oakland was about to be moved out of his home city and he wanted to play in front of his home people for a year. So I think it might have looked somewhat similar even if we had happened to have won that game. Robert Jimenez says, Christopher Walken asking Andy Reid what happened at the end of the first half regarding the play calling. All right, I got you. Andy Reid, great coach. Kansas City Chiefs. Good team. Well played, yeah. Won a Super Bowl 2 years ago. Best quarterback in football. You got a chance to go up by 10 points. You got a chance to go up by more scores. End of the half. You bring out Tyreek Hill. It goes in motion. Why motion? I don't know. You put him in motion. I'm doing a horrible accent right now, by the way. And then you don't give him the ball. You don't do the fly sweep. Instead, you flip it over to him. The defense sees it's coming. They know it's there. They know it's going to be tackled. What are you doing? Andy Reid, too many hamburgers. Stop with the sauce. Your mustache getting too big. Enough. Can't do no more. Time to do something else. That was a dumb call. Cost you the game. No overtime. You would have won had you not done it. As good as I can do, Robert. Do as I can do. I'm 6.5 hours in. You guys know I like my rants. I like my rants. Good. Hugger says, I know what's going through Pete's head too. We had a nice pillow talk session last night. Good. D-Nugget, Sherm just lost his Ring of Honor place, and well, he was never getting his number retired anyway. It ain't gonna help matters. I'll say that. Talking like that ain't gonna help your case on that. Megan says, I will be crowing and pointing at you if that happens with Coach B. We'll see. Emmett, even if Russ stays, we need to draft a quarterback this draft. Even if it's Zapp or Purdy, we need someone, not Geno, with a chance for development. I'm okay with it, Emmett. I'm okay with it. I would like to kind of keep the top couple of picks because you don't have a first-round pick allocated for actually upgrading other places on this team, being you're in a go-for-it mode into the next year. But if you're talking 4th, 5th round, drafting, there'll be some guy that slides down that deep because there's so many quarterbacks picked between the third, between the 2nd and 4th round. That should push a couple guys a little deeper into the draft because of that. It's a draft with not a lot of high-end talent at the quarterback position, but it's a deep draft of quarterbacks. Kizkaw says, Sherman's good at lighting a fire under people. Maybe he said what he said to fire up the fans. Maybe. It seemed like he was just kind of wantonly saying it. It didn't seem like there was a lot of thought process into it. But again, it's like, I don't know if that's the case. It's also kind of weird because he's trying to say it to back up his coach, but then he's gaslighting fans who then get pissed off. I don't know. It seems a little weird. I can't give him that much credit to think that it's like him playing 4D chess or something. Cool Breeze says, Legion of Boom 30 for 30. Sherm, this is a sorry excuse for a documentary. Andrew Tobias says, the way the young quarterbacks run, Russell seems like he's running on sand. He's the old guard now. He is the old guard. And one of the things that I pointed to in his game, Andrew, that he's got to elevate certain parts of his game to overcome the lack of ability to run anymore. He's got to get better pre-snap. He's got to throw with more anticipation. He's got to have more control at the line of scrimmage. I think he took some steps forward in the control at the line of scrimmage this year, especially as the year went along. He's got to embrace more of the short and intermediate passing attack. There may be a point where he doesn't have that in his bag, where he just can't do that. He's too short, or he just doesn't have that ability built within him to do it. But he's going to have to do these. He's going to build these into his game. And if he doesn't, Andrew, I do believe that there's a little bit of a limitation to Russell's top end as he attempts to try to play into his mid to late 30s. Sam Dog the Infamous says that dropped interception by Jarquez Tart changed the game. It did. As I like to say, Sam Dog, Stafford's one of those guys who's going to give you an opportunity a couple times a game to make a pick, to make a game-changing interception. And if you don't make it, he probably beats you. And if you do make it, you probably beat him. He's just kind of one of those kind of quarterbacks. The Chiefs are not taking the easy 3 before halftime is the reason they lost the game. They would have made a big difference in that game. It was a dumb call on their part, Sam Dog. I didn't understand it. And then you have a play call where you've got Tyreek Hill coming across. You don't give him a fly sweep. It's a slow developing play. It takes forever. You got 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then you're throwing it over to him. The clock runs out. No timeouts. What are you doing, Andy? What are you doing? D-Nugget, we are the best fans in the league. And when you try us with a sorry ass comment like that, where we'd just be happy to be there, that's what you're going to get. Yours truly, the 12s. That's right, D-Nugget. That's right. D-Nugget says we need to get Brandon a Seattle honey to bunk up with us on the West Side trips. That's right. I'm going to go to West Side and just be staying with random subs. Who's got the door open? Who's got their door open? T-Mobile Parks. Thank you, Sam Dog. They keep changing the names. I liked it better when the stadiums used to have like Riverfront Stadium, Arrowhead Stadium, the Kingdome. It's way more epic when the stadiums weren't named after stupid companies. Alexander says, I know nothing about college players coming to the NFL. I can't stand the 75-3 scores in college football. It's gotten harder to watch the product over the year in college football, Alexander. It's gotten way too top heavy. And again, some of the styling of play on this is a little bit more like a track meet or a basketball game than an actual football game. I get that. I'm kind of the same way. I like watching the individual players, but sometimes isn't as fun watching the games. Megan needs more cowbell, B. Andy needed more cowbell on that call. If I was on the sideline, I've been ring-a-dinging it. Need I get walking, throwing press conference softballs at Russ post-game. Russell Wilson, you played hard today. Did you feel good? Were you in your mode? Were you almost in a zone, Russ? It felt like it. Andrew Tobias says, Largent, you're so an 80s dude. Agreed, man. I own that. We come from the era we come from. We don't control it. We are what we are. Megan says, okay, 12s, 4:20 p.m. here, and my shoulder's killing. Am out. Thanks for the fun and allowing me to really let you know how I feel. Anytime, Megan. You have yourself a great night. Brian Koski says, another awesome impersonation of Christopher Walken. KC play calling was crazy at the end of the game. Mahomes fumble and interception. Wow. Yeah, they really went. It wasn't even like felt like they got tight, Brian. It was just weird calling, weird play calling, weird what? I mean, the call at the end of the half, I'm with Sam Dog on that, where you go, what is that call? You got 5 seconds. I was seeing him go out. I was like, okay, well, you're just going to run like a slant, right? It's a 3-second play where Mahomes hits his back foot, lets it rip, and you have 2 seconds on the clock. They must have really thought they were going to score on that play, which, look, Tyreek's going to draw a lot of attention. It was weird. But I'm glad you like the walking. Walking's my favorite to do here. So, too many hamburgers, Andy. You got to cut down the sauce. It's too much sauce. More cowbell, not enough sauce. Too much sauce. If you weren't so busy eating behind your plastic hood, maybe you win the game. Ethan Techworld, Mahomes played like Wilson from 2020 and portions of this year. Mahomes had a lot of Wilson-like play to him this year, and he was being dinged for a lot of the things that we've dinged Wilson for. Holding the ball too long in the pocket, not taking the easy short completions in front of you, trying to play a little bit too much hero ball. I think you saw a lot of that again today here. He cleaned up a lot of it as the season went along from where he started this year. But Mahomes seems to be falling into that same little bit of trappings that we've seen Wilson fall into in recent years, of just a little bit too much of falling in love with the deep ball and hitting the big shots and not just being patient, dinking and dunking, taking what the defense gives you. Megan says, we are 12s no matter what Sherman says or thinks. That's true. He doesn't decide, we decide. He can say whatever he wants. GoXO5, rank positions in terms of available talents in free agency. I think number 1 is wide receivers. Yeah, wide receivers could be it. Number 2 would be probably pass rushers, defensive ends. I don't know. I'd have to probably write them down and think about them a little bit to give you an answer on that. But probably receivers, pass rushers. From there, maybe like corners, safety. It'd be safety, corners, centers, guards, tight ends, tackles, running backs, linebacker. That's my rough one for you on that. That's Go Hawks 05. That's my rough ranking for you. But I could go with maybe receivers. Defensive end receivers, one of those two, are pretty well stacked. D-Nugget, what name would you give our stadium if it didn't have to be called after a company? What Butcher Bay? Something badass that's like just got something like something that's intimidating. I don't have a good name for you off the top of my head, but something intimidating, maybe referencing the local scene, you know? Something that's got a little bit of teeth to it. Pinella Field for the Mariners. I would be okay maybe with that. I'd be okay with that. I always like field on baseball. I always feel like that as a name, you know, like Ebbets Field. I kind of like that. Candlestick Park, you know. Let me think of that, D-Nugget. Let me give you one next time on the next show as a name for that. I'd want to get with a badass name, but I don't have anything off the top of my head. Seahawks Gaming says, how the F do the Niners make it? How the F do the Niners make it? They're in a good position. I hope Trey Flowers picks off Stafford and gets the Super Bowl MVP. Oh, wouldn't that be amazing? Wouldn't that be amazing? Cooper says, I miss Ichiro and Boone and Edgar. Me too, man. Griffey too. I miss that whole crew. A.D.L. Williams or Dave Niehaus Memorial Stadium. Just call it the house. I like the house. I like that. Dave earned that. I'd sign off on that. Griffey Field, Ichiro Park, nah, I can't do those two. I feel like it needs a little bit more of a, like, what about the Trident? Trident Park. What about that? Trident Field. Allen Slaughterhouse. Yes, Emmett. Yes. Allen Slaughterhouse. Emerald Arena. I like that. Magic Vlogs. Any top trade ideas? I'll give you a couple guys for you, Magic Vlogs. Let me give you a couple names here that might interest you, okay? Grady Jarrett with the Falcons. They can save a significant portion of salary cap space by moving on from him, even though that might be a team that's looking to quote unquote go for it this year. That could be a team that also says, well, look, we move on from Jarrett and we can clean up the other things we need to clean up on this team by making that move, especially with an offensive-minded coach who might not be as married as Dan Quinn was to Jarrett moving forward. He'd be a guy I would take a look at. Danielle Hunter of the Minnesota Vikings is a guy that's going to be up for some debate about where he is and what he's worth and whether or not the Vikings want to continue to roll with him or move on from him. Chris Lindstrom, another guy with the Falcons that they're going to have to decide on if they want to go for him or not. He'd be a great target. Purified left guard, a great left guard. Not a left guard. I think he's a center. I'm sorry. But Lindstrom would be interesting. Andrew Norwell of the Jaguars, the guy with the highest run block win rate of any left guard in football last year. He also ranks top 10 in pass block win rate. So those would be some interesting guys. Mitch Morris is a center for Buffalo. I don't know if Buffalo's going to have the money to give Mitch a new contract. He's a guy out there that would be interesting. Taylor Lewan is due for an extension with the Tennessee Titans. The Titans are actually over the cap already, and they already have to sign A.J. Brown and Jeffrey Simmons to big contract extensions this offseason, say nothing of maybe even Kevin Byard. So where will that leave Taylor as another possibility? But Taylor Lewan, Mitch Morris, James Bradbury, Chris Lindstrom, Grady Jarrett, Danielle Hunter, Andrew Norwell. Those would be my top kind of surprise guys you could see. A.D.L. Williams, I thought about Griffey Field, but he left under weird circumstances both times. Yeah, he's a local legend. He's revered here forever. I love Kenny, but you can't name the park after him. William Leonard, I feel like we have two conspiracy bowls today. Seems like maybe the Chiefs purposely muffed the game, and I think we all knew the Rams were going all the way this year for multiple reasons. The Rams won suspect. I'll say that, Williams. Them getting their suspect. They're going to play in their own stadium, and there was a lot of games this year where it's like, and I've long suspected, Williams, that the NFL is trying to make LA a thing. I mean, hell, we saw in this game, the stadium's filled with red jerseys because they can't get the fan base galvanized enough there at the local level to get them to even fill up a stadium. So they're going to manufacture it because it's the second biggest market in the country, and NFL doesn't want to leave any dollars on the table. So if they've got to force it to happen, they'll force it to happen. Does suck. I can't believe that the Chiefs would purposely throw a game. That just seems weird for me, but maybe the NFL told them to do it. I don't know. Seahawks Gaming, Bengals have a chance. They have Burrow instead of Garoppolo. That's true. They do have a chance, though the Niners have a better defense, I think, than the Bengals do. But hey, man, they got a shot. Cool Breeze, I'm going to ask when do we get out? When do we get our Sonics back quietly before I leave? Go Hawks, and I love you, Brandon, and y'all. Go Mariners, too. Well, thank you, Cool Breeze. I love you, too, brother. I think we will have a Sonics team back in Seattle I think we'll have a Seattle team back within 4 years, probably sooner than that. But we are the first city on the docket as far as the NBA is concerned for expansion or for relocation. And there are some teams out there. I know, for instance, Cool Breeze, that Alex Rodriguez bought the Timberwolves, and he's trying to push to move the team to Seattle. So we'll see if that type of situation goes down. But sooner than later, the NBA will get a team in Seattle. There's enough franchises, to me, across the NBA that don't really support their teams like we would here, that it will drive that at one point or another. So I'll go 4 years, hopefully sooner than that. D-Nugget says, Ramsey didn't play well today, nor Donald until the end. They were held down for the most part. Ramsey almost did have an interception at one point where he made a great play on the ball, but they weren't game-changing in this game necessarily, like we've seen them when they played against us. Ethan Techworld, Trident Park sounds badass. Okay, we're with the Trident Park. We're with it. Emmett, I wish we would add a retractable roof to Lumen. I think a climate-controlled field would help attract free agents and help our field speed. With it, I'm 100% with you on that, Emmett. Us being in the open air in Seattle like we are is dumb. And it's not really providing us much of a advantage, is it? Like, we've really not been able to see the benefits of being in the open air. It seems to, even when we're a run-heavy team that would be fitting to the conditions at play, we seem to still be not able to take advantage of it fully. So I'm with you. I don't like the fact that we play with the open air like we do in the middle of winter. It too often just gums up the games and somewhat levels the playing field, it seems like, for our opponent more than for us. Seahawks Gaming says Bengals have all washed up defensive backs. Von Bell, Trey Flowers, Eli Apple. Only good player is Jesse Bates. Very true. GoXO5 says, give me Armstead, Norrell, and Kelsey, and Falele. No, that'd be a dream offensive line, Go Hawks. I'll tell you this, if you put that offensive line, I don't care what else you do on this roster, you put that offensive line together, that's a 12-win football team next year. That's a 12-win football team, in my opinion. If I'm the Bengals, I'm going to match up Chase on the Rams' second corner. I might try to do that as well, but they have shown a willingness in the past, the Rams have, with moving Ramsey around. And so you can move Jamar Chase, but Ramsey might just track him the whole game. I think the nice thing from the Cincinnati Bengals standpoint is they're not just driven by one receiver. T. Higgins showed today. Boyd has shown that they can be very competent in what they're doing out there as well. So they're not just, they do feature a ton of Jamar Chase, but they have other ways of beating you as well. They need Osama to come back, though. They do need that tight end to get back. He was injured in this game, and if he's missing, that is a target that kind of does hurt them a little bit, because I think they need all hands on deck for this particular game. Magic Vlog says, what about Cam Jordan? So Cam Jordan right now, Magic Vlogs, is due to have the cap hit of $23 million. He's due to cost $21 million if you move off from him. So are the Saints so eager to move off from Cam Jordan that they essentially only save $2 million and still are on the hook for $21 million by making that move? I don't think they are. I think Cam Jordan's probably more likely than not a lifer with the Saints. And that's the way that's going to play out. The Saints have kind of made this bet a little bit with Cam Jordan and with Alvin Kamara and the way they've structured their contracts with them to not be able to get out from under those contracts. And again, you have to understand with this team, it's already sitting on a considerable amount of dead money space as it is. They can't really add to it. Emmett Brown says, I can't believe I've got to scout kickers this year, laughing out loud. That'll be the last one I make my way to, Emmett. That'll be the last. That'll be like if I get time at the end. Seahawks Gaming, if I'm a Bengals, I'm trying to match up Chase. Oh, sorry, I read that on it. D-Nugget says, the Bengals shut down Cup. You think they win? Yeah. The Rams lean on Cup every bit as much as the 49ers leaned on Deebo Samuel. And I mean, not just lean, but just like laying on them. So, yeah. Emmett Brown says, last kicker I remember coming out was Blankenship from Georgia. It's been a while for me since I've scouted him, Emmett. I do like the thought process, though, potentially on you go into the 5th round and maybe go get the best kicker in the draft in the 5th round. It's a crapshoot to a degree, but man, you sure got a lot of returns off doing this with Dixon, right? And if you can do it with Dixon once, why not be able to see if you can replicate it? Especially understanding that special teams matter for Carroll. He's going to want it to be a strength of the football team, and that's one way to really drive to make it a strength without having to pay in some of these top-end prices for kickers like we've had to with Hauschka and like we had to with Jason Myers. ADL Williams, just use your lowest pick on the college kicker with the highest percentage every other year. I'm good with it, ADL. I'm good with it. Seahawks Gaming, it says, isn't the Bengals head coach from the Sean McVay tree? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. And some of where we get hard on, we get on Sean McVay for being overstated in his geniusness. But the guy does have a good coaching tree out there now, and a successful coaching tree at that. All right, well, we are 7 hours in on this. I'm going to run a little bit of my commercial break here for you guys really quickly, and we will come back and wrap it up. I do want to thank to you guys the sponsor of this show, Manscaped. Don't forget now, Manscaped is sponsoring this show. They've been a long sponsor of this show now. We're trying to keep the sponsorship locked down in the long term with them. And to do that, I need some more of you folks to go over to Manscaped and use this code NEST and save yourself 20% off. Save yourself some free shipping because you will lock this sponsorship in long-term for the channel and the show, helping this channel's growth out. So if you have any lower Manscaped needs, please utilize these guys. I will be right back. Just going to run a quick little 60, 90-second commercial break. We'll get back to the last of the comments here in the section, and then we'll kind of wrap it up a little bit. So thank you. Bear with me for just a sec. It's a new year, new me, with the global leaders in below-the-waist grooming. This year, take your package to the next level with their Performance Package 4.0 and the brand new Ultra Premium Body Wash. Inside the Performance Package 4.0, you'll find the Signature Lawnmower 4.0. This electric trimmer is designed to trim hair on loose skin. The advanced skin-safe technology reduces cuts and nicks on your delicate nuts. It also comes equipped with a 4,000K LED spotlight that will shine a light to the promised land 2022 looks to be. A grooming routine isn't complete without applying Crop Preserver and Crop Reviver before showing off your 2022 self. These unique formulations take care of the smelliest parts of your body and are a big boost to your confidence into the new year. To complete the set, Manscaped threw in their shed travel bag and anti-chafing boxer briefs as free gifts to keep all your goodies stored comfortably. And the new product that needs no introduction, the Ultra Premium Body Wash from Manscaped solves all three for the perfect addition to your daily grooming routine. This body wash smells great. It's cologne infused with aloe vera and sea salt to keep your skin feeling clean, nice, and moisturized. Kick discomfort and poor hygiene to the curb this year and use the best tools for the job. Whether your resolution is to work out more or travel to new places, be sure to travel to manscaped.com for our exclusive offer of 20% off and free shipping when you use the code NEST, N-E-S-T, NEST. Cheers to new balls in 2022. All right, thank you for bear with me there, folks. What's my second channel again? Ask Magic Vlogs. It is called Seahawks Scouting. And I'll be doing some more. I'll be doing some more videos over there on that side here. I'm wrapping up my Abraham Lucas. It's taking me forever to get it done. I'm wrapping up my Abraham Lucas scouting vid here on that channel here. So I'll have that video out soon on the alt channel over there, Magic Vlogs. But it's called Seahawks Scouting. D Nugget says, "What is Sean McVay old enough to have a coaching tree?" He is indeed. When they're getting to Super Bowls, it doesn't matter how old you are. If your acolytes are getting to Super Bowls, you got a tree. Emmett Brown says, "Night, y'all. Go 12th man." Hey, you have a good night, Emmett. Always good to see you in the chat, and I hope you're doing well, man. We'll be getting into some of this draft stuff here as we go a little bit more forward soon. Brian Koski says, "Burrow versus Stafford. It's going to be interesting. The old vet versus the new guys. Kitty goes meow." Seahawks Gaming says, "If Zach Taylor, the Bengals head coach from the Rams coaching tree, then why are we already giving up on our offensive coordinator?" I don't know if we're giving up on our offensive coordinator yet, Seahawks Gaming. I'm not. I'm definitely riding back. I think many of us expected the first year to be a little bumpy, to take a little bit of time to work out the kinks. Zorn76 says, "Take Cincinnati on a ML bet, plus 165, not bad." All right. That's a ballsy bet. Zorn76 says, "Jimmy G equals danger-prone Daphne." Yes. Boy, he got tight today at the end of the game, Zorn. You could just see him everything just really got tight. Sometimes the moment's a little too big, it seems like it, Big Country, I've always been amazed by the Walsh coaching tree. Oh, it's amazing. The Walsh coaching tree leads to other coaching tree below, because from Walsh you get to Holmgren, and then from Holmgren you get down to Gruden and all of the guys that go beneath then Holmgren and all the successes that they had. But yeah, Walsh is nobody's got a bigger coaching tree than Walsh. I mean, that stuff is still going to this day. It's 5 generations deep. Bud Inlet says, "I feel like something special is going to happen next year. Go Hawks." I hope you're right, Bud. I hope you're right, man. And it can be. The team can control it. The team can right this ship. It just takes aggressiveness. It takes smart moves. It takes realizing the mistakes you've made in the past and fixing them. But they have all the control in the world over those items. Zorn76, the 49ers had a ton of time to get a tying field goal. They had plenty of time. I mean, they didn't even get a yard up the field. That's where I think, to me, Jimmy just got tight in that respect. He just got real tight. Ethan says, "Yep, as of now, I think the best names we have are Trident Park for the Mariners and Emerald Field for the Hawks." I like it. I like it. And yeah, he lost composure completely, Zorn. Sometimes the moment gets too big for some guys. And I don't like to usually throw that on athletes because we don't always know what's going on in their head, but it just looked too big for him. He looked overwhelmed. He's like, "Oh, you guys need me to do something now? It's not just bonus if I do something. You actually need me to do something." And it got to be a bit too much, I think, on him. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish says, "Patrick Mahomes choked that game. Nobody else's fault but his own." He had a chance, Joe. He had a chance. It was in his hands. So he had every shot to go out there and get it done. Didn't do it against a team that they probably should have done. They weren't down any injuries. They had Kelsey. They had Tyreek Hill. He had his offensive line all on point. It's tough. Nolan Arvance, have a great night, Brando. And to the rest of you, please like and subscribe. Thank you, Nolan, for mentioning that. I appreciate you, and thank you for all the donations on the channel tonight. You're awesome, brother. And please do, if you like what you're listening to, even if you're listening to this on replay or live, hit that like button for me, please. It does help this channel grow considerably, and I do appreciate it. Yummy, what's up, Yummy? Says, "How does this season go if Aldon Smith plays?" We would be 1 game better, Yami. 1 or 2 games better. And maybe that gets you into the playoffs. And maybe once you're in the playoffs, that gives you a chance. But I did think that a lot, as you probably know and remember the time when Aldon was signed, that was one of those things where like, okay, now you're addressing the defensive line like I'm asking you to do, which is to not just go up to the line and go, let's just go good enough, but go over the top of that mark. And that's what they did with Aldon Smith. They went up over the top of that mark. So of course, you never played, so you ended up going up over the top and then dialing it right back beneath it again, right back to the just good enough phase of things at that point. But the lesson to be learned from this is to go that hard and then don't grab a guy that's going to be a guy you cut at the start of training camp and then don't have a replacement for. You need to go better with the pass rush. You need to go harder at the pass rush. But probably only a game or 2. Soren76, Carroll is a reach, but he was the defensive coordinator. He was a defensive backs coach for the Niners in the 80s. you could kind of maybe do that. Yeah, you could. I mean, you could call him part of the tree. You could call him part of the tree at that point. And he's a guy that the Walsh had a big effect on him. Walsh guided a lot of Carroll's understanding of how to be a coach and the direction to go as a coach. D Nugget says, I still like Allen Slaughterhouse. That one I've got a soft spot for that as our stadium name. I might go over that over Emerald Field Stadium. That'd be pretty awesome. Zorn76 says Lumen Newman Field. Patriot Sports Cards. Do you think Seattle watching the games and realizing that a dominant pass rush is very important? I would hope they would, Patriot. I mean, you would think that they would understand that and that the base defense they run, a 4-300 defense, is largely driven by the front four generating the pass rush and driving the action and putting the offense on its heels. I mean, that should be just kind of understood before this. But I guess if you needed it reinforced, if you needed it, jammed in there clearly, this game gave you that. Seahawks Gaming, Russ won more NFC title games than Rodgers. Russ is better than Rodgers. I'm with that. Zorn76, don't worry. Green and Taylor will be monsters next year. I hope you're right. So Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. I like the new setup. Is it permanent or temporary? This is going to be a permanent situation here. I just moved to my new place, so I'm doing this now, getting this done, doing this up a little bit. So yeah, I'm in my new spot here. This will be a permanent place. And I'll be expanding this backdrop a little bit more. We'll be adding some more to it. So this is just still, I just got moved in this week, Joe Biden's wish. So we'll be adding more. Patriot Sports Card, I feel like the Patriot Sports Card says, I feel like the pressure is on Pete now to sign a big name free agent and hit on in this year's draft. There's more pressure and heat on him than there's ever been, Patriot. His seat has not been warm in 10 years. There's been no calls to firing. There's been no calls for his job. There's been none of that. This offseason, it has been as loud and boisterous as it has ever been. If that in itself does not draw the type of change you're talking about, I don't know what will. So I would think that the pressure's there now where it hasn't been in the past. Last offseason, you got to come off the division title, so you could go, we're doing fine. Let's just kind of backstroke our way through this offseason and just get to next year, and I'm sure everything will click in place at that point. I think this is not going to be the case this offseason. Seahawks Gaming, so who on the 49ers defensive coaches do we want? I don't know if there's anyone that we want necessarily. Their defensive coordinator might end up getting a job this offseason at some point. So, and you're not going to pull him over here to this. Ethan Deckwell, Bengals are running so that the Mariners can run for miles and miles. There you go. We are the way. There we go. All right, well, let's get to the comments, questions, concerns, trials, tribulations, any last things you want to get in here on the chat, and then we will wrap it up as we cross the 7-hour mark here and my voice goes and my stomach rumbles. Thank you to everybody for watching again here today. Surprised how many people we got in the chat here for being a kind of a now into the off-season type stream, but that's why I want to do these twice a week. You guys seem to want to have these done a bunch, so we're going to do them. GoAxo5 says, build that dominant offensive line, build that pass rush, and bring back our studs. This team can be great. And Sean Desai will save the defense. I like it. I sign off on all those moves, Go Hawk. You know me, that's where I land. Offensive line first, pass rush second, /D line. Bring in a great coach. That's a way to change the fortunes. John Matthews says this offseason, this is a massive change in positions as well as coaches. It is. This is going to be a big offseason and is determined about where this team goes, not just into next year, but in the next couple of years. And the moves made, right or wrong, will drive that in whichever direction they're going to drive that. But I don't know that there's any splitting the difference or going down the middle this offseason. You've got to go big or go home. John Matthew, I'd love to have analysis on our draft picks. Oh, yeah. Now you're talking about the ones we picked this last draft, John? D. Eskridge is a little incomplete, injured through most of the year, and then he wasn't able to crack past Freddie Swain or Penny Hart on the depth chart, so it's hard to give him anything past like incomplete to kind of a C minus. Trey Brown, I'd give him a solid B. Obviously went down to an injury, so we only got more of a sample size with him, but he was as impressive as a rookie cornerback as we've seen in Seattle here since Richard Sherman back 10 years ago. And I think Stone Forsythe at his minimal looks like a great backup swing tackle, which is an asset, which is a thing you need on your team. You need depth. And to go get that in the 6th round is great value. So overall, the draft was a solid draft, a solid B draft to me. You only had 3 picks to work with, but nonetheless, they got some work done with it. And I think Eskridge could eventually round out to at least be that decent, gadgety receiver guy who can run the fly sweeps and bubble screens and occasionally make a catch for you and be a little bit dangerous in the open field. I do think he can be that, but it just wasn't quite that this year. So I give it a B. I like the Trey Brown pick. I like the Stone Forsythe pick. That's great value. And you only had 3 picks to work with. My pleasure, John. Thanks for watching. Appreciate you. Seahawks Gaming. Whoever we sign as a defensive coordinator will determine if we go after Von Miller or Chandler Jones or man versus zone corners. Agreed, Seahawks Gaming. Though I do think we're not going to make any of those big major changes to bring in guys like that or to go to more man-on-man based scheme. I'd love to see it happen. I'd love to believe that Carroll can make that change in his philosophy. But I think he is so married to what he does and how he does it that I don't think that there's a lot of room for change within that to go more man or to bring in guys that are more outside 3-4 linebackers. And then now, I don't think he would change towards that. That's my feeling on it. Payton Sports Card says, rumors are that Seattle has no interest in trading Russ. If Pete doesn't go for the big name free agent and the offensive line and or defensive line, Russ will demand a trade, but options are thin now more than last year. Are you meaning options are thin? Oh, you mean options are thin offensive line and defensive line? I don't know. It's kind of equivalent to me on both. You can address both to me. And there was always the methodology of utilizing trade to get it done. I do think that Russ is going to demand a trade, whether one way or another, he's going to demand a trade before the free agent period hits. I don't think that Russ is going to wait to see what Seattle does. He's going to ask them what they're going to do. And when they indicate, yay, we're going to go hard on the offensive line, or nay, we're not going to go hard on the offensive line, he walks out the door or stays based on that answer, not on the action of what he sees. So I think that conversation has to happen. And as I've long said, Pater, I don't think that Russell stays unless he's given some of those assurances. I think he requests a trade otherwise. D-Nugget, I hope our big free agent signing isn't Greg Olsen type again. No, there's that Zach Ertz D-Nugget, right? There's that Zach Ertz player that's the equivalent of where Greg Olsen was, just sitting there. And they've flirted with Zach Ertz in recent history here, Seattle has. You might, don't get shocked if you see it. Go Hawks Survive, Hassan Reddick, Akeem Hicks, what do you think? I'm okay with Hassan on a lower end deal, Go Hawks. I don't want to pay him big money as a pass rusher, and I think he might actually get paid somewhat decent money this offseason. Akeem Hicks has played mainly in a 3-4 defense for the majority of his career. I don't know how well he'd fit as a 4-3 defensive tackle. I don't know if he'd be a great 3-tech for us. He's a guy getting older. His production has started to go down in recent years. Injuries have started to come up. I kind of feel like you can go a little bit harder and better at the 3-tech. Akeem kind of fits into more of that mold of what you've been running through here recently, which is a lot of 1-tech bodies, not a lot of purified 3-techs. Al Woods 1-tech, Brian Monet 1-tech. Poona Ford really should be a 1-tech that they've tried to move to 3-tech. I think you got to just go find yourself a 3-tech, But Hicks isn't bad. And Hassan knows how to rush the passer, and he has some elements to his game where he can do a couple of different things for you. He can drop into coverage. He can kind of do a couple of different things which make him interesting. But I'm not going to pay him $10 million a year. I'm not going to pay him $9 million a year. Brian Koski says, damn, 6+ hours, 212,724 words spoken. This dude's got stamina. Thank you, Brian. Go Hawks. I'll take Zach Ertz and Everett. Wonder what his neighbors think. Yeah, well, that's quiet. I don't yell too loud, so they're not too mad, I'm sure, at me. Zach Ertz, I just don't want to bring him on the $7 million deal. You bring back Zach Ertz on like a 1-year, $4 million deal and bring Everett back in on a 1-year, $4 million deal or something like that. I could be maybe then at least you're getting like 2 for 1 of what you paid for Olsen. Seahawks Gaming, if we get Calais Campbell and Jason Pierre-Paul, I call free agency a dub. Those would be 2 interesting guys to bring in. I like it. I think you got to do more than that. I mean, you got to address to me the offensive line on top of that, Seahawks Gaming. But it's not a bad place to start from. Go Hawks Survive. Reddick could be the Sam Leo role. He could play both of those. No doubt about it, Go Hawks. No doubt about it on that. He'd fit into that very naturally. Patriot Sports Car. The comments on what Pete had said after the season-ending presser, it sure sounded like Pete is done with Russ. Well, I've wondered if Russ was really going to remain at this point. I'm hesitant to believe he will because I think, and I still tend to think that he will be traded, because of the fact that talking to himself for 7 hours. Okay. As said after the season-ending presser, it sure sounded like Pete's done. Maybe. I think more of this is driven by Russ wanting to go than Pete wanting him done. I think this will be more of Russ going, you're not going to give me any of those insurances I've asked for. You're not going to correct any of the mistakes that have plagued you. And then I want out because of that. I could easily see it playing out kind of in that direction of things. For sure. Oh, Kiz Cos was saying, my neighbors think I'm talking to myself for 7 hours. Okay, I get what you're saying. Maybe they're like, what the hell? How could they talk constantly like that for 7 hours? Is that his TV? Is that his TV blaring? All right, well, we have crossed 7 hours. I've gotten to the end of the chat. Please do hit this like button if you do like what you're hearing. Imagine Hassan, Grady Jarrett, throw in Dunlap, Taylor, and Jamal. That could be frightening. Could be frightening. Could be an interesting set. I'm good with it. I'm good with that, Go Hawks. I can go with that. And you've addressed it in a good way, in my opinion. And you didn't just go for one guy. You went for a couple of them. So I'm definitely good with that. Daniel W., you have a great night. And yeah, we will go ahead and now wrap it up on this note. Please hit that like button if you're watching now. If it's on replay, please hit that like button. Go to manscaped.com. Use that code if you want to get yourself some discount on some smooth balls. Smooth balls. Smooth balls are nice to have, I'm telling you. Good to have. Good to have. But another great show here today. Congratulations to the Rams. Ugh. I threw up in my mouth a little bit saying that. Ugh. I can't. Bengals, please beat them. Please beat this Rams team in a couple weeks. We do not want to spend an offseason of hearing these Rams fans in our chat talking to us about the greatness of this Rams dynasty that's about to occur. We really don't want to hear that. We don't want to see that. Go get some business handled. Joe Cool, get the job done, please. Please. Again, we are in the toughest division in football. Again, if there's a lesson that we walk away and learn from here this year is that we have got to go harder than the rest of the teams in the NFL. We got to go harder than an NFC North team or an AFC South team. Our division is just not going to be that easy to go through. And you got to build that within your learning process. And if you don't, then you should be in a rebuild mode until you can eventually get to a state to be that elite, great team like these teams are in our division a bit. So I hope Seattle takes a page out of the book and understanding of what they're up against this offseason truly. I hope for the first time in his career, Coach Carroll feels that heat underneath them here in Seattle. I hope that they truly start to build around Russell Wilson because we can see the benefits of that with other teams in this playoffs this year. The returns are there if you invest in it. You just got to make the choice to invest in it. And that's what's been missing from our Seattle front office and Coach Carroll in recent years. The willingness to go all in, the willingness to go hard about it, to not half measure approach it, but to go with a full measure. Have a good night, Ethan, Brian, Kiz Cos, you have a good one as well. Seahawks gaming, this free agency is by far better than last year. I would say it is as well. I would say as well. Brian Cossie says, Kitty goes meow. Go Bengals. Go Bengals. Meow. All right. Well, folks, we're heading the offseason. Super Bowl in 2 weeks. Then we're on to draft coverage. I'm going to be keeping this going with 2 streams a week. If you guys want to keep watching, I'll keep streaming. You watch, I stream. That's our agreement here. I appreciate all of you in the chat. We had some great positive energy flowing through the chat tonight. We talk a lot of difficult, tough topics, but we were able to disagree and still bang heads, but still know that we're all still part of this brotherhood of the 12s. I appreciate you guys for that. I love you guys for that. It's part of what makes this channel so interesting to me, and it makes me have so much fun in doing these live stream shows. You guys are awesome for that, and I really do appreciate you guys bringing the thinking caps into this stream every single show. I really do mean that. Thank you to all of you for watching. And look, we're not getting the Super Bowl this year. We got a long off season ahead of us, but let's not forget. Just one off season away from getting back up on that Super Bowl run, right? One off season for everything getting clicked into place, for those moves to be made, those dials to be turned, the levers to be pulled, and we're right back there again. So don't you ever forget, even in this off season of discontent and somberness, don't you ever forget we're going to get back there again. Let me tell you, we will be back. There is no dark age approaching us. There is a golden age approaching us. And don't you ever forget, go Hawks.